データをロードしますよ。
Hi, nice to see you.
Hello, give me song requests. How you doing? Whoops, I fell off my Bugatti and now I'm in your stream. Good, good. Tis the way of life. And thank you for the salute. The improved glider's test flight had been a success. In many ways. While it did need minor adjustments, there were no large issues. While taking breaks, we flew until the sun set. In that time, Asa, Yoru, and Ageha also got to ride. Asa seemed extremely pleased and was so moved by the scenery she saw from the sky. Flying with wings that we made gave us something more than just flying. After the test flight, Ageha came with us back to the dorms and we had a meeting to review the day while eating dinner. It actually turned into a meeting full of self-praise, where we said our glider is the best and talked about how exciting flying had been. Afterward, I cleaned up the area.
いい湯だった。
Ageha came into the cafeteria while drying her hair with a bath towel. She sat in front of the fan, turned it all the way up, and put her face near it.
やっぱりでっかいお風呂はいいわね。
Has everyone already taken a bath?
小鳥がまだだよ。
She hasn't? What is she doing anyway?
さあね。部屋で一人でニヤニヤしてんじゃないの？
During dinner, Kotori hadn't spoken much. It seemed like she was silent because she didn't want to be made fun of regarding everything with me. And what's more, she hasn't been speaking in the past few days, so perhaps she has forgotten how to talk to everyone.
言ってあげたら？邪魔はしないからさ。
After I finish cleaning up, Ageha looks at me with a face that says, I know you want to go now. I act oblivious and wash the dishes.
これで私が帰り咲きだね。
Huh? You've been playing this game for 18 hours? Long game? Make that 24. I think we're in the home stretch, but put a big question mark on that.
小鳥が彼女に昇格して、私が一番の親友に繰り上がりってこと。
Hello, Shin. How you doing? Actually, I feel like we've had this conversation before. More pillow to squish. Wait, what? Shut the fuck up, guy. I'll squish you in a second. No, no homo.
けど、本当に付き合っちゃうとはね。
What? Is there a problem?
いいっていうか、ようやく
Squish me
って
off,
感じ？
squish me.
ねえねえ、
You
い
know
つ
what?
から小鳥のこと好きだった
No,
の？
no thank you. I refuse. Ageha bends forward like an old lady who loves to gossip. I don't know.
わからんって。
Did you hear that, old Stormcloak? There happens to be a dragon upon us. Whatever shall we do? Interpretive dance?
It just kind of
She
happened.
is worse than a Latin. She is, may Ra forgive me for uttering this word, Greek!
Someone called me hot in my stream, but I don't know if I should be happy about it. Because their name was I Love... You know what? It's the internet. Take it at face value. Take it as a compliment. Don't think too deep into it. I wonder when it was that I realized. When I came to like her as much as more than a friend. But even then, I wasn't thinking about her in that way. We were together every day, and we were so close that Ageha called us best friends. I didn't need to ask for any more. Maybe I'd actually began to think about it when Kotori
Hi,
received
nice
that love
to see
letter.
you.
What's a uwu? It's a state of mind.
Colonoscopies you cutely. I don't think so. You stay the fuck away from me, Killswitch Cat, but how you doing? Seeing Kotori receive that love letter from someone whose face she didn't even know and get all flustered, became unsettled in spite of myself. I'm good, how are you, Offer? I'm good. Just started streaming, just started playing If My Heart Had Wings, can't complain. I thought that Kotori would go away. Thinking about it was heartbreaking. I realized that I like Kotori.
まあしゃあないか。もしそういう関係になってなかったとしても、一番の親友だった女の子だもんね。
I'm a bet you will anyway. Well, luckily it's Saturday, so I got nothing to complain about.
その好きがどの好きか結構ごっちゃになっちゃうかも。
Yeah, something like that. Ageha opened the fridge and took out a bottle of cider that she had been chilling. Then she drank half of it at once. Got me there plus move.
やっぱ風呂上がりはこれに限るわ。
So, you aren't bothered by this?
何が？
By Kotori and me dating.
何それ？やきもち焼くかってこ
nice to see you.
と？
Hello, Blitz. How you doing? This is the face of somebody that clearly got banned from a GTA server. No, not that. I mean, like, sometimes it happens, you know? Things get awkward or whatever.
それはその時になってみないとわからないけど。でも私嬉しいよ。葵と小鳥が付き合ってく
It's
れ
good to
て。
hear you're doing good. You really?
二人のことは親友だし大好きだもん。大好きな人同士がくっついてくれて嬉しいよ。
She says this nonchalantly.
まあやきもち焼かないかって言われると実はあんまし自信はないんだけど。でもさ、小鳥って危なっかしいじゃん。見てて心配になるっていうかさ。けど葵ならあの子のこと幸せにしてくれそうなんだもん。
Ageha.
なんつってな。ちょっとかっこつけちまったぜ。
Ageha spoke jokingly and then finished the rest of her cider. Then she picked up the remote and turned on the TV. She got jelly now?
お、始まってる。
It's a given, really. I mean, not that I'm saying she's jealous, it's just... There were bound to be some after effects. The variety TV show that Ageha watches every week had already begun. Ageha turned towards the... Huh? Ageha took the cafeteria chair, turned it backward, and started watching TV while holding the back of the seat. I finished washing the dishes, turned off the water, and wiped off my hands. Alright, guess I'll take my bath. She's an alcoholic. Escape is futile.
いってらっしゃい。
Ageha spoke while facing the TV.
しばらく邪魔しないであげるから頑張ってね。
What? You didn't have to say that. I murmured this as I left the cafeteria. Hey, Kotori. Kotori, are you there?
わ
Pat poked his head through his special door. Is your partner inside?
ーわわ。
I don't understand, but it seems she isn't there. I wonder where she went. I thought maybe she went into the bath, but I don't hear anything from the bathroom. I wonder if she's in Asa's room. But Kotori is in a wheelchair, so she can't go up the second floor by herself. When she talks to people who live on the second floor, it's usually in the cafeteria or in her own room. I wonder if she went out.
心配しないで。毎日楽しくやってるよ。友達もいっぱいいるし、それに今日ね。やっぱりなんでもない。
Kotori! I put my hands on Kotori's shoulders from behind and spoke into her ear, and she jumped up in her wheelchair like a cat and gave a shriek. School-based story, but I've yet to see any learning from anyone. Oh, that's because the learning process was like a year ago. We're professionals now. In doing so, she almost dropped the cell phone she was holding. Wait, cell phone?
なんでもないの。ちょっとバカなアヒルにいたずらされただけ。ほんと困るのよね。バカでさ。
She scowls at me and I mouthed, I'm sorry. From behind, a cell phone was hidden in her hair. I couldn't see it. I thought she'd been staring at the stars, basking in a sentimental feeling.
わかった。じゃあ待ってるね。おやすみ。
Kotori spoke in a gentle tone she doesn't even use for us, and then hung up the phone. I'm sorry.
もう急に変な声出しちゃったからお父さんに本気で心配されちゃったじゃない。
You were on the phone with your family?
久しぶりに声聞きたくなって。それでね、お盆の間だけ実家に帰ることにしたの。
Really?
心配かけてばかりだし、今幸せなんだってことちゃんと報告しときたくて。
I see. Was your dad happy?
すごく嬉しそうだった。だけど
But
明日の朝迎えに来るって。
what?
お父さんが車で迎えに来るの。明日の朝に。
Your dad doesn't waste any time at all, does he? Coming the morning after a phone call must really mean he wanted to see Kotori.
だからしばらく会えなくなっちゃう。せっかくお付き合いを始めたのに。
Yeah, that's true. I guess it can't be helped. Kotori seemed really seemed sorry, but it wouldn't be right to stop her from going. Why do you look so uneasy?
だってうちに泊まるの久しぶりだし、それに。
Kotori slowly cast her eyes downward. I heard a little bit from Hibari about why you left your house. It was really painful, wasn't it? Being with your family. Watching her parents, who were engulfed in sadness, thinking that she was the cause of it and blaming herself. It must have been so hard. Kotori nodded silently, perhaps thinking back to that time. But things are different now, right? A moment ago, your voice sounded so gentle.
あの頃はね、お父さんもお母さんもいつも悲しそうにしてた。まるで私の人生がもう終わっちゃったみたいに。ただ足が動かなくなっちゃっただけなのにね。私が事故に遭ったのは自分たちのせいだって思ってて、私に向かって言うのよ。ごめんね、ごめんねって。私は心の中でいつも自分を責めてた。そんなのがずっと続いて、もう耐えられなくて、それで家を出ようと思ったの。
It must have taken a huge amount of courage for a girl who can't walk to decide to leave her house. That means it was painful enough to make her decide something like that.
家族から逃げたかったんだけど、
Hi, nice
それ
to
だけじゃ
see
な
you.
かったわ。
Don't worry, Gabba, I got you. My luck for today is absolutely abysmal. Why do you say that?
私はまだ生きてるし、人生が台無しになったわけじゃない。それを確かめたくて。
That's why you came to Keifu Academy. Kotori nods.
慶風学園なら完全バリアフリーだし、学生寮もある。東京の実家から車で3時間ほどで来られるでしょ。お父さんも何かあったらすぐ駆けつけられるってそう思ったみたい。説得するにはここがぴったりだったの。
I did not hit her. It's not true. It's bullshit. I did not hit her. I did not. Oh, hi, Mark.
I didn't get anything into the new banner. Oh shit. Don't worry. Where you miss in one, surely you hit in another. Don't worry about it.
工学系に興味があるって嘘をついたんだけど、実際はさっぱり興味なかったから、入学してからえらく苦労したわ。
And that's why when I transferred to the school, Kotori was at the top of her class for general studies, but for specialized studies, she was near the bottom. After she entered the soaring club, that changed, but it's amazing you could convince your parents like that.
私でも手に職をつけられるかもって思ったみたい。どのみちバリアフリーの学校を選ばなきゃいけないから、他に選択肢も少なかったし。それにひばり姉も援護してくれたの。
I could do a 10 multi-summon and didn't get anything good. That's why I say Gabbai. You might have missed your shot in whatever game that was, but there's always another game. I see.
そんな理由で選んだ慶風学園だったけど、今はすごく楽しいし、友達がいてやりたいこともあって、彼氏もうできたから。
Kotori said this part nervously and grabbed my shirt collar.
ここに来てよかった。
Thank you for coming here. I said this, then rubbed Kotori's head softly. Her hair was glossy and felt so good to the touch. Kotori narrowed her eyes as though it tickled, and then she blushed. I was playing blue. You'd be right. There's always like I said, there's always another game. You were finally able to ride in the glider too. Kotori suddenly became happy and raised her face. How was your first flight?
最高に気持ちよかった。
Kotori's eyes sparkled as she spoke. It was almost like she was reporting the fun events of her day to a parent.
空を飛ぶのってあんなに気持ちがいいのね。
It feels even more amazing when you fly it yourself.
だと思うわ。
We haven't begun making Kotori's cockpit yet. We had decided to begin after the glider's body was finished. Kotori rubbed her temples as though she were thinking of a plan. What's wrong?
今日は嬉しいことが一度にいっぱいありすぎて、わーってなって、なんかもうわけがわかんない。グライダーに初めて乗って、それだけでも人生の絶頂みたいに幸せだったのに、あんなところで告白なんてするんだもん。
I thought it was the best time to tell you.
きっと最高だった。10年経っても20年経っても思い出すと思う。今日のこと。
Then it was a success. I smiled a bit jokingly, and Kotori made a serious face and looked up at me.
一応確認だけど、葵くん本気なの？
Huh? About what?
Today is a good day.
私のこと
I have a spy. I have intelligence.
You can probably see I'm not having a good day, but maybe today will be better. Like I said, yeah, but you might have missed in Blue Archive, but there's always another game. Where you drop the ball in one, another one surely. Like you? Kotori put her head on her chest, her hand on her chest, as though she'd taken damage. What is it? Do you doubt me?
そうじゃないけど、いまいち自信が持てない。葵くんみたいなかっこいい男の子の恋愛対象に自分がなれるなんておかしいもん。世界七不思議って感じ。
Hey, why don't you try saying that after looking in the mirror? She doesn't realize how cute she is. I mean, weren't you calling yourself a beautiful girl a while ago?
そうだけど、美少女ですけど、でもこんな体だもん。葵くん優しいから、私のことかわいそうだって思ってくれて、それで。
I think you mean follow age. 9 months, eh? Not bad, not bad. How you doing, Nachman? I really like you, Kotori. You're cute, you think of your friends, and somehow I feel calm when I'm with you.
そうかな。
Exam, good, good.
よ
Suffer,
く性
Nachman,
格悪いって言
good.
われるよ。
Hi, nice to see you.
Tomorrow here will be my birthday. I'm hyped. That's good to hear, Proud Gamer. Any plans? Anybody got any plans for you? Yeah, I think that's cute too.
What does it
嬉
taste
し
like?
い。ない。
Cake, eh?
Feet.
Oh wow,
Because every time
that's
I
pretty
look at
kind
it,
Oh, Lord.
I just imagine that it tastes like feet. I'm
You know what
sorry.
feet taste like?
Anyway, let's maybe forget that I asked that question.
Now, Fate Go will kick your ass too. But what about you? Do you really like me? I figured it was a good time to ask.
好きに決まってるでしょ。バカじゃない。
She answers as though my asking were totally strange.
だって葵くんかっこいいし優しいし料理も上手でちょっと意地悪でそれで
She lists off my good qualities one after another. There were a few things that didn't sound so nice, but anyway. Alright, I understand. Quit saying such embarrassing things.
わかったでしょ。葵くんがどんなに素敵な男の子か。
It seemed like she wanted to say, I told you so.
そんな素敵な葵くんが私のこと好きだなんてなんか変な気がする。
She spoke with no confidence, hanging her head. She's awfully stubborn, acting like this despite all I've said. So, what will happen from now? Kotori lifted her head and I put my lips on hers. I had taken Kotori by surprise. Her eyes were wide open. What is that sound?
What is this place?
The Adam Cat's Garage,
Oh
baby.
god.
It's a haven for cats.
That's not a bad
Anywhere
clip.
else in the Commonwealth. We got a thing for custom power armor jobs. Because what's cooler than power armor? Nothing, that's what.
This one's like a minute.
Let's see what you've got.
I mean, technically the dog is just a walking carpet, so... That's a fucking Shit. I didn't think before I said.
Watch it!
Yeah, brother.
I didn't think before I said. Shit. Crazy to think that was like a month ago. I put my hand on the armrest of Kotori's wheelchair, leaned forward, and kissed her harder. I'm not making sounds. With a start, Kotori rested her hand on mine, which was still on her armrest. And then, she squeezed it hard. Her hand was shaking slightly. Kotori, I love you. I whispered this while our lips were still touching. Then I pressed my lips onto hers again while stroking her hair. You made that joke yesterday, you motherfucker. Kotori closed her eyes. Crazy, the Fallout arc just ends. What do you mean? We had like... I don't know the number, but we had at least 15 streams of Fallout 4. She relaxed her body and enjoyed the moment. Kotori's lips are so soft. I felt pulled towards her lips, and even as I kissed her and she kissed back, they were so soft. Now's the time to push her, but she's on level ground. They were so lustrous and tasted sweet. Our lips separated and she called my name. Through her slightly opened eyelids, her teary eyes, slightly twinkling in the moonlight, met mine. I was there for half of them? Yeah, you were. I asked again while stroking her hair. Now you understand how I feel, right? This dance is the new self. New self. Not safe for... Not safe for work, Hilsey. Fucking out of here. Look in the memes. I bet it's a trash meme. It's fucking trash. Put that shit in the bin. After the kiss, the Katawa and Katawa Shoujoing, she gets to shut the fuck up, kid. I guess there's no choice then. I spoke softly, taking my hand off of Kotori's hair and pulling her in for another kiss. Yeah, but thank you for the salute, let's go. Kotori looked up, shut her eyes and abandoned herself to another kiss. I wonder how long that went on for. The wind blew, brushing Kotori's hair against my cheeks with a tickling feeling. I put my hands on Kotori's shoulders and slowly took my lips from hers. Our kiss ended and Kotori looked at me blankly. It was like her soul had left her body, and she was sitting limp on the wheelchair. Does that tell you my feelings? What a bitch.
It is legal to pop that bubble, but it's
Gabite 129 says it's illegal to what?
It sure is. Actually, you know what? I found out there's a fan disc that contains the epilogue of this story and some side routes that I am interested in playing. It sure is. Kotori, still with a blank expression, nodded her head. You're so spoiled, Kotori. I spoke in an it can't be helped kind of way, then lightly kissed Kotori's forehead. Okay, that's it for today. Alright, here's a bonus. I kneeled down and hugged Kotori. As Kotori is sitting in a wheelchair, hugging her is a difficult undertaking. Kotori sighed into my ear contentedly. Alright, how's that service? Kotori nodded and then looked away shyly. Is this porn? Alright, let's go back. You haven't taken your bath yet, right? Kotori suddenly went red and became flustered. No, not like that. I wasn't saying we should take a bath together.
そっか。そうだよね。いくらなんでもね。
That's right. It was a joke. Whatever the case, it's still too soon for us to.
This is hell.
This is Wattpad animated. Kotori was being so meek and cute. I pushed her wheelchair and returned to the dorms. I'm going to get my ass kicked by a ruler class servant, but I'll be here to watch. Godspeed and good luck, Gavite. The next morning, shaking his bottom, Pat waddled into the cafeteria. Behind him,
おはよ
oh no. Kotori followed behind, blinking her eyes sleepily. Good morning. You look sleepy.
う。緊張してよく眠れなかったよ。
The duck have seen you smash with Clotori, eh? Clotori, eh?
Oh. Oh, of course.
Are you still stuck in Camelot? Well, I don't know if stuck's the right word, but I am still there, yes. It's strange to feel nervous to meet your own parents. But when I followed my dad and lived away from my mom for a while, I was a bit nervous to meet her again. Of course she didn't sleep well. Fuck off, Kurt. Well, my mom didn't care about the inner workings of her son's hearts, but... Anyways. What do you want for breakfast? I'll make it now.
パン焼くからいい。
Okay. I'll brew some coffee for you. I'll make it strong.
ミルクとお砂糖たっぷりでね。
Kotori prepared Hat's breakfast while talking. Even while she isn't his owner, she always takes care of him. Hat is more attached to Kotori than anyone else, too. Alright, here's your coffee.
大丈夫かな。
Kotori muttered as she accepted the coffee. You still worried about something? In a couple of days, a new event will appear.
うちのお
On the
父さ
global
ん、
side? Or the
私の
NA
こ
side?
と
Or the
溺
JP
愛してる
side?
から。
I'm pretty sure the JP side's got a new Gura event. But I know nothing about the NA side. NA? Ooh. That's not a problem, is it?
帰省するのはいいけれど、ちゃんと返してくれるか心配だわ。
She slept her coffee while talking. Oh, I'm sure he won't. You think he might? I remember her sister and think about it again.
お姉ちゃんと違って、ちゃんと会うの何年ぶりかだし。
I'm starting to worry. Is it really okay to let her go?
一応、いざとなったら、ひばり姉が私を誘拐してでも連れ戻してくれるって言
But
って
you
くれ
play
てるんだけ
JP?
ど。
Oh, fuck no. I only know through the grapevine. I really wondered about that. Well, anyway, just relax there for a while.
うん。
Kotori ate her morning toast with a mixed expression of worry and happiness. I prepared breakfast for myself and the other people who are still in the dorms. Ooh. It's a simple breakfast, but anyway. Kotori was watching me from across the counter while I did so.
しちゃダメだからね。浮気。
What's with suddenly saying that?
だって葵くん、女の子にやたら優しいから、心配だわ。ハット、ハット。葵くんが浮気しないか、見張っておいて。もししたら、本気でつっついていいから。わあわあ。
She doesn't trust me. I told you I won't cheat. I have such a cute girlfriend after all. While saying this, I stood behind Kotori and put my hands on her shoulders. You're the only one I like. From behind her, I turned her head and kissed her on the cheek. She blushes and fidgets. Huh? However, she quickly scowls at me.
葵くんって私のこと侮っているわよね。
Huh? Not taking you seriously?
そうやってシューしたりアイスクリーム食べさせとけば機嫌が良くなるって、そういうちょろい女だって思ってるんでしょう。
I don't think that. Well, I do tend to think it's a good idea to buy a girl ice cream if she's in a bad mood, but...
これも恋しているがゆえなのかしら。
Kotori says this and combs her hair upwards. With a yearning look on her face, she says,
分かっていても騙されてあげたくなっちゃうのよね。
Is that so? Well then, I'll deceive her. Kotori stretches her neck out like a meerkat and looks around the area. Then, after verifying that no one is nearing the cafeteria, she thrusts her lips out. I almost spent my SQ again. Should have done it. This could have been the one. Somehow, she seems to be insisting that I kiss her. Alright, princess. I went in and stood in front of Kotori, then kissed her upturned lips. Just for an instant. They tasted like fresh coffee, with lots of sugar and milk. I'm saving for old man who likes swords. But don't you want those precious 2-star CRs? CEs? I forgot the fucking... Yes? Do it, Gabbo. Kotori smiled happily, then finished off her toast with jam. Do it!
おはようございます。
I heard Hibari's voice and pushed Kotori's wheelchair over to the entrance to meet her.
お姉ちゃん、それから
A middle-aged man was standing behind Hibari. He was dressed in a grey suit and had a gentlemanly air about him.
お父さん。
小鳥。
Upon seeing Kotori, her father looked like he was going to cry. But he's a gentleman wearing a suit. His expression only showed emotion for an instant, and then he changed to a classy smile.
元気だったかい？
見ての通りよ。
Then her father looked at me.
こちらの方が
飛び魚の漁をしている水瀬さんよ。
It's nice to meet you. My name is Minase.
はじめまして。小鳥の父の羽羽隆夫です。ずいぶんお若いようですが。
Yes, I'm still a student. My mother manages this property and I'm just working part-time.
でもすごく立派な漁母さんよ。ねえ、ひばりね。ええ、お料理も上手だし、しっかりしていて、とても信頼できる方だわ。
Aww.
ほう。
As both of his daughters had said such things, Kotori's father looked at me approvingly. While I held my head high, I felt a bit nervous. I felt a bit insecure. While everyone said how responsible I was, when seen by an adult, I must have just looked like a child.
いつも娘がお世話になっています。
After saying this, he extended his hand for me to shake it.
これからもどうぞ娘のことをよろしくお願いします。
Thank you as well. After the greetings ended, the remaining dorm students and Ageha came to see Kotori off.
こちらが寮生の皆さんですか。
そう、みんな私の友達よ。かなに朝と夜。どうも、しぐれかなこです。はじめまして、風と朝です。妹の夜です。
After being greeted, Kotori's father bowed his head politely. Even when speaking with kids the same age as his daughter, he never forgets to express his gratitude.
それからこの子がアゲハよ。
ああ、電話で話していた小鳥の大親友だという。
Kotori's father, appearing moved, extended his hand for Ageha to shake it.
どうも、姫木アゲハです。
娘からお話は伺っています。
一体どんな話してるんだろう。
Kotori's father looked at everyone who had lined up and relaxed his expression, looking relieved. He must have been concerned about how his handicapped daughter was getting along in the dorms. To tell the truth, we had gotten Ageha to come in the morning on purpose. Kotori had wanted to introduce her best friend to her father so that he'd feel relieved. It seems that her experiment was a success. Next, a duck came waddling in, shaking his bottom.
おいで、ハット。紹介するわ。
わわ。
Hat flapped his wings and rested on Kotori's knee.
この子がハットよ。この中で一番古い私の友達。
ああ、この子が。かわいいアヒルじゃないか。
朝、夜、少しの間、ハットのことよろしくね。
任せてください。よろしくね、ハットちゃん。わわ。かわいい。
それじゃあ、そろそろ行きましょうか。
そうだな。あまり長居してお邪魔になってもいけない。
Hibari pushes Kotori's wheelchair.
それじゃあね、みんな、葵くん。
いってらっしゃい、小鳥。
Please, have a relaxing time at home. Kotori got into her father's car and went home. We met at the dock, as usual, after Kotori left. We have to resolve the problems that were found yesterday and, to be safe, check each part to ensure there was no damage. Ageha is in charge of maintenance. Ageha went with me to the runway, got guidance on the spot directly from the people who had qualifications, and helped with maintenance.
機体の表面に目立った傷はありませんでした。部品も問題なしね。さすが天音先輩の設計だわ。
Depending on the design, sometimes too much weight can be placed on a certain area. Parts can bend, or damage can occur. Yoru is staring intently at the assembled airframe. What's wrong, Yoru?
昨日のテストフライトを見てて思ったの。綺麗な機体だなって。デザインって不思議よね。機能性を追求していった先に最も美しいものがあるんだから。
I don't know what the fuck to do in FGO. I've just been staring at the menu. Oh, good. Now do that for another 3 hours. I guess that's how it works. This glider is a massive functional beauty. There's meaning to every curve. There isn't even a portion of it that was designed a certain way because it looks nice. Speaking of which, bicycles are like that too. Bicycles, which are built purely for speed, are extremely attractive in appearance.
けどこのグライダー不思議な形してますよね。翼が前に出てるのなんて初めて見ました。
Asa pointed to the wing and said this. The wings of the revised model jut forward a bit from where they are attached to the body.
普通飛行機の翼って後ろにこうなってませんか？
Asa acted like her hands were wings, spread them out behind her and demonstrated.
いわゆる交代翼のことね。交代翼？主翼の取り付け位置から斜め後ろに向かって広がってる翼のことよ。 あれは超音速飛行をするためのデザインなの。だからジェット機なんかは交代翼が普通よね。
Whether they're passenger planes or fighter planes, the majority of airplanes that we normally see on TV are jets.
ほう。
I think they mean aircraft. Small propeller planes don't have wings that point diagonally forward, diagonally and backwards. They spread out to the sides, right? Our old model wings were that way too.
どうして形が違うんですか？
交代翼は揚力が低下するのよ。ジェットエンジンがついていればそれでも問題なく飛べるんだろうけど、グライダーだとね。
That's why it's normal for the wings to stretch out to the sides, but this glider's wings are pointed forward. Wings like this are called sweep forward wings.
前進翼。
If you divide the wing shape further, there are still a few more types, and there are some that are unclassifiable. They're designed to go along with the objective of each plane.
じゃあこのグライダーの翼がその前進翼なのも目的があるんですね。
Yes, that's right.
目的っていうか、この場合はメリットっていう方が正しいかな。
Ageha began her explanation.
一番大きな理由は重心と揚力の中心になる部分の問題ね。このグライダーは複座式だから主翼の取り付け位置が限られているわ。
In the instance of this airframe, the wings are attached to the sides of the body, but the cockpit is also inside the body. In the case of two-seaters, the space made up of the cockpit doubles. For that reason, the point of attachment for the wings becomes limited. Further, since the cockpit and the number of passengers doubles, the center of gravity shifts forward by a large amount. That's where the sweep forward wings come in.
これ見て、朝ちゃん。
Ageha draws a diagram of the old wings as seen from above, and puts a pointer in the center. It is just about the center of the base for the wings.
この点は主翼が発生させる揚力の中心部。ここを見えない糸で吊るされて飛んでるようなイメージね。
It's not really such a simple matter, but as Ageha was trying to explain in an easy to understand way, she was simplifying quite a bit.
もし頭が重くて重心が前に傾いてたらどうなると思う？
機種が下がってしまいますね。
じゃあこれならどうかな。
This time she drew a diagram of the revised model sweep forward wings, drawing a line along the center of the wings and creating a triangle shape. In the center of that, she drew another point. That point was further forward than in the previous example. That means the center of lifting power has shifted forward.
これならバランスが取れて頭が下がらないかも。
つまり前進翼は胴体の後ろ寄りに取り付けながらも揚力の発生部を前方に持ってくることができるわけ。
It's also necessary to consider instances where there is one passenger. These wings reduce the shift of the center of gravity as much as possible and have a role in maintaining balance. This means that the wings are optimized for gliders with multiple passengers.
まあ本当はもっと複雑なんだけど、簡単に説明するとこんな感じかな。
なるほど。それでわざわざ翼を作り直したんですね。
It looks like a strange shape, but there is meaning behind everything.
へえ、すごいな。ちゃんと意味があったんだ。
With an admiring expression, Asa gazed upon the wings that she had a role in building.
そんなこと全然知らずに作ってたよ。でもメリットばかりじゃないはずよ。
Yoru suddenly cut in. What do you mean?
例えば、前進翼はロール安定性を低下させるわ。テストの時、感覚がピーキーになってるって言ってたけど、そこにも原因があるんじゃないの？
When gliders are flying, they are always subject to the unstable atmosphere. Wind blows from lots of different directions and sometimes strong crosswinds blow in too. But gliders have a quality where even if they are rocked to the sides, they immediately try to make the wings level again. That is called roll stability. Actually, sweep forward wings have the property of reducing roll stability. However,
もちろんそれも織り込み済み。主翼の上半角を少し多めにつけて対応してあるわ。
上半角？
looking at the wings from the front, they curved slightly upwards, right? That is called a dihedral angle. Adding a dihedral angle acts to preserve the roll stability to some extent.
あとはパイロットの腕次第ね。
For airframes that lack roll stability, the reaction to ailerons, movable flaps on the wings, is fast and is quite apparent.
そうね。
Yoda nodded as though she was convinced. Actually, it was though as she had been convinced the whole time. She probably understood it and just wanted to say something. Perhaps she just wanted to test us. But you're amazing, Yoru.
何がですか？
Even though you're not an official member, you're really well versed in this stuff. Ageha and I looked at the blueprint for the revised model and studied, but this couldn't have been the case with Yoru.
別に姉さんが乗るかもしれないものだからちょっと調べてみただけです。ヨルちゃんすごいね。後で私にも教えてね。
機能を知っておくってのは大事なことよ。飛ぶにしても整備するにしてもね。
If one understands the principles of flight and the function of each part, it's possible to handle the situation when something arises. For example, even if one wing fractures in the middle, it is possible to perform feats such as flying while maintaining balance with the ailerons.
さて、勉強会はこのくらいにして、例の作業に取り掛かりましょう。
小鳥先輩をびっくりさせなくちゃですね。
We plan to finish work on Kotori's cockpit before she returned from her home.
葵も手伝ってね。きっと最高のプレゼントになるわよ。
Alright. I was looking forward to seeing Kotori's overjoyed face. The production of Kotori's cockpit was proceeding nicely. It was not all that complicated. Putting it simply, we're just making it so that the rudder pedal could be operated by hand. If there was going to be a problem, it would probably be the layout inside the cockpit or the operability. But we have Amane's blueprint, so everything has been resolved. Thinking about making the wings of the glider, this was simple work. It was my first time to fly alone, but the sensation of controlling the glider was different.
重量もだけど、重心が変化するもんね。
During the day today, I did a test flight. I just returned from the runway.
一休みして、あっちの作業しましょうか。
We can only do tests while it's light outside. We fly during the day, and then from the evening, we return to the dock and do production work on the Kotori's cockpit. It was a rather difficult schedule. Shall we eat here again today? We had a portable gas stove in the office since we also had electricity. It was also possible to do simple cooking.
まるで合宿してるみたいですよね。
Asa was strangely excited. What shall we do for a side dish? Does anyone have a request?
私は何でもいいよ。
魚料理が食べたいわ。私は中華がいいです。私はハンバーグがいい。
Dish for Yoru, Chinese food for Asa, Hamburg steak for Amane. Amane? Amane was at the office desk and was working away at the computer.
やあみんな、おかえり。
Don't enter our conversation so naturally. I was surprised to suddenly hear from her.
どうしたんですか、こんな時間に。
学校に用事があったついでに覗きに来たら誰もいなくて、ここで仕事しながら待ってたんだ。
Amane sometimes comes here to do work. She says it's because she can focus on her work as there are no loud people around, and she doesn't get phone calls or emails when she's here. Airhead all the way. Why didn't she call us?
ラボに置いてきた。だってあれうるさいんだ。
What to do with this person? She was saying she had something to do at school, but surely the lab was annoying. So she left and came here.
あれ、小鳥はいないのか？
Oh, Kotori's at home right now.
そうなのか。なんだ、せっかく会えると思ったのに。
Well, I'm going to go buy the ingredients.
私も行きます。じゃあ私も。
Anyway, we were going to buy stuff for dinner.
というわけです。
ほぼ設計の通りに言ったか。みんなの加工技術がしっかりしてるおかげだな。
そんなことないですよ。先輩のおかげです。
While eating dinner, Ageha announced the results of the test flight of the revised glider to Amane. While eating a Chinese-style Hamburg steak with fish. From flying it, I can tell that the functionality has improved. The stability while it's flying is totally different.
葵くんが上手になったからじゃないのか？
That might be part of it, but it's not everything.
で、いくつか調整をしたんですけど。
When Ageha and Amane begin to talk, usually no one else can follow. That's why I finished the crucial announcements and returned to my meal.
空の上でそんなことが。
そうなんですよ。もう私もびっくりで。
それでどうなったんだ？
もちろんうまくいきましたよ。思った通り相性はバッチリみたいです。
なるほど。ということは葵くんと小鳥は今熱々だと。
Hold up, what are you talking about over there?
テストフライトの話だが。
そうよ。テストフライトの話よ。
I don't think so. What you said just now was totally different.
葵くんがテストフライトの最中に小鳥に告白したんだろ？なかなかロマンチックじゃないか。空の上の告白なんて。
Oh, that was...
あれはよかったよね、朝ちゃん。
問答無用で素敵でした。まるでドラマのワンシーンみたいで。改めて思い返すと少々わざとらしくもあるけど悪くはなかったわね。
私ら地上でハラハラしながら聞いてたんだよ。
Don't listen in on that. I wish they told me that the radio was still on. But at the same time, it wouldn't have been great to be told that while I was in the middle of confessing my love.
うまくいってよかったな、葵くん。でもちょっと意外だぞ。
What's so surprising?
いや、てっきりもうずっと昔から二人はそういう関係なのだと思っていた。
私も隠してるだけで実はこっそり付き合ってんじゃないかって時々疑ってたわ。
Bro, there's this bug that keeps jumping on the screen.
すっごく仲良しでしたもんね。葵先輩が小鳥先輩の髪を解いてあげたりして見ていてドキドキしました。
Alright already, I got it. So just let it be. I'm so embarrassed I could die. Turned away from everyone and ate my dinner.
よかったな。
Amane looked a little bit happy while she ate her Hamburg steak. After all that, our meal ended and we were going to get back to work. But before that,
それじゃあ私はそろそろ帰るよ。
Amane, who had finished her dinner, picked up her helmet and key, which had been lying on the desk. Amane, what is that?
これか？原付の免許を取ったんだ。ここに来るのにあると便利だからな。
Whoa, you drive a scooter, Amane?
うん、そうだぞ。高くなければ平気だぞ。
注意1秒怪我一生。 くれぐれも事故には注意してくださいね。
どうしてみんな同じことを言うかな。
Amane mutters this while preparing to go home.
ああ、そうだ。
Amane remembered something and went back to the office computer. Everyone is curious and gathers in front of the monitor.
シミュレーターをバージョンアップしておいたから適当に使ってくれ。
Oh shit. Whoa.
何か変わったんですか？
データを改良機のものに直しておいた。
Amane says this while making a face that says, shouldn't that be obvious?
さっき暇だったからやっておいた。前からやろうと思ってたんだ。
待ってる間にやっちゃったんですか？
Amane nods in puzzlement. She's a rather eccentric person.
ついでに敵グライダーとドッグファイトを展開するシューティングモードもつけてみた。
So who's in this enemy glider? A dogfight in a glider doesn't seem so cool.
それじゃあ帰るぞ。葵くん、ご飯ごちそうさま。
Hey, we got him. We got him, boys.
One of these days, Niffy, one of these days. Today's not that day. Amane, please be careful when you go home.
君こそ小鳥と仲良くするんだぞ。
Amane, who had appeared suddenly, made a cheerful face and then left.
これで飛べない日もシミュレータで訓練できるね。
Yeah, Kotori can too. With a thud, I plunk down on my bed. I've returned from the secret base and have taken my bath. It's almost midnight. Today had been a hard day, with the test flight starting from the morning. I'm so tired. While lying on my bed, I reached my hand out to the picture frame that was standing on my desk. Kotori, wonder what you're doing. In the picture, Kotori has a triumphant look on her face. She's so cute. Kotori's face in that picture is so cute that my chest begins to hurt. This is my first time to be away from her for so long. She was always near me from the day I met her. Even on days where we fought and weren't talking, we were under the same roof and were able to see each other's faces in one way or another. Even if I wasn't able to see her directly, I could still sense her presence. Even more than being a friend or lover, she was like family to me. I want her to come back soon. Rather, I wonder if she'll come back. As Kotori had said, her father was doting, and he may not let her return. That couldn't possibly. I mean, she said that Hibari would take her back, even if she had to abduct her. I returned the picture frame to the desk and took my cell phone into my hand. There were no calls from her in my history. I hadn't got any email from her either. I want to at least hear her voice, but I haven't really spoken to Kotori on the phone before. Reason is that we are in the same class, the same club, and live in the same dorm, so it's rarely necessary. I've never called her, just to talk with her. I want to hear her voice. Wait a second. This is the first time to be alone with her family in some time. I can't intrude on that. She'll come back the day after tomorrow in any case. Then we'll be able to talk as much as we want. So I have to resist. Resist. My phone rang. Kotori Habane. That is written on the display. Hey, hello?
もしもし
Kotori? What's wrong?
葵くんこそどうしたの？なんかすごい勢いだったけど。
No, that's nothing. Don't worry about it. The phone had rung as though the call had been arranged beforehand, so I answered in kind of a strange way. I took a deep breath and calmed my heart. What's wrong?
あのね、寝る前にちょっと声が聞きたくて。
Kotori spoke like she was embarrassed. Even though I'm just hearing her through the phone, I can just imagine her cheeks brightening like a just ripening apple, and her gaze shifting out of embarrassment as she talks.
今忙しい？
Not at all. I wanted to hear your voice too.
そうなんだ。よかった。
How are things with you? You hadn't been home for a while, right?
楽しんでるよ。お父さんもお母さんも優しいよ。かえって居心地が悪いくらい。
They hadn't seen their daughter in a while, so they're happy, but maybe a bit flustered. And also, Kotori had first said she wouldn't go home, but then she suddenly said she would. Her parents probably had no idea what had happened.
今日の夕飯ね、私が作ってあげたんだ。ほら、前にアゲハと葵くんと3人で作った料理覚えてる？チキンをトマトと一緒に煮て。
Oh, Basque style chicken stew.
そう、それ。そしたらお父さんもお母さんも驚いてた。私、実家にいた頃は料理なんてからきしだったもの。すごいねって褒めてくれたよ。
Oh, I'm glad to hear that. That was when Kotori and I weren't calling each other by our first names yet. Only Kotori didn't have a dorm duty, so I wanted to give her a role. I made her come and we made everyone's dinner. As everyone liked it, Kotori slowly began to open up to the other dorm students, and everyone recognized me as a dorm mother.
私ね、トビウオ荘に下宿してちゃんと頑張ってるってお父さんとお母さんに見せたかったの。家を出たのが無駄じゃなかったって思ってほしくて。
Sounds like you succeeded. I mean, they complimented you, right?
美味しいって言ってた。お母さんにレシピ教えてあげたわ。
I imagined mother and daughter standing in the kitchen and cooking together, and a pleasant mood came over me.
明日は私がお母さんから料理を習うから、帰ったら葵くんに食べさせてあげるわね。
The taste of food from the Habane household. I'm looking forward to it. I'm sure it'll be things that Kotori likes to eat. I am really looking forward to it.
葵くんは何してた？
The same stuff as always. Today we did tests from the morning, and after that, well, lots of things. Speaking of which, Amane came. She said she got a license to drive a scooter.
ママネちゃんがバイクに乗るの？大丈夫なのかしら？
Kotori had the same reaction too. After that, I told Kotori about the silly things that had happened while she'd been gone. Kotori also told me about the silly things that had happened at her house. I'm sure if other people heard, they wouldn't care about the content. But we talked enthusiastically, and before we knew it, it was considerably past midnight.
そろそろ寝ないと。明日朝早いの。
Do you have something to do?
お父さんがね、上野の動物園に連れて行ってくれるの。パンダがいるのよ。
Oh, that sounds nice. Take some pictures, okay?
トラもライオンも、それからワニも撮ってくるね。
Why is she focusing on carnivores? Alright, good night. We couldn't say those words. I miss you. My real feelings suddenly leaked out.
私も葵くんに早く会いたい。
I have to be patient for 2 more days. That's why I was thinking I shouldn't intrude on Kotori while she's alone with her family.
こんなに離れて過ごすの初めてだよね。
Huh? Yeah.
葵くんがいないとこんなに寂しいなんて知らなかった。いつも寝るとき思ってるよ、葵くんのこと。
Me too. I always sleep after looking at the pictures we all took together. I could sense Kotori's embarrassed laughter on the other end.
離れて過ごして実感しまくり。はあ、私は葵くんのことが 大大大好きなんだって。そう思うと実家に帰るのも悪くなかったかな。自分の気持ちを確かめられたから。
Kotori, I like you too. I love you. On the other end, Kotori laughed timidly.
それじゃあもう寝るね。
Okay, I'll sleep too. Enjoy the pandas, okay? Good night, Kotori.
おやすみなさい、葵くん。
Aww. She chewed me. My face feels hot. Gosh darn it, why did she kiss me? Now I can't sleep. I squirmed around on my bed.
Quack. Quack, quack. どうしたの、ハットちゃん。もうお腹いっぱい？
Hat, who had been eating his food, suddenly started making a commotion. He ignored his food and started flapping around the cafeteria.
ハットちゃん。
What's with him? It wasn't like that glutton just to leave his food. It couldn't be. I ran for the entrance, trailing a bit behind Hat. Standing there was...
あんた、いい子にしてた？かが。
Kotori gathered Hat onto her lap and stroked his back. Kotori!
葵くん。
Kotori looked at me and timidly averted her gaze. I couldn't take my eyes off Kotori. Even though we'd just been apart for a few days, it felt like much longer. Welcome back, Kotori.
ただいま。
Her bashful smile was overwhelmingly cute.
これがアゲハので、こっちがアマネちゃん。で、あったあった。これが朝と夜の分。
Kotori distributes the souvenirs she brought back.
パンダクッキーだ。かわいい。で、これがカナの。おお、ワニのスリッパだ。かっこいい。ありがとう。写真もたくさん撮ってきたのよ。
Kotori spreads the pictures she took out on the table.
トラでしょ、ワニでしょ。それから見て見て、ハットの仲間たち。
Asa and the others look at the pictures excitedly. Here you are, Hibari. He gave some cold barley tea to Hibari, who was sitting a distance away.
いただきます。今日も暑いからたくさん汗かいちゃって。
Kotori's father had work again starting today. It seemed that he tearfully gave up the role of taking his daughter back and left it to Hibari. How was your home?
父も母もすごく喜んでいました。小鳥ちゃんが帰ってきてくれて。
Kotori, who was excitedly talking about the zoo picture she laid out, narrows her eyes and stares at Hibari.
まるで昔に戻ったみたいで。
Then she was overcome with emotion and began to cry. Are you okay, Hibari?
ごめんなさい。つい嬉しくて。
I quietly handed her a tissue.
これもトビウオソウの皆さんのおかげだと両親も感謝していました。小鳥ちゃんが帰るって言ってくれたのは水瀬さんのおかげなんですよね。
Me? No, I didn't really.
小鳥ちゃんがそう言ってましたよ。
I see. I want you to say more things like that. It's not weird for you to say things like that. I probably just guided her a little bit. It seemed like she had wanted to go home for a while. It's just that she didn't have an impetus. While I'm saying that, Hibari looks at me with kindness in her eyes. Hibari?
帰りの車の中で小鳥ちゃんから聞きました。今お付き合いなさってるんですよね。
Yes, I have the honor of dating Kotori.
そう。小鳥ちゃんに彼氏が。
She's moved to tears again. However, her tears don't seem to be only those of happiness. Here you go.
ありがとう。
Hibari takes the tissue I hand her, blows her nose, and wipes her tears away.
小鳥ちゃんのことよろしくお願いしますね。ひばりね、仕事行かなくていいの？
Kotori looked at the clock and called over to Hibari.
いいの、もう十分遅刻だから。よくないでしょ、早く行きなよ。でももうちょっと小鳥ちゃんと一緒にいたいし。ダメ、早く行くの。ほら、ハットに襲わせるわよ。それだけは許して。
Hibari stood up in a hurry.
じゃあお姉ちゃんもう行くわね。小鳥ちゃん、ちゃんといい子にしてるのよ。はいはい。それから
Chira. Hibari looked at me.
お付き合いは清く正しく美しくよ。
Kotori's face went red.
ハット、
グワグワ。
Hibari left as though she were being chased out. Kotori?
いいのいいの。このくらいしないとお昼ご飯食べるまでここに居座っちゃうんだから。
Welcome back, Gabite. How's Arknights going for you?
それよりお腹空いた。何かない？
Wait a second, I'll make something. I opened the fridge and surveyed the leftovers. Just
Oh
fine.
wow, that's
Not good.
unexpected.
Just fine.
元気だった？
Oh, good. Suffer. As soon as they met at the secret base, they took on beaming expressions. If Kotori hadn't been in a wheelchair, perhaps they would have hugged.
おお、小鳥だ。
Mane, who had been facing the computer and typing away, lifted her head after a delay.
あまねちゃんもいる。事故に遭ってないでしょうね。
そんなのあったりしないぞ。私はちゃんと免許も持ってるんだからな。
ダメよ、そういう慢心が事故の元なんだから。あまねちゃんはビクビクしてるくらいがちょうどいいの。
わかった。
Hi, nice to see you.
I was about to ask why Kotori is so short, but then it said she was in a wheelchair. Hello, dear. How you doing? After meeting Amane after a while, Kotori suddenly began to lecture her. I'm good. That's awesome to hear. That impudent side of hers is cute too.
実家どうだった？
I'm glad your question got answered before you could ask it. Nice to hear that. Hey Kotori, it's nice to hear that you're in a wheelchair.
楽しかったよ。でも退屈だったかな。何にもすることないんですもの。そうそう、お土産買ってきたの。
Kotori lined up panda cookies and panda jam buns.
かわいい。食べるのもったいなくなっちゃうね。あまねちゃん、はいこれ。
なんだこれは。
交通安全のお守り。バイクの免許を取ったって聞いて、慌てて近所の神社にお祈りに行ったのよ。
Traffic safety.
たっぷりと情念を込めておいたから、肌身離さず持ち歩くこといいわね。
うん、わかった。
No one cut in and asked why emotion would enhance the charm.
でね、いっぱい写真撮ったの。
Kotori spreads out the pictures again.
動物園行ったんだ。いいなあ。パンダだ。
Gabite, you fool.
There was no one in the music room.
Oh no,
Play it again.
it's a
I'm gonna
laptop
piss someone
stream.
off by playing.
Oh
Where did you
no.
hit 575? Good question, Saber. I don't know. Oh. I'm dead.
Damn, Kotori just basically called the other
Yo,
guy a shit driver. Well,
Okay.
to sum up Amane, Dio, she's an airhead, as Shin eloquently put it. So I hope this tells you why everyone is so worried about her. The fact that she has a license is in itself a massive surprise.
とっても可愛かったわ。パンダって本当に白黒なのよ。
Kotori speaks passionately while also showing pictures of tigers, lions, and crocodiles. It seems that the zoo was extremely fun. After listening to Kotori talk about her trip for a while,
私らもあんたに見せたいものがあるんだ。
It's perfect.
that was perfect
It's
timing.
perfecto.
But I don't know. Luckily, I never have to touch that game again. We got the best ending in that. Looking at the thing Ageha wanted to show her, Kotori bent her head to the side.
まあまだ未完成だからね。この辺りにシートが来るわけ。でこれが
もしかして私用のコックピット。
ご明察。
Since there is no seat, it's hard to see what it is from just a glance.
本当は小鳥先輩が戻ってくる前に仕上げたかったんですけど。
Nice cock.
テストしながらじゃさすがに間に合わなくてね。
でももうすぐ完成ですよ。
Kotori got closer and looked hard at it.
これが操縦桿で、こっちのレバーでラダー操作だ。両方とも手で操作できる。
もう一息で完成するから。そしたら飛べるよ。あんたも。
ありがとう、みんな。
Everyone smiled as if to say, "You're welcome."
さてと、じゃ今日の部活を始めますか。
Everyone was full of energy and set about working. Kotori muttered this, while watching Amane start the engine to her scooter. Amane, please be careful going home.
おう、任せろ。制限速度はちゃんと守るぞ。
Amane got onto her scooter while saying this and added,
じゃあな、おやすみ。
あまねさん、さようなら。
さようなら。
The scooter carrying Amane chugged along slowly, following the speed limit, and drove away.
さて、私らも帰りますか。
A convenience store came into view. This is where Ageha splits off to go home. Ageha came over to where I was.
帰ったらちゃんと小鳥に甘えさせてあげなさいよ。
Huh?
あの子ずっと葵の方を見てそわそわしてたわよ。
Oh.
それじゃまた明日ね。
バイバイ、アゲハ。
おやすみなさい、アゲハ先輩。
また明日。
I'm back!
葵先輩、小鳥先輩、今日もお疲れ様でした。
お疲れ様。
Same to you, Asa. Yoru, I'm sorry to always make you tag along.
別に暇ですから。
Why don't you two take a bath? Kotori too.
わかった。
Twins? That's right, dear. We have twins in the mists. Okay, during that time, I guess I'll do some cleaning.
行きましょう、小鳥先輩。
That bath felt good. It was finally time for my bath after the girls' baths ended. I stayed in the bath until my fingers got wrinkled and washed off the sweat that had accumulated during the day. Inside the dorm, everything has gone quiet. Asa and the others must have already gone to sleep. While walking down the hallway toward my air-conditioned room, from a crack in the door, Kotori was looking at me. It seemed that she had been waiting for me to pass by. Hey, what are you doing? Kotori opened the door, came halfway out into the hallway, and restlessly surveyed the area. Then, after judging that no one was around, she came out and moved towards me. Kotori, who can't hug me from the front, took my hand from the side and squeezed it forcefully.
Hi, nice to see you.
Trust me, by the end of this, your legs won't be working. How you doing, Amy? While saying that, she pulled on my arm. Then, just around the time when summer was about to start, Kotori let out a cute groan and looked around again, and leading me by the hand, moved her wheelchair. Hey, I'm doing great, man. How are you? I'm good, I'm good. Can't complain. I feel like we're in the home stretch to the end of this game, but fuck knows where they're gonna go now. Where are you going? She doesn't answer. I was pulled into Kotori's room just like that. Kotori threw out Hat, who was protesting, and shut the door. She blocked Hat's pet door with a bag so that it couldn't be opened either. Then she took my arm and squeezed it again. It sounds amazing, man. Honestly, don't know where the story has gone. Basically, the club is back. We got the airplane up and running. And Aoi... I forgot her name. Kotori and Kotori are dating. With my other hand, I stroked her hair. The scent of shampoo drifted faintly from her glossy hair. The lights weren't on in the room, and perhaps because of the dimness, the silence was almost palpable. Looks like Kotori wants the sex. Well, that's just lovely. Hell yeah! Yeah? Of course not. Kotori rubbed her cheek against my hand as if out of relief. Somehow, it feels good. What is it? I was rooting for her from the beginning, but you didn't root for Amy. This fucking... Okay, I will. She didn't even have to ask. I continued to stroke her hair.
Think of a big black man chasing you!
Well, at least not racist.
You motherfucker. Wait, here's the real question. Who are you rooting for in Hush Hush? Her glossy hair was still a bit damp from her bath and felt different than usual. I stroked it softly. With a contented look on her face, Kotori trembled slightly. Do you like having your hair stroked? She answers while shivering absorbedly. She's like a cat who had gotten catnip.
Oh, please.
Hi, nice to see you.
No, keep talking.
Hello, Luminako, how you doing? That's because you have a small head, Kotori. Kotori's head is round and nicely shaped. Natural beauties are made of different stuff than the rest of us.
Can it wait? I'm busy dying inside.
Think I'm dying? Why do you say that? Which head? Okay, Dio. Don't make me bring up the racist Dio clip. Bonnabelle? Yeah, that's her name. Yeah, the country lady. Completely absorbed, Kotori squeezed my hand and brought it toward her chest. Aw, Abby. Unfortunately, Cassie won, so... Suck it! The next thing I knew, Kotori was looking up at me with moist eyes. As Kotori's in a wheelchair, she almost always looks up at me. It's not as though she's doing it on purpose, but it's cute to the point of being sneaky.
Meds? No thank you, I have something called alcohol, I'm fine.
I lied, I wanted Cassie to win. No, impossible. General shit feeling, got the same symptoms from when I started my meds. Heart palpitations, nausea, insomnia, etc. Oh, hell no. Hell no. Fuck that. So does that mean they're not working anymore? Then Kotori puckered her lips and pointed them upward. You spoiled girl. I ain't depressed, so I'd say they are. Oh, they are working. So it's just the side effects are starting to kick in again. That's fucked. I gave her a peck on the lips. I guess there's no choice. It's weird. It is weird. We kissed, lightly pressing our lips together. Okay. I forgot to say this back when I started the stream too, but I figured out another game to play. Unfortunately, as much as I want to play Katawa Shoujo, I can't play Katawa Shoujo, but I found a game that was inspired by Katawa Shoujo. So it's close enough. What the fuck was that noise? Don't worry about it. I had to get an ECG the other day. This game. What's an ECG? Oh god, inspired. Yeah. I had that shit bookmarked. Electrocardiogram. Oh yeah? Checks if your heart is firing. Yeah. I'm picking up what it actually stands for. The bedroom scene, good. Wait, the bedroom scene? Wait, what?
That was getting heavy. Sorry to pop in unannounced.
Get out of here. Well, whatever is going on, I hope he gets caught real fast, because fuck that noise.
This is hell.
This is the part I skipped to. Okay, buddy. Mr. I go for Vel. Mr. I give up on Love Esquire on the mobile because for some reason there's currency. Stamina? I don't know what to call it. I might go the way of old Lizzie. Oh no. Oh no. I went to the kitchen and there's donuts. Ah. Energy system? Yeah. I don't know if it's an energy system or if it's just I don't know what it is. I haven't played it. Dying Squirtle. Consume all the donuts. No, Gabite. Resist the urge. Do not eat a single donut. Sorry to have done that to you. Do not eat them. There's no way that happened. I kissed my pillow too. Yeah, really. The actual thing is much better. Kotori was being shy. I kissed her again. Kotori's always cute, but today she looked even cuter than usual. Maybe it's because I hadn't been able to see her for a while. Still holding hands with Kotori, I sat on her bed. That's a lot of nuts. Sorry, friend. I already have one of them in my hands. It's in your hand, but it's not in your mouth. You have the chance. Yeah, you can resist the urge. Then I looked around her room
Oh
vaguely.
my god, did you actually?
I just noticed a huge dog on the bed. Imagine having one of those, bruh. Hug the shit out of that. I'm too hungry for this. Don't do it! Don't do it. This is the third or fourth time I've entered Kotori's room.
It's bigger than that, Chris. It's large. I mean, if you've got a history book at home, take it out, throw it in the bin. It's worthless.
Yeah, my sister has a big rabbit and a big bear as well. I think the bear came from Costco. No, it didn't. No, it didn't. It came from a store called Mini ISO. Some shit. Miniso, whatever. No matter how close we are, I can't very well just enter a girl's room. Aren't you going to turn on the lights?
もう寝ようと思ってたか
I'm
ら。
consuming the
そ
donuts.
したら、葵くんがお風呂から出てくる音が聞こえて。
You have given yourself to the dark side. So that's why she was peering at me through the crack in her door like that.
あんまり見ないで。可愛くないでしょ
Yes.
私の部屋。
That's not true. It's simple.
だって、物が多いと邪魔になるから。
There was basically nothing placed on the floor. Probably because it would get in the way when she moved her wheelchair.
部屋だと本を読むか
Man
勉強
can
する
stop
か
nodding.
ハートと遊ぶくらいしかすることがないし
Sorry to pop in unannounced.
I'm hungry, bro. You're weak is what you are. Kotori doesn't have any typical hobbies, it seems. I heard that she liked to move her body, so before the accident, she probably exercised a lot.
ねえ隣に座りたい
Kotori held out both her hands. Alright. Sounding real Palpatine-esque offer. It's okay, I'll never do it again. I went to lift up Kotori, but then waited for a moment. I'm sorry, Master. I can't believe you didn't stream on Thursday. I understand you were tired, but come on, man. Now I gotta wait next Thursday. That's right, you gotta wait, Amy. That's right. It could have happened, but it didn't. There was no Out of Touch Thursday this Thursday. How do you usually get into your bed? This motherfucker's gonna skip this Thursday, you fucker. I refuse to answer
ここに
this
車椅子を置いて
baseless
車輪
conjecture.
が動かないようにロックして
Don't torture me like this. She demonstrated the actions while she spoke.
でも
Offers just out of
葵くん
touch.
には見せたくない
Why?
なんとなくきっと変だって思うだろうから
Like the semi-usual fuck off cunt. I had seen her get in and out of her wheelchair, and it looked like just doing that was rather difficult. Amy's out of time apparently, and I'm out of my head. What? I told you, Amy, your legs are gonna break at the end of this stream. I literally told you that when you came in. You're done, bro. Your days are numbered. Or day. I'm sure it's a lot of effort to get into the bed. I took Kotori's hand and held her close. I lifted her like that and then sat her down on the bed.
あの
Archie's talking about that song? Yeah, we are. Kotori was at her wit's end. Perhaps she hadn't emotionally prepared for it. The donut has been consumed, you fool. Number of days? School days? Oh yeah. Amy forgot. This got forgot. To be honest, I felt a little awkward too, but Kotori was more bashful than she had to be, so I was fine. I was gonna add this to mine when I stream. No. No way. Holy shit. Then I sat her down on the bed. Or so I thought. Holy shit. Calm down, Luminaco. That is fucking I've never seen that before. Kotori tumbled backwards and fell over. Oh, God. Are you okay? Kotori spoke shyly, facing away from me. Not gonna lie, I'm not onto it tonight. I guess you are out of touch, Amy. Once again, it's time to break your legs.
I am Doc!
Since when was the signifier
Yes,
a
I
wolf?
have. It wasn't just awkwardness, it seems she really was embarrassed. I realized that for Kotori, who doesn't have the use of her lower body, it's easy to fall forward or backward when she doesn't have a seat back and isn't careful. I reached my hand out to help her up, but she refused to take my hand. Maybe she's embarrassed that I saw her like this. You can just stay like that. I lifted Kotori's leg onto the bed, and got onto the bed myself and lay next to her. I'm kind of regretting clicking the link. Ooh, you've already fallen to the dark side.
Absolute fibbery. They're controlling the conversation. Exactly. They're too smart. Too smart. Brain too ass.
This is easier, isn't it?
でも近いよ。
I thought it'd be better to be close.
近い方がいい。けど恥ずかしい。
Kotori says this with her eyes tearing up. I brought my face and lips to hers, then kissed the tip of her nose. Can I hug you?
ちょっとだけなら。
I hugged Kotori gently, enveloping her small body. Wrapped in my arms, Kotori let out a strange sigh. Your hair smells so good, like shampoo. I pressed my nose to her hair and took in the scent.
葵くんはくん汗の匂いがする。
No way, I just took a bath.
でもいい匂いだよ。くんか。癖になりそうな匂い。
Don't talk about people like there's some kind of delicacy. You stinky. Okay, buddy. I unwrapped my arms from her and looked at her from the front.
I love moist towelettes.
Charlie makes me moist.
Glorious! Oh, my sweetheart.
Kotori, I love you. Kotori looked back at me.
このまま眠っちゃえばいい夢見られそう。おやすみなさい。
She closes her eyes. Hey, don't go to sleep.
いいじゃない。葵くんに添い寝してもらいながら寝たいんだもん。
I just got 40% of the cutscenes.
子守歌歌ってよ。
Offer me touching? I just got an achievement. No, I love you back. Kotori, aren't you being a little defenseless? I might play tricks on you while you're sleeping.
マジックでひげ描いたりとか。
How long is the damn plane flying game? Apparently the leisurely time to beat this game is 37 hours. And if we do 6 hours this stream, that'll be a total of 30 hours. She says that seriously. Could be.
鼻をつまんだり、ほっぺをつっついたりするのならいいよ。しても。
The normal way to play, like just clicking and reading with your eyes, not your mouth, is 20 hours. And the speed run is like 14 hours to get everything. Somehow it seems like she wants me to tease her like that.
Hi,
Okay,
nice to
I'll pinch
see
your nose
you.
until you wake up. Hello, Sapphire. How you doing?
それくらいならいいよ。
Aww. You're okay? Double Monicas.
それ、
Oh,
下手したら
God.
私が死んじ
And
ゃう
it's
じゃ
the
ない。
same one. Monica can live? Oh, let's go, Sapphire. Woo! You're slow to realize. I'm not going to cover your mouth.
でももしそんないたずらされたとしても許す
Huh?
葵君だから
You're dyslexic, Sapphire? I didn't know that. Oh, let's go. Don't worry, Sapphire. I might sound like I'm slurring a lot, because I am. I'm not going to do anything to you.
知ってる葵君優しいもん
Go drunk offer, you're home. Kotori changes her expression and smiles at me. I want beer. Beer these nuts. How high are you? I'm like 5'7".
That was getting heavy. Sorry to pop in unannounced.
Yeah, I think I'm 5'7". I'm not convinced. And she called me nice right after saying I was mean. But I guess all that matters is that she trusts me.
髪
Offer you.
赤いになるって
Huh?
That reminds
Okay.
me, I've got something hard and bent waiting for me.
Go fucking offer you drunk home. It's hard to believe that 10 years ago was just 10 years ago. I know, right? That's fucking crazy. Oh, you know what? Apparently, Katawa Shoujo came out in 2012.
This is your water reminder.
I didn't even know it came out in 2012. But I remember,
to drink your water.
I remember trying to download
Drink
the
your
game.
water. This is your water reminder.
And downloading off the website was not the way to go. Ah, yeah. I want to make a Fate reference, but it's too easy. Look at this old cunt trying to do a Fate Stay Night reference to the visual novel. Ha! What a loser! As I reply, I reach my hand out and stroke Kotori's head gently. It really makes you happy, doesn't it? When I stroke your hair.
好きすっごく好き
Have you ever played a Bioshock game? No. I own all of them. I bought the Bioshock collection. I look away for 1 second and then Anime Girl moans, "You need help, Offer." Sapphire, that's been happening for the last 3 hours. 2 is the best. She answered affirmatively with so much power. That's right. 3 hours. I feel so happy too.
私の髪を
You've been
撫でる
live
の
not even 2. Did I stutter, Sapphire? I said the last 3 hours. What do you think I was doing before I started streaming? To be with you.
そっか冬地ずるい
I just recently finished Bioshock Infinite and woo! Ah, Bioshock Infinite, eh? Colonel. Unfortunately, I haven't gotten drunk for like fucking...
With you guys, that would end badly.
I don't know.
For you, that would end badly.
I think the last time I drank was last year? Question mark? What if stopped offering thoughts and prayers, instead offering prayers and thoughts? What if our eyes aren't real? Wisdom is the key. What's that fucking Jaden Smith quote? Mirrors aren't real because our eyes aren't real or some shit? From a moment ago, all of her reactions have been funny and so cute.
私も好きなんだから葵くんのことすっごく好きなんだから
You don't have to be earnest. I'm really happy, but...
You should be ashamed, dude.
だって
Real eyes, realize, realize. Okay, buddy. Jaden Smith says I'm a failure and I'm ashamed of who I am. But he's not. He do manly scream and fighting kangaroos while naming them Dragon Ball Z characters as he punched them. Kotori whispered this in a lonely way, inching closer to me a bit. It's 5:05 AM. Oh yeah? Sounds like it's 5:00 sleep. Well, now we're together.
だからこうやってくっついてるの
Yes.
あの時の寂しさ
Oh, let's go, dear. Barely screaming, curled up in a ball while being beat up by a kangaroo named Cletus. Cletus? Oh no. She must have been really lonely. But it's strange. We were only apart for a little bit, but I missed you so much.
本当不思議
Kotori nods several times while she says this. Shut the fuck up, cat.
って考えながらぼーっとしてはっと気づいて時計を見ても
I forgot about that
数分し
video.
か過ぎ
I
て
was
ない
referring
の
my wisdom quotes to deep
実
thoughts
家
with
の
the
部屋で
deep.
の10分が1年くらいに感じてた
God damn it. By those calculations, I'd be an old man after only a few weeks. Like Rip Van Winkle or something.
私がカメ
Can't believe Rainbow Six is going to be on mobile. Damn. No, I didn't say that. You're a beautiful princess.
葵くんからお姫様扱いされた
Rip Van Winkle is good in Helsing Ultimate.
Lieutenant!
Are you pleased, my princess?
ええとっても
I caught a glimpse of the pleased princess's smile in the moonlight.
そして葵くんは私の王子様
I'm glad I'm not Rip Van Winkle.
玉手箱欲しい
Stop flattering anime girls and call them princess, you fucking Discord mod. Too bad. I've been doing this for the last 24 hours. I don't need anything dangerous like that. Rawr. It's not like Kotori has such a box anyway.
じゃあ何が欲しい
Call an ambulance! Call
Let's see. Kitten? Ah, you wanna play Honey Pot? I don't actually have much thinking to do. Yeah, I already have what I want. I softly stroke Kotori's hair.
幸せ
I'm happy that I finally got what I wanted too.
でも葵くんだって私のだからね
Oh, what? Of course I am. My time with Kotori and the mood of the moment, along with everything else, is a treasure to me. Channeling that feeling, I softly stroked Kotori's head.
もっと
Oh,
撫でて
what?
いてほしい
What's this? I will. Her smooth hair. Fuck off, I'm not giving you that. Her smooth hair, which gives no resistance at all, passes right through my fingers.
Blitz_sends says 3 big balls looking like we playing tennis. He got a big dick. I think his name is Dennis.
It is legal to pop that bubble, but it's not legal to pop that cherry.
I don't believe you, Blitz. I want legal protection. You're in the wrong place, buddy. This is Twitch.
Something's not quite right about that boy.
What? What the fuck? The texture felt so nice to the touch. I couldn't take my hand away. While I continued to slowly move my hand through her hair, Kotori closed her eyes peacefully. Although she changes her expression while awake, now she looks so calm. When she's awake, that means that now she's... Kotori? How old are they? 18 plus. 18 plus. Why is she blushing and why is the camera pointing there? Like princess? Good, good. I can't believe this girl. My sudden urge to laugh must have come on because I was overcome with how happy I felt. This is a good angle. Imagine sleeping. Hey yo, that's Dio in like 1 hour. It's the unmistakable truth that right now, I am that in love with Kotori. I guess I didn't have to sing a lullaby. Well, I'm going to play Alice Fiction. Have fun, Gabby. Don't die too much. Anyway, I've granted my princess's wish of sleeping next to her, so it's fine. Her sleeping face looks so content, so I'm sure she's satisfied. I technically skipped class yesterday. I think you mean the last 10 days. Oh. Most importantly, I am able to sleep next to Kotori. Nothing could make me as happy as this. You naughty boy! Good night, Kotori. I lightly kiss her forehead and fix her comforter. And I hope you don't die inside, my friend. Thank you, Gabite. But I'm afraid that's already been disproven. I'm already dead inside. I close my eyes while taking in the sweet scent of that floated about her hair. Smack that bitch with a frying pan on her head, that'll keep her asleep. Should have whispered in her ear, legs, 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 legs. These motherfuckers want to get me kicked out. A day of summer vacation. It's been a while since we went to school. Today's registration day. For the first time in 2 weeks, everyone in the classroom catching up on the latest news. The fuck? Everyone is in the classroom catching up on the latest news. There we go.
Minase, お前、ハバネさんと付き合ってるって本当か?
Quality went shit. Well, it happened kinda suddenly. It started with small talk, you know? It's been a while. How have you been doing?
それはお前が質問に答えてからだ.
Jesus.
And there's nothing more American than shooting a man in this Walmart of a world.
Thanks, Senator Armstrong. That's too bad. So where'd you get your information?
上司があっちで噂してたぞ.
Meanwhile, on the other side of the classroom.
水瀬君と付き合い始めたの？あー、やっぱり仲良かったもんね。いやー、あの告白は伝説に残るわ。録音してなかったのがもったいないくらい。どんな告白だったの？それがね、空の上で。
Hey, 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 hey! What kind of rumors are you spreading?
何って、葵が作った伝説だよ。
Involuntarily created? Come on. Come on, Kotori, stop already.
いや、自慢したい気持ちも多少ありまして。お似合いだと思うよ。っていうか、まだ付き合ってなかったのって感じよね。
The conversation continued without bad feelings. I'm embarrassed, okay? Please cut it out already.
でも、黙っててこそこそ噂されるよりいいんじゃない？
In our sophomore year, Kotori was very bad-mannered. You might as well just watch any slice of life at this point. But you know, whatever floats your boat. I don't want to get copyright struck. The new Thor movie finally came out on Disney Plus. I'm gonna watch that and probably head off to sleep after. Have a great rest of your stream, man, and see you in the next one. Take it easy, Amy. Enjoy the movie. I'll see you next time I see you. And remember, your legs will be broken. You're playing. I can't do the Peter Griffin laugh. Though the number of our mutual friends increased, there were still enough girls to hold a grudge. I wanted to stop any strange rumors before they started. But there's no need to stop them while they speak of my legend, right?
そういやそうね。
Well, I wasn't planning on being a marathon runner, so guess take my legs. Ooh, good. Going somewhere else, buddy. I know it's only a simple amusement. Kotori, however, didn't seem all that amused, since these things were more difficult for her to talk about.
ねえ、いつから付き合い始めたの？一緒の寮に住んでるんでしょ？それってどうなの？
Kotori was overcome by questions. It's
ハバネさんはいるかしら？
The student council president came into our classroom. Good morning, student council president.
おはようございます。
水瀬葵くん。
おはよう生徒会長。何か私にご用かしら。
ソアリング部の活動状況を聞いておこうと思って。あなたたち学校内で活動していないでしょ。
Miss Kumoy gave us her approval and stood against the faculty on our behalf. The homeroom teacher seems to be with us as well.
新しい拠点が見つかったおかげで順調よ。機体の改良も済んで先日テストフライトもしたし。
As Kotori mentioned, test flight, the girls who were in the back whispering things like, the place where legends are born. So it seems like this will be the joke for the time being.
そう、もうそこまで。さすが、やる気があるクラブは違うわね。
あかりさんのおかげです。本当にありがとうございました。
やる気があるクラブから活動の場を奪うなんておかしいと思っただけよ。今度テストフライトを見に行ってもいいかしら。
ぜひ来てちょうだい。生徒会長の判断が間違ってなかったってわかると思うわ。
Miss Kumoy smiled, seeing Kotori full of confidence.
ええ、楽しみにしてるわ。
Just because it's registration day and all we are seeing all of the the fuck? Seeing all of the regular students doesn't mean that we are having class. The homeroom teacher reminded us that we were on our summer break and that we should leave. The students not belonging to a dorm couldn't leave. Ageha, after this, are you heading straight home?
うん、今日荷物が届くんだ。それ受け取らないと。
We, meaning the club, has a package coming in. My destination was our secret base.
生徒会長、あっと驚かせてやらないとね。
Kotori was in a great mood since Miss Kumoy promised she would come take a look sometime. How could you resist being prideful about a glider you helped to build? While thinking about this, I go wait in front of the elevator. I had the worst wake up. I want to change that W to an M. I had the worst makeup. I'm so sorry to hear that, Blitz. You'll be right. Ageha cried out against her will and quickly shut her mouth. From across the hallway, a heavy middle-aged teacher came lumbering down. Yeah. I woke up to my leg having a muscle cramp that lasted like 5 minutes. Time to drink some water, motherfucker. When Mr. Tobioka saw us, a sarcastic smile crossed his mouth.
よーお前たち。先生に会ったら挨拶くらいしたらどうだ。
チース、飛岡先生。
When Ageha created the founder of the robot club, I lowered my head too. Only Kotori's expression said, "How could I greet you?" Just like a dog would greet a burglar.
お前ら、学校に許可なく校外活動をしているそうだな。
許可はもらっています。ちゃんと生徒会の承認は得ていますから。
生徒会？所詮は子供の集まりだ。勝手な真似は許さんぞ。
Hi, nice to see you.
If my heart had wings, it would fly. Aw, Genix, how you doing?
別に許してもらわなくて結構よ。
Kotori muttered to herself, however loud enough for Mr. Tobioka to hear. Mr. Tobioka frowned with disapproval. I'm doing good, you? I'm good. Just chilling on If My Heart Had Wings, can't complain. We're on the home stretch, but I don't know how long the home stretch is. If activities are off campus and unrelated to school, what should any teacher care about? I finally snapped too. Mr. Tobioka, with his usual pout, glared at me.
倉庫から盗まれたグライダーの件がある。犯人が学校と無関係な活動にそれを使用しているなら処罰せねばな。
Hit where it hurt.
せいぜい問題を起こさないよう気をつけることだな。
With his parting threat, Mr. Tobioka continued lumbering down the hall.
ムカつく。
まあまあ揉めてもいいことないって。
そうだけど
If there are any enemies to be had, it would be that guy.
せめて夏休みが終わるまでは穏便に行きましょう。
そうね、モーニンググローリーを飛ぶっていう大目標を邪魔されたくないもんね。
As she spoke, Kotori settled down. While repeatedly pounding the elevator button, I impatiently repeated, "Hurry up and come already." Finally, the elevator arrived, the door opened, and the passengers left the elevator. We made space.
やあ、君たち、おはよう。
Amane?
びっくりした。なんであまねちゃんが乗ってるの？
お、本。違うぞ、君たち。私はあまねちゃんではなくて、望月先生だぞ。
She said with a prideful swagger.
去年までモラトリアムの延長戦やってたくせに。
その望月先生が何をなさってるんですか？
Isn't she going to be a lecturer over the second semester?
打ち合わせというやつだ。いろいろ大変なんだ。何せ大人だからな。
She stated with She stated with her nose in the air. As usual, the statement was to give the chance to boast.
そんなに大人になりたかったんなら、さっさと卒業しとけばよかったのに。
おわ、それ言っちゃうか。じゃあな、君たち。後で秘密基地に顔を出すよ。
Amane swaggered down the hall. The students who knew Amane made a face like, "What's that?" and saw her off.
あまねちゃんが学校にいるなんて不思議な感じ。
いいなあ。私も特別講義受けたい。
So shouldn't you just put your dream out there? The appearance of Amane suddenly cast away the anger and bad taste left from meeting Mr. Tobioka.
じゃあ私は先に行くね。急がないと荷物来ちゃうから。
Alright, catch you later. Ageha hurriedly ran home. So, shall we take our time heading out? I took Kotori's wheelchair handles and gazed about. There seemed to be a few students heading home, but there was still a strange life to the air. Being at school during the summer holiday always made things feel special. While pushing Kotori's wheelchair, we made for home.
どう？シート合ってる？
私のお尻にジャストフィットしてる。
Kotori sitting in the cockpit said nervously. Kotori checked the seat designed for her. We're finally finished, is what I wanted to say, but...
まさか業者が部品を間違えるなんて。
The package that Ageha ran home to collect ended up having the wrong parts. The manufacturer made a mistake. Thanks to the mishap, Kotori's cockpit was incomplete.
発送のやり直しで早くても明日になるんですよね。
ってことはテストできるのは最速であさってか。
2 days from now. Kotori, hearing the conversation, nervously played with the yoke.
それが操縦桿で、こっちのがラダー操作ね。
In Kotori's cockpit, there were no pedals. In addition to the yoke, there was an unfamiliar lever. So, how was it?
よくわかんないけど、いい感じ。でも
Kotori seemed somewhat apologetic.
前の席でよかったの？
Kotori's cockpit took up 2 spaces. Ageha saw me. I should explain. Don't worry about it. This cockpit isn't exclusively for your use. Just because the rudder was hand-operated didn't mean that someone else couldn't use it.
どうせなら前に乗って飛びたいんじゃない？
もちろんよ。
Kotori curbed the excitement in her voice. Like a child at Christmas, she gazed at the yoke. The desire to fly soon oozed from her body.
悪いけど、もうちょっとだけ待ってね。
We're short some parts. there's nothing we can do about that. So, what you're saying is, until the glider is complete, there's no test.
そういうこと。
Kotori was helped out of the cockpit and transferred to a wheelchair, but her excitement didn't cool down.
ちゃんとできてるじゃないか。
Amane came by after Kotori got out of the cockpit. She stuck her head inside. You could at least say hi when you got here. Amane chattered as she checked out the cockpit that she designed.
ねえ、あまねちゃん。
あまねさん、呼んでますよ。
おお。
I tapped on Asa's shoulder. Amane looked up.
なんだ？
Kotori stopped by Amane.
あまねちゃん、ちょっとかがんでみて。
Amane was reluctant and cautious. She looked like she wanted to avoid being slapped on the head.
いいから早く早く。
Amane leaned down. Kotori reached out both hands. Yeah?
うわ。
And hugged Amane.
ありがとう、あまねちゃん。私のために設計図書いてくれて。
With the strength of a Yukari tree, Kotori hugged Amane and swung her side to side.
嬉しいぞ、小鳥。大好きだよ、あまねちゃん。
Kotori did not let go of Amane until she was satisfied, transmitting her happiness.
みんなもありがとう。あんたたちは最高の仲間よ。
Kotori, wearing a grandiose expression, was filled with emotion and looked like she would cry.
次のテストで早速飛んでもらうからね。
Kotori turned solemn and nodded. Crap, I'm late. Since club activities were over, it had been a while since I had been to my family home. I decided to head home. I called my mom as I went. My job was taking care of the dorm, so it was nice to get out sometimes and show my face and talk to my family sometimes. I have to get home quickly to start getting dinner ready. I'm home! When I got in the entranceway, Asa pointed at me and stated, What is it?
小鳥先輩、小鳥先輩。どうしたの、朝。葵先輩、帰ってきましたよ。なぬ。
Jeez, just now what was that all about? Tilting her head, Kotori made her way down the hallway in her wheelchair. With body throwing force, Kotori flew by, and at the last minute braked with a stop and grabbed my hand. What? What's wrong? Asa, hearing her name, stepped forward.
小鳥先輩はテストの日が待ち遠しすぎてうずうずが止まらなくなってしまったのです。そんな小鳥先輩の心を満たしてくれるのは葵先輩だけ。もう2時間も前からけなげに帰りを待っていたのです。
So that was it. Sorry I'm late. But why did you tell Asa? Here you go. A present. A 6-pack of Hargen Darch. There's some for Asa's group too. I got them from my mother.
ご飯の前に食べていいの？
Sure, of course. Though you'll probably end up eating dinner a little late.
はんはん。美味だわ。ご飯の前に食べるという背徳感がまたたまらない。
ねえ、夜ちゃん、半分こしようよ。
いいわよ、姉さん。
The friends ate Hargen Darch together. I didn't see Kanako and wondered where she disappeared off to. Hey Kotori, do you have any plans for tomorrow? Tomorrow we can't do any tests. Without the parts coming in, we can't do any work. So I guess tomorrow is the day off. As Kotori ate her ice cream, she shook her head. Right, okay. Wanna go see a movie?
映画？
Yeah, my mom gave me some tickets. You want it? I was thinking we could go together. She got them from a customer. They're just regular tickets. I work hard, so she gave them to me. Kotori called out Asa's name. Asa stepped forward and started whispering.
小鳥先輩、これってデートのお誘いですよ。デート行くといいと思います。
でも映画か。
You don't like movies? Even though they were talking in whispers, it was possible to hear their conversation.
そんなことないよ。見たい、葵くんとなら。
Movie chairs, right?
でも
Kotori stopped eating her ice cream and began pondering. Even Kotori should be alright. The theater is at Windy and it's completely handicap friendly there. Kotori's expression said, "How did you manage to know what I was thinking?"
じゃあいいかな。
So, it's decided.
よかったですね、小鳥先輩。
Asa said to a laughing Kotori. Well, I have to start getting dinner ready. When you're finished eating, could you give me a hand? Kotori nodded and ate faster. The next day, in the morning, sorry to keep you waiting. I had a few last things I had to take care of before I joined Kotori, who was waiting at the entranceway. What's wrong?
なんかいつもと違うね、葵くん。
With a feigned innocence, I answered, "Oh really?" as I looked at my figure. To be honest, I was kinda dressed up. Today we are going on our first real date. We've went walking and shopping together, but we have never really spent time alone together. Just the two of us. So I decided I would like to dress a little nicer than usual. While Kotori grumbled a sure, she looked at her own figure.
私も着替えてこようかな。
Isn't what you're wearing fine? You look good, and it suits you. That and we have to consider movie times. Kotori, knowing there really wasn't time, nodded.
じゃあハット、行ってくるわね。お留守番頼んだわよ。
When Hat flew off Kotori's knees, I took her wheelchair and pushed it out the door. Colonel.
すごい人ね。
It's Sunday. It's typically everyone's day off, so the Windy is especially crowded. You could feel the weight of the crowds.
それにすごいおしゃれ空間ね。
The duck didn't follow. Ooh, ooh. Bum, bum, bum. Beyond the design of the buildings, Windy catered towards fashion. All of the people coming and going were all dressed up. Since my Anchan brought me here, I've been coming to Windy regularly to see the various shops, excluding the underground shopping center which sold foodstuffs. When I came with my brother, it was rather quiet and calm. Those days seem to have been an exception to the norm. This isn't the casual laid-back feeling of my hometown. Kotori, you grew up in Tokyo, right? So you're used to places like this? Imagine there are many shopping malls like this in Tokyo. Shopping males? Who the fuck?
お母さんやお姉ちゃんとなら来たことあるけど、それも昔のことだもん。でもすごくデートって感じがする。
Right? There's no doubt about it. It isn't an everyday sort of thing. For us, living in a dorm, always seeing the same faces, this kind of place gives a fresh feeling.
生まれて初めてのデートだもの。特別なのがいい。
Kotori mumbled. Is that so? I figured you would have at least the experience of a date. Kotori shook her head.
今日が初めてよ。葵くんとが初めて。やっぱりちゃんとよそ行きの服にすればよかった。
What's wrong with what you usually have?
気合入ってるって思われるの恥ずかしかったんだもん。でもいいな、これ一番気に入ってるやつだから。
I told you it suits you. Come on, let's go see the movie. Japan's leading commercial complex, Windy, also had a cinema. There were a variety of themed movies playing right now. Tickets I got were good for any of them. Which one do you want to see? Yeah, we're starting to see all the fucking translation errors show up here. I don't know why they're showing up all at the end, but... Jesus Christ. Once in a while was fine. But now it's happening every single sequence. The movie that Kotori chose was unrepentantly a war movie. She was probably attracted to the propeller on the movie poster. It took place in World War II Europe. It was a love story of an Air Force ace pilot. The movie wasn't bad, but it didn't matter so much on her day. Kotori was excited at the fight scenes and bubbly at the love scenes. In the end, the movie delivered the warm fuzzy feelings of a happy ending. Good choice, Kotori. She knows the art of CQV.
かっこよかったよね、最後のドッグファイト。
CQC. I fucking forgot.
恋人を乗せて夜空のデートもすごくロマンチックだった。
Even after the movie was finished, Kotori's enthusiasm did not lessen. Those types of old-fashioned planes are interesting, aren't they?
ええ、でもエンジンで飛ぶなんてちょっと邪道ね。
I wouldn't exactly say wicked, but the way those planes fly and a glider flies are different, as we say in the movie. Saw in the movie.
ねえ、どこかにゴーグル売ってないかしら。あれ、
The seams
絶
are
対に
falling
必要だ
apart.
と思うの。
Not at all. Did you plan to use them during the test flight? Kotori nodded. Well, you don't need them, because the glider has a canopy. During flight, the canopy is shut. If it were open, then the control of the glider would be completely lost and you would be forced to use a parachute. Well, we need to take care of our stomachs too. How about lunch?
それ、私が出すね。
What's this all of a sudden?
だって映画おごってもらっちゃったから。
But I told you my mother gave me those tickets. I had a free ticket too.
でも
At least let me treat you to lunch. I don't exactly have the chance to do a lot of boyfriend-like stuff. We only just started dating. Up until now, there haven't been any significant change in our relationship. Before we started dating, we've always been good friends. The only difference is we have confessed our true feelings towards each other. And we've kissed.
そんなことないもん。葵くん、いつでもとっても彼氏らしいよ。優しいし、かっこいいし、十分すぎるくらいだわ。
Think so?
そうよ。この私が言うんだから間違いないわ。
Kotori stated, convincing pride. As usual, in a strange place, Kotori was full of self-confidence. But let me treat you to lunch. I get an allowance for working at the dorm.
わかった。
So, what do you want to eat?
ね。
Kotori opened the floor guide. Keeping in with the chic style of Windy, Kotori chose a restaurant.
ここがいい。
Which one? Seriously? Kotori said yes as she nodded insistently. Taiyo Ken, Old Man Masaki's ramen shop.
私、ラーメンって食べたことないの。
What?
そんなに驚くところ？
No, it's ramen could be like national favorite, like beef bowls and curry
う
rice.
ちじゃ外食するとき、ラーメン屋に行こうなんて誰も言わなかったから。
a sign that Kotori's family was somewhat well off. Her father was the gentleman type, whom, even over summer vacation, would wear suits. Alright, shall we go to Taioken then? And so we headed towards Taioken.
美味しかったごちそうさま葵くん
Kotori said as she pats her stomach in satisfaction. You're welcome. Somewhat ruined the sense of having perfect. What does this even mean? You know what? It somewhat ruined the sense of having a perfect date, but I was still quite pleased. On top of that, this was probably cheaper. I introduced Kotori to Masaki, who then gave us massive discounts, making the meal practically free.
豚骨ラーメンってあんなに濃厚なのね私また食べたいかも
We can come anytime. Mr. Masaki will probably give discounts again too. Kotori is my girlfriend, she's cute, and we received a warm welcome.
息子に似てお調子者だけどいいおっちゃんだったわ
With full and satisfied stomachs, we wandered through Windy. There are quite a lot of different kinds of shops here. Mostly they were women clothing and accessory shops. There were also shops that sold tableware and miscellaneous goods, a bookstore, stationery shop, and strangely a dentist's office. Usually I had no interest and I wouldn't have had any reason to go to places like this. But today is different. As we passed the women's clothing shops, I looked at the clothes and caught myself thinking, Kotori would probably look great in these. Say, Kotori, these clothes... Kotori? For some reason, Kotori was frowning as she watched another couple. What's with the gloomy face?
別になんでもない
Was she irritated at their clinginess? No, we were on a date too.
ねえ葵くんちょっとこっち来て
Huh? Kotori grabbed my hand. And so, with one hand, I began pushing the wheel of the wheelchair. Hey!
ほら早く行こ
So you just wanted to walk hand in hand? Generally, couples hold hands or link arms. Some secretly place their hands on each other's lower backs. When I saw these things, it wasn't that I didn't feel any jealousy, but... While I was holding Kotori's hand, I saw the look of surprise in the surrounding people's eyes. From my perspective, pushing Kotori's wheelchair one-handed was... how can I put it? Rather harsh. Stop. Stop!
何
You're starting to breathe heavier. Don't push yourself.
無理じゃないもんいつも学校まで往復してるんだからこのくらいなんでもないわ
Compared to the average girl, Kotori certainly was quite strong. The Windmill Hill is gently sloped, but climbing it is exhausting. That said, with a wheelchair, it has to be next to impossible. Just seeing you like this, it looks difficult and not good. I told her and let go of her hand.
だって後ろにいたんじゃ葵くんの顔見れないんだもんせっかくのデートなのに
It hurt to see Kotori feeling so downhearted. Alright, how about if we stand side by side? Satisfied with the solution, Kotori nodded. I figured it has to be difficult for Kotori pushing herself, but I might be overthinking about it. It's definitely better to see her face. If it becomes too difficult, say something, okay? Don't overdo it.
分かってますもううるさいな
Alright. And so side by side we looked around Windy. It wasn't that there was nowhere I wanted to go. We were in no hurry and we had plenty of time. Oh, those clothes are nice. There was a pale blue dress hanging in a shop window. They're starting to make me wish I installed that restoration pack. The color was the color of the sky. I thought Kotori would look good in it. Kotori was absent-mindedly looking at the same shop. Those clothes there, do you like them?
別にちょっと見てただけ。
I think he would look good in them. I compared the dress with Kotori's reflection in the shop window. Yeah, it would without a doubt look good on her.
どうかな、似合うかな。
Even though she was doubtful, she didn't seem to be denying the possibility. I don't think you can try on the clothes.
いいよ、面倒だし、それにお店の人にも迷惑かかっちゃうもん。
I stuck my head into the shop and met the eyes of a female shop attendant. She smiled at me.
何かお探しでしょうか。
We like this dress, but trying it on and...
いえ、別に何でもないです。ほら、行こう。
Kotori raised her voice as she grabbed her wheelchair wheel and sped out. Hey, wait! No sooner when I saw the back of the dress did Kotori go flying out of the shop. The shop attendant smiled and showed me out of the shop.
ドキドキした。
What did you run off for?
だって絶対迷惑だって思われる
You should have just said something.
もん。もういいの。服なんてお姉ちゃんに買ってきてもらうから。
You didn't like the dress?
そんなことないけど。でも、もういいの。さあ、行こう行こう。
Crap. Kotori's lost all of her enthusiasm. Our plan was to go see a movie, which we did. I wouldn't be surprised if Kotori started saying that she wanted to go home. What do you want to do now? There seems to be an arcade around here. They stopped and looked for something interesting on the floor guide.
ちょっと疲れたかも。どこかで休みたい。
I was relieved that despite her drop in enthusiasm, she didn't say that she wanted to go home. Okay, let's see. Shall we check over there?
あそこって？
Actually, there was a place I wanted to check out again today. The shop that you wanted to see before. Kotori tilted her head. The place you said that have the delicious looking milfoy. Taking the... Are you fucking for real? No fucking way. Blue Archive actually helped me? Taking the hint, Kotori gasped.
カフェフラックス。
Go to Cafe Flags. This was on Kotori's to-do list. Cafe Flags was a famous pastry shop known for the deliciously sweet creations. When Kotori added it to her list, she didn't realize that it was also a dating hotspot. Cafe Flags happened to be at Windy.
でも、あそこって高いんじゃ。Let's go!
Wait, what? Who lets go? Wait, Twitch, you're dropping the ball, you can't. Was it you, Niffy? I feel like it was you, Niffy. What a Niffy thing to do. But I've got no proof. It is Niffy! Ah, you son of a bitch. I got my eyes on you, Niffy. Don't worry about it. We've got plenty of war funds left. Lunch is pretty inexpensive. Meaning, let's go, Kotori. Outside Cafe Flags, a waiting line was formed. Just like we heard, it's a pretty popular store. The people waiting were primarily young couples and older ladies hunched over with shopping bags.
ふわ、すごい人。
The food is probably that good.
並ぶの？
Of course. From where we stood, the
Hey,
wait
we
was
got
about
him.
30 minutes.
We got him, boys.
I got my words out of ears close enough. From where we stood, the wait was about 30 minutes. The customers who made reservations walked right inside. When entering the cafe, the hostess called out table seating 1 and guided Kotori along.
こんなお店なんだ。
Kotori muttered when she saw the sleek interior design. I also looked around with curiosity. We opened our menus. Oh jeez, this place is expensive. The cheapest cakes are around $8. Tea's about the same, with the more expensive teas over $10 a cup. Let's see. Their featured mille-feuille cake is no less than $13 a slice. There's no doubt about it. At these prices, it better be that exceptionally good. No, I'm not angry. With a tightening chest, Kotori asked, "What do you want?"
じゃあミルフィーユとダージリンテ
Did I
ィー
read
で
that wrong? I think that's supposed to say, I asked Kotori. A mille-feuille and an iced tea sounds good. We called a waiter and placed an order. Finally, we can try the famed mille-feuille.
楽しい
She is worse than a Latin. She is, may Ra forgive me for uttering this word, Greek!
You don't look too happy, you done goof? I don't know, give it a sec. It seems like she still isn't happy. Surely overthinking about everything has sent her mood into a downward spiral. About earlier, I'm sorry.
なんで葵くんが謝るの？
I got your thoughts going into a bad place.
違うよ。葵くんは悪くないもん。ただ、
Kotori stopped talking mid-sentence. I didn't say anything. Kotori opened her mouth and paused. Kotori nervously looked up at me.
私なんかとデートしてて楽しい？
Having a good time? What are you suddenly saying? What are you suddenly trying to say?
私のせいで目立っちゃってるでしょ？
As she spoke, her eyes looked about the room and caught the glances of other customers.
さっきここに入ってきた時もすごく見られてたし。
Does that sort of thing bother you?
だって私こんなだから一緒にいて葵くんこそ嫌な思いしてるんじゃないかなって。それに服もこんなだし手だって繋いで歩けないし。
Kotori gradually sank into herself. You told me these clothes were cute just to flatter me, right?
そうかな。
Look, you like me, right? Kotori nodded her head in acknowledgement.
お姉ちゃんが選んでくれた服だから。
This was not surprising. Hibari has good taste in knowing what would look good on Kotori. However, the statement was not intended on being a positive thing. The clothes from earlier I thought would look good on you too. You seemed like you liked them too.
私みたいな子がおしゃれするのって変だって思われないかな。
I don't think it would be strange at all.
そうかな。
You just said that thanks to you, we stand out, right? I don't think that's all it is. It's the wheelchair, right? You're cute, so people are looking.
違うよ。そんなんじゃ。
You can say this in spite of the fact that people are always calling you a beautiful girl.
それはそうなんだけど。
I can admit to that. Kotori is cute. It wouldn't be strange to call her beautiful. That's why people can't help themselves and look. there are people staring, it's because they see a beautiful girl and a wheelchair, and they wonder what her story is. Of course it makes Kotori feel uncomfortable, but there's nothing that can be done about that. You're cute, Kotori. So much that people without thinking turn to look at you. If I could date a girl like that? Wow, that's the kind of face they have. Kotori let out a small laugh. Yes, laugh a bit and you're even cuter. After all, it's your natural, cool self.
あ、それ忘れろって言ったのにまだ覚えてた。
That was intense, I won't forget. When you remember this time, you'll laugh. I sat up straight and put on a relaxed, self-confident expression and flickered the hair from my face. I'm depressed? Why do you say that, dear? I flicked the hair side to side. Interesting. I can't say anything when you are sitting there with that self-confident air.
もう意地悪なんだから。
When Kotori grumbled like that, she unconsciously got cuter. I restrained myself. Instead, I held my hand out across the table. Kotori, picking up on my meaning, softly laid her hand in mine. I just found out that the place I buried my time capsule got a shed built over it. Oh no! Oh, that's fucked. That is a GG, no read. You know when it got built? You know anything about that? Or do you just know that there's a shed there? Things like hand-holding, while not walking, we can do. Besides, who can have a date in a glider soaring in the sky? Probably only us, right? Without a doubt, the other couples at Windy would be jealous. Kotori looked up at me.
そうだね。
That's your first words cut? Kotori's mood seems to have suddenly brightened. So? Won't you laugh at me? When your smile shines, it makes you even more beautiful.
ありがとう、葵くん。
I want to smack the translators. I was hoping to find it after I moved back to Texas, but now my hope is gone. Also, I just know that it's there. I don't know when it was built. No. That is a GG. There's not much you can do about that. Although, no, I can't compare Australian sheds to the US shed. I was gonna say maybe the shed was like a
Hell, you guys are just
a Colorbond shed that was just like built the frame outside. But I highly doubt that would be the case. It's built, just dig the shed up. That's what Mr. Bull would say from Peppa Pig. The waiter brought the tea and cakes while Kotori was smiling brightly. Kotori pulled back her excited hand. The staff who saw it smiled softly. The waiter placed the plates on the table. Good plan, they get arrested too. Ah, so that's what they look like. While looking at the millefeuille, Kotori's eyes shone brightly. When you see the pastry, the drool practically starts falling. There's a chance it was found, since I'm assuming they built the foundation too, but they probably would have thrown it away. I mean, it doesn't hurt to ask. Not everyone, you know, would chuck something they dig up away. Maybe it's sitting in the exact same shed that you're talking about. Kotori hurriedly wiped her mouth. It legit does not hurt to ask.
だってほら、見てよこれ、このミルフィーユ。
Of course I'm looking at it. I have the same thing in front of me.
神々しいオーラを感じない。絶対美味しいよこれ。見ればわかるもん。
As expected from an international pastry, Kotori mumbled as she examined every corner of the cake. Just how many layers did this thing have? The layers of crust were countless, never mind the layers of strawberry and the deep-colored custard. On top, there was a dollop of fresh cream with the strawberry. Over the strawberry, there was a transparent jelly-like sauce that shone brightly like a jewel under the shop's interior lighting. Maybe I'll send a letter? Good. As long as you ask at all, that's all that matters. The fact that Kotori stated this is absolutely delicious before tasting the pastry was natural. I knew it. When you are angry or feeling down, sweets are the answer.
そんなことないこともないこともないもん。
Which is it? In any case, you seem to have cheered up. I'm glad. Kotori nodded brightly. So this should have been awkward, I thought. Hey, let's eat. Kotori, with each shake of her hand, more reverently, agreed.
ごっくり。では。
Kotori, with trembling hands, gripped her knife and fork and brought them to the millefeuille. It's crispy. The knife cutting into the crust made a small, delightful sound. Kotori took a slice of strawberry and cream with her crust to her fork and carefully brought it to her lips. Kotori brought her hand to her cheek and stated unconsciously. Subconsciously. The waiter, who saw Kotori, nodded, smiled, and said, "Our customers often say that."
甘すぎず、酸っぱすぎず。Jesus! 口の中に広がる。
Almost reminds me of food ball when they eat food. Oh, good.
これは幸せの味なのです。
None of this. The cake seemed so delicious that even Kotori's way of speaking seemed to change. Let's see. Chomp. Man, this is really good. At first, the light sweetness and the sourness of the strawberry came out as it mixed together with the perfect amount of cream. The taste really rounds out. Then if using texture as an accent, it tastes crispy. Blending different textures and a different type of sweetness together into balance with each other creates a refined, harmonious balance of elegance. Without exaggerating, I can say that before eating this cake, one has never truly lived. Things like this cake, other than birthdays and Christmas, they're not something eaten regularly. Of all the cakes that I've had, what the fuck is this sentence? Now if I may, I'm gonna cry now. Good, cry. But make sure you write that letter, make sure you send it. Cry them salty tears. One the one, which chances the concept of cake. What is that sentence? No, it was an experience. While eating the cake, Kotori's heart seemed to exude happiness. This constant success, more than being encouraging, is somewhat irritating. The tactics used to abate Kotori's anger with the Haagen-Dazs and this are entirely different.
紅茶も美味しい。 昇天しちゃいそう。
While lost in thought, Kotori reached under the wheelchair and rummaged about. What she pulled out was Isuka's navigation log. Do you always carry that thing around with you?
大事なものなんだもん。
The wheelchair was a regular wheelchair, so it was natural that it received rough handling. On rainy days, you have to quickly push yourself with all your strength. Then you have to fight with the inertia of the hills. When you were on the beach, you had to deal with sand and grit, and then of course occasionally falling over. Thanks to a new frame not coming in, the dent in the wheelchair couldn't be fixed. The journal that was there though, it all was a little tattered. Kotori opened the journal like an old pro. She stopped on the page with the to-do list. She took her pen, and in the complete box, under the entry "Go to Cafe Flags," filled it with black.
これでまた一つコンプリートできたわ。
Alright, the Morning Glory one's there too. It was more difficult than expected to fill in that box. Kotori gazed at the page in satisfaction, but then her attention turned back towards the pastry. This time I saw. Quickly.
やっぱり今が私の人生のピークなのかも。
Huh? What did you say?
こんな優しくてかっこいい彼氏ができて、頼りになる仲間たちもいて、空を飛びたいっていう夢ももうすぐ叶う。こういうのをリア充っていうのよね。
What do you mean by that?
リアルが充実している人のことよ。私はきっとリア充ね。
Punctuating her point, Kotori stabbed a giant strawberry with her fork.
このミルフィーユがこんなにも美味しいのは葵くんがいてくれるからだもん、きっと。
She made sounds of delight as she spoke. As usual, Kotori might have gotten a little carried away. My girlfriend, when feeling down or when feeling great, is unique. Alright, you can finish it after one thing. Kotori asked, "What's that?" as she looked up at me. Pointed at the item at the top of the list. To cross a passageway of clouds. Isuka's leftover item. Kotori squirmed and ate some milfoy, and gazed down at the item.
この夢もきっともう叶うわ。
A morning glory is supposed to appear by the end of summer. We just have to wait a bit longer.
葵くんがみんなの思いを乗せて連れてってくれるもん。
That's not that limiting. I was chosen as pilot because there was no one else suitable. But when tomorrow comes, that might change. It was a little late, but it seemed like Kotori wanted to say something to me.
だって私これから練習するのよ。
Last year I got to fly something that looked like it too. When I think about it now, it was absurd. It was actually dangerous.
葵くんは飛んでみたくないの？モーニンググローリーを。
I want to fly. I really, really want to. Everything was so close last year. There were so many feelings I cannot seem to forget.
じゃあパイロットは葵くんでいいじゃない。何にも問題ないわ。
Kotori stood calmly and gently as she took another bite of the milfoy.
もう変なこと言うからドキドキしちゃったじゃない。
As Kotori said this, her face turned red like the strawberry. Thanks. Really think it's okay?
うん、いいの。私が出すの。
Kotori insists.
私いつも葵くんにしてもらってばかりだもん。こんなんじゃ全然足りないけど、私も何かしてあげたいの。
Then, let us not hesitate to devour this tastier feast. I got the check, and Kotori got the treats. Though there were only the pastries and tea between the two of them, the check was a pretty sizable amount. Regardless, the Milfoy was delicious. As I said this, the taste of the Milfoy seemed to flood into Kotori's mouth and cause her eyes to shine brightly.
美味しかった。人気が出るのも当然ね。後でひばり姉にも教えてあげなくちゃ。
As she spoke, her words came out wildly. She was completely overjoyed. Now what do you want to do? Shall we get out of Windy and go somewhere a little more quiet? While glancing at the floor guide, Kotori answered, sure. But she was evidently deep in thought. If you made the roof out of glass, the sunlight would flood from the sky. While Kotori was concentrating, I looked a peek at the blue skies. Looking at this beautiful weather makes me... Bruh. Makes me want to go flying. Around those clouds over there, a good thermal seems to be forming. Sometimes while I was thinking about the forming thermals, I saw that Kotori was watching me. What's up?
いや、なんでもないよ。ただちょっとかっこいいなって。葵くんはそうやって空を見上げてる時が一番かっこいいと思う。
I see. Thanks. Tomorrow's test. I'm looking forward to seeing it.
私頑張るね。せっかくみんなが私のためにいろいろしてくれたから。
An enthusiastic Kotori bobbed her head. So, have you picked the place you want to go? Oh yeah, Kotori exclaimed as she looked back at the floor guide.
ね、ここのゲームセンターに行ってみたいんだけど、その前に。
Kotori, with some slight hesitation, muttered.
やっぱりさっきの水色のワンピース試着してみようかな。
For a moment, Kotori, seemingly embarrassed, looked away as she spoke. I quickly turned Kotori's wheelchair around and pushed. Really? I really think it would look great on you.
いや、落ち着いて葵くん。急がなくても大丈夫だから。
Come on, let's go, Kotori. Before Kotori could change her mind, I rushed to the store.
おかえりデートだったんだって？
When we returned to the Flying Fish Manor, we saw... Hey, why did you come back? On club days off, you should hang elsewhere.
いいでしょ？ここが落ち着くんだもん。
Even the dialogue starting to sound weird.
どうでしたか、小鳥先輩。
Asa grew impatient. No, it's starting to get fucked now. This is fucked. Asa grew impatient as she drew closer to Kotori.
すんごい楽しかったわ。映画が大当たりでさ、お昼の豚骨ラーメンがまた最高で。
それ何？
これはね。
Kotori placed a treasured-looking bag on the table. Ageha's eyes saw the brand logo on the bag, and her expression said, "Oh my!"
そのショップ知ってる。服買ってきたんだ。結構高かったでしょう。
違う。
Ageha tilted her head with a puzzled expression.
買ってもらったの。
Kotori's face beamed with a smile.
うわ、うぜ。引くんじゃなかったわ。
見て見て、ほら。
ワンピースだ。綺麗な色。小鳥先輩に似合いそう。
葵くんもそう言ってね、買ってくれたの。
For some reason, both Ageha and Yoru looked at me. Right, I have to go clean the bathroom, so...
お風呂ならかなこさんが入ってるわよ。
Alright, I'll go clean the entranceway.
でねでね、映画の後カフェフラックスでミルフィーユ食べて。
I left Kotori excitedly retelling our date and zipped out of the dining hall. Morning. Yeah, today started.
おはようハット。まだ早いから寝てていいわよ。
I got out of bed and changed clothes. I made my way over to my wheelchair, which was by my desk. Last night I pulled out my notebook, Isuka's notebook, and was looking over it. From the day on I found this notebook, I began to skywatch. Around that time, the idea of flying was only a sort of vague yearning. My name is Kotori. I had small issues with my name since I was young. Kotori equals small bird. I joined a ballet group. Every day I would practice jumping higher and higher. However, it still wasn't flying. I became very irritated by the fact. After the accident, when I lost the use of both legs, this irritation became even stronger. I felt like a bird who had its wings pulled off. Then, I found this notebook. The notebook contained was actually a journal that contained methods on flying, like how to naturally soar. It was also written by a girl. The vague desire to fly turned into something much greater. I drew the silhouette of large white wings across my chest. I wanted to try and fly too. I was a finch, I said. I read and reread this notebook as if it were a legendary tale. Time and time again.
あの日思い描いた憧れに今日手が届くんだ。
That's what I think.
緊張してよく眠れなかった。
Ageha blinked weakly.
小鳥先輩、起きてますか？そろそろ起きないと遅刻しちゃいますよ。
ええ、起きてるわ。すぐ行く。
はーい。
ハット、行ってくるわね。お利口にしてるのよ。
Are we gonna stick?
今日も暑くなりそうだね。
Are we gonna stick on Kotori's point of view now? I complained at the sun. The sky was clear with an occasional cloud and some wind. But now we're playing Zamane?
いい？こっちが操縦桿で、これがラダー操作よ。間違えないでね。
こっちが操縦桿、こっちがラダー。
Kotori, with a meek expression, repeated the instructions. You shouldn't touch... Who the fuck? You shouldn't touch it until instructed, I guess. Especially during takeoff. It's unbelievably dangerous.
わかってる。
I was sitting behind Kotori, so I could only see the back of her head, but I think I could feel her nervousness.
小鳥、小鳥。
Amane stopped by. She took the day off and came here. Amane wanted to see her designed cockpit in action, as well as watch the test flight to see if there should be any further modifications.
なあにあまねちゃん、私今忙しいんだけど。
緊張しているな。空は怖いぞ。高いからな。
Amane said in an extremely good humor.
そういう時は人という字を手にたくさん書いて飲むといいんだぞ。
More like it was slapped in your face. Kotori looks and glares at Amane.
私今気が立ってるからからかうなら後にしてちょうだい。
Rather than make fun back at Amane, it's better to get even. Back when Amane was scared taking her test flight, Kotori, with her hand, repeatedly writes the character for man, slapped her in the face. People are surprisingly bad. Even Amane.
そんな君にこれを貸してやろう。
When she was finished, Kotori gave her a charm to protect her against traffic accidents. This is
ありがと
horrible.
う、あまねちゃん。
こちら配置につきました。
Asa, who worked the winch system, radioed.
よーし、じゃ飛びますか。小鳥、大空のデート楽しんできてね。
Wait, is Akari here? They closed the canopy over us. I felt my nervousness grow. Checked everything one last time and made for takeoff. I was sitting behind Kotori in the back seat. I tried to catch a glimpse of her mood. She sat nervous, itching to do something. Do you remember the procedures for takeoff?
ちゃんとシミュレータで予習してきたわ。
Amane's simulation software had a procedure for takeoff and landings too. Kotori's problems was with her legs, not with her memory. I knew she was quite level-headed and that she could remember all of the procedures. Okay, let's go. Gave the sign we were ready to Ageha outside. Ageha then gave the final okay to Asa. The winch was released. The glider that Kotori and I were riding ran down the runway. Over mere seconds, the enormous white wings spread open, and we left the ground to soar high in the sky. We have been properly disengaged from the tow line, but you should physically turn around to confirm with your eyes. The winch pulled the glider, which was attached to the long rope also connected by a hook to the bottom of the glider. When the disengagement lever is pulled, the hook disconnects. If the glider does not properly disconnect from the hook, then a major accident can occur. The winch is designed to have the glider pass over, wherein which the hook will automatically disconnect from the winch. It's a system, but it isn't perfect.
抵抗策の離脱を確認。
Kotori visually confirmed the falling parachute. Excellent. Takeoff was a success. So today, for starters, we're going to cover basic operation principles. I explained the glider's basic operations to Kotori, from normal turning to quick turns and important points therein. For normal glider flight, there are a few operations that needed to be remembered. The only complicated procedures are during takeoff and landing. After that, there were spins and stalls and other procedures necessary to avoid accidents. If you can't keep a straight head, then you can't do the techniques. But for today, the precautions were all I wanted her to remember. Alright, give it a try.
はい。左旋回行きます。
Kotori squeezed the levers which operate the yoke and rudder. Relax and keep a hand on the yoke. Glider banked to the left and started turning. For sliding inwards, apply more pressure to the rudder. Kotori was applying enough pressure, but it was a habit of mine to give a little more in this instance. Sliding inwards means that the nose is facing outwards of the side you are banking on. Just now the glider was banking left. As we bank left, the nose should face the same side you are banking on to make a turn. If you don't keep the nose of the glider in the direction of travel, you will lose your necessary lifting power to lift. You will lose necessary lifting power and lose altitude. Kotori pulled back the lever which operated the rudder. The nose of the plane faced inward. When the glider gained equilibrium, it smooth sailed left. You can really see the yaw string. The yaw string is like the tail of a worm attached to the front of the canopy that shows the wind flow. It's an extremely simple but useful tool made from a length of woven wool. The yaw string is proof that the glider is turning left or right. With a single piece of thread, you can know whether the glider is slipping to the outside or the inside of a turn. While turning, if you looked at your yaw string, you would see it spinning in perfect equilibrium. If the yaw string is curved, you apply pressure to the rudder in the opposite direction. Okay, let's turn counterclockwise. While checking the yaw string, Kotori operated the yoke and rudder. The glider sailed left, this time turning smooth in equilibrium.
皆さん、アイスを買ってきたのでどうぞ。
ああ、ヨルちゃん気が利くね。やったー、アイスだ。
どう、姉さん。
まだ飛んでるよ、小鳥先輩。よくわからないけど、初めてじゃないみたいに上手。
小鳥はすごいな。もう私よりうまいぞ。
あの子、もともと運動神経はいいみたいだし、それに
シミュレーターをかなりやり込んでたものね。
知ってたんだ。
偶然見ちゃっただけです。秘密基地でコソコソしてるから何してるのかと思って。
努力してる姿を人に見せない小鳥先輩、かっけーです。
単に張り切ってるのバレるのが恥ずかしかっただけだと思うけど、でも小鳥が努力家なのは間違いないわね。
Kotori's aviation training continued. Gradually, altitude was lost, however, there was still plenty of allowance space to fly. Thanks to Kotori, who kept the altitude loss to a minimum. Whee! The glider for an instant glided unsteadily without air. It was probably a thermal. If we fly in those, we need to go higher. Kotori flew the glider around and around, searching for good patches of air like they flew in before. Found one. That was the heart of the thermal. When you find one of those, you should use a small turning radius as much as possible. In a lazy figure-8 pattern, Kotori flew as she searched for the heart of the thermal. Suddenly, the glider noticeably gained altitude. Kotori, who found the heart, took the yoke and quickly tried to turn it. Whoa, whoa, whoa! The glider pivoted and turned in a deeper banking angle. As we were turning sideways, we were assaulted with a strong G-force. It felt as if all our blood went one side. We could lose consciousness. When you're not controlling the glider, the unpredictable G-force can be killer. Remember that when you're flying. Hey, when you are circling, be more gentle. Kotori loosened up on the yoke. When gently banking the glider, G-force becomes less aggressive. Let's look at the barometer. Even though the glider should be entering the thermal's heart, we were actually falling. When you bank deeply, the falling ratio should also be high. While checking the strength of the core, you should try and find the perfect turning radius. If the turning radius is small and the banking is deep, the glider will lose altitude. Furthermore, to reascend, you have to find a strong thermal. Ideal conditions are banking somewhat deeply in the heart of a strong thermal. However, there are limitations. If that's not the case and your banking is shallow, you must reduce altitude.
要は臨機応変ってことね。
Yes, but just to stay in the heart of the thermal, it would be stupid to make a quick turn. Even if you are in the heart of a strong upwind, but banking deeply, the glider cannot be carried upwards. Furthermore, the continuous G-force will quickly make you lose consciousness.
だって今すぐもっと高く飛びたいんだもん。
Kotere said this as if she really couldn't wait. Seriously. You're an evil Knievel, aren't you? Regardless, it was a good-looking turn.
本当？
Although we saw the yaw string, the glider was barely gliding. At first glance, it wouldn't seem like it, but in reality, it was perfectly balanced and a beautiful turn. Altitude loss was also kept at a minimum. You don't have to rush. It's good if you can climb slowly. Kotere replied merrily, then banked appropriately to take the glider higher.
ああ、くるくる回ってる。サーマルを捕まえたのね。
おお、あんなに高く。見ているだけで怖いぞ。
初フライトで張り切りすぎじゃないかしら。ちょっと葵、聞こえる？
What Ageha?
上がりすぎじゃないの？
We found a great thermal. It's okay. We're following it.
ならいいけど、小鳥、あんまり無茶するんじゃないわよ。
It's just like I said. It's fine.
うん、わかった。
The concentrated voice came back. Kotere, who was riding the thermal, did so with complete concentration. I saw the scenery on the ground fading away and was honestly surprised. I have practically nothing left to teach. Finally, all basic operations are practically perfect. To say it wasn't fast. To say she wasn't fast wouldn't be true. No matter how many times you use the simulator and real flying are not the same thing. But Kotere quickly came to trust her intuition and was able to find the unseen thermals and take the glider higher. Flying in a glider, no, the sense of flying in a glider might be the most amazing thing ever.
空が近づいてきた。
While gazing at the other side of the canopy, Kotere muttered. The glider steadily climbed higher. This thermal is a good one, and quite strong. There's a bit of crosswinds right now, we should be careful. I explained as Kotere looked down.
こんなに高い。地上の景色が霞んで、なんだか現実の景色じゃないみたい。
That's because we are twice as high up as Tokyo Tower right now. Right now, our altitude is approximately 700 meters. It was a good thermal, and it was Kotore's first time at this height.
風車の丘ってあんな形してたのね。まるで三日月みたい。
Windmill Hill is almost directly below us. At this height, we have a near unbroken view. The hill ran semicircular alongside the lake. That shape stops the wind blowing across the sea, force builds and runs up the hill, causing the windmills to turn. The wind comes off the lake and stops where the Half Moon Lake ends. When that happens, the collective strength of the wind runs up the hill. Windmills were built there because of this phenomenon.
気持ちいいね。飛ぶのって。
Kotere sighed softly for the moment.
This is hell. すごく自由な感じ。
This is rather pretty. Yeah,
足のことなん
100%.
て忘れちゃいそう。
Even though we are flying in the air, Kotere doesn't need her legs. Only in times like these could I truly seem to feel free. I knew it. Kotere, rather than letting someone fly you, flying yourself suits you. Kotere thought about it a little before answering.
そうかも。私、小鳥って名前でしょ。小さい頃からなんとなくいつも空を見上げてたの。飛んでみたいなって思いながら まさか叶うなんて思ってなかったけど。
My name? Huh. My father named me. His hobby was photography. He would often take pictures of the sky. On the day I was born, the skies were bright blue, so he named me Aoi. Or so he says.
へえ。じゃあここは葵くんの故郷みたいなもんだね。
So, we're kind of the same. During that embarrassing exchange, we laughed as we answered. Now that you mention it, when I heard how I got my name, it was a clear blue day too. It had that special feel to it. Well, after that, I learned that the character for my name Aoi actually refers to a greenish blue color. It kind of disappointed me.
空の上って気持ちいい。ずっと飛んでいられたらいいのに。
Being in the glider, unbound by gravity, soaring this sky, created an odd feeling. I saw Kotori's profile in the canopy. She gazed out and I thought she looked like a being from a faraway place. That was negligent. Always pay attention to the conditions of the atmospheric pressure. Don't forget. And if you don't, you'll fall.
Hi.
With a strong answer, Kotori gripped the yoke firmly. Oh, I wanted to see her land.
お疲れさー。今日はこれでおしまいね。
We flew until sunset and then left the field. Between maintained and rest days. Between maintenance and rest days, we got in 5 flights.
今日は1回のフライトが長かったよね。
There was certainly some great thermals. It was the ideal soaring conditions. The best way to progress is to fly as much as possible. Because the flying times are restricted, it's best to be in the sky as long as possible. Now, after Kotori Route... Agehat next or Harem ending? Orisation. The way that we operate is that there is no other route. The one that we get stuck on is the one that is canon. And Kotori... Today Kotori certainly improved. Even in her takeoff and landings. Unfair. That's right. Kotori won. Amane was quite impressed with today. All thanks to the cockpit that Amane designed for us.
役に立ってよかった。
By the way, where did you go?
あの人なら外にいたわよ。片付けサボってぼーっとしてた。
Asa stepped out for a minute and told us.
今日はもう終わりだって言ってきて。
You mean Yoru? You mean Yoru? Pretty sure Yoru said that. The fuck? Okay. When we left our secret base, Kotori momentarily gazed into the evening sky. What were you doing?
体が揺れてるように感じるの。まだ空の上にいるみたい。
This is the top of the hill. From here, if you looked at it just right, it seemed like you were in the air flying. Even though this was your first flight, you got a considerable amount of flight time in. Bruh, this dialogue is starting to fall apart big time. Kotori looked up into the sky. She seemed to yearn completely for the sky.
どうしよう。私、明日からもう普通じゃいられないかも。だってこんなに楽しいことをしちゃって。頭の中が空っぽになっちゃったみたい。
I was just like that on the day of my first flight. Living with your feet on the ground even felt annoying. It would be amazing if I could fly again and again and again. And with that goal in mind, I spent a whole year preparing. The sky was a daytime blue full of countless twinkling stars. Kotori's eyes shone like the stars as she gazed in love at the sky. A day near the end of August. At the start of summer vacation, near half-flying fish Manor's residents leave. It has been a while since the building has been crowded.
野菜切り終わりました。
こっちもできたわ。
鍋煮えてるわよ。次どうするの？
これオーブンに入れて焼くのよね。何分くらい？
Everyone was asking for my instructions all at once. I feel like a master chef. But to cut vegetables into the boiling water, cover the pot and let it boil for another 10 minutes. Wait a minute on baking that. Bake it together with these. While snapping instructions on the fly, I myself also had a job to do. It had been a long time since I prepared dinner for such a large number of people.
私は何をすればいいかな。
Hey Amane, could you come over here and check out the TV?
危ないから包丁持っちゃダメよ。かな、あまねちゃんのお守りよろしく。
はいよー。望月先輩、こっちで一緒にテレビ見ましょう。
私も何かしたいのに。
Even though she really did want to help, Kanako dragged Amane in front of the TV. People and food, the heat and fire from the oven and stove. Mixed together, it seemed like a war zone. Why does it suddenly feel like this?
ついに合宿だよ、ヨルちゃん。ワクワクだね。
別にいつもと変わらないと思うんだけど。自分の部屋で寝るんでしょ？
Today is the first day back at the Soaring Club's dormitory. However, the truth is that nothing really changes that much. Ageha still stays at a family home, and Amane still comes here for free food. This is what dorm life is about. And just like last year, there is an early morning watch duty. By the end of summer, a morning glory will take an appearance. It wouldn't be strange for it to appear any time now. To be on watch duty meant that you had to stay overnight at the secret base. Watch for even the slightest change in weather. I prepared dinner earlier than usual to try to take advantage of having everyone gathered. Immediately from tonight, we will have a meeting. Alright, finished.
美味しそうな料理がたくさん。
Come over here and help me bring it to the table. Food that everyone prepared was carried to the table. The sight of so much hearty food on platters seemed to put everyone in good spirits.
久しぶりの葵くんのご飯だ。
お腹すいたよ。もう食べていい？
Tiny One is so much helpful, yeah, 100%. Before we start, the leader has a few things to say she'd like to say. Kotori cleared her throat with authority.
皆さん、この1年本当にご苦労様でした。いよいよ私たちの目標であり夢でもあるモーニンググローリーを飛ぶ日が近づいてきています。本番は一度きり、失敗は許されません。夏が終わるまでの間、気合を入れて絶対に失敗しないよ。
長いぞ、小鳥。
もうお腹ペコペコだよ。
ねえ、私スワリング部じゃないし、先に食べてていいかな。こいつら。
Come on, seriously, the food's gonna get cold.
わ 美味しいものお腹いっぱい食べて気合い入れていくわよ。いただきまーす。
At once, everyone scrambled to take food.
たくも気分台無しだわ。
Oh well, when you go out with all guns blazing, it's hard to keep the momentum up until the end.
そんなことないもん。私は最後の一兵になっても戦うわ。
I'm not exactly sure what I'm off to fight, but I'm going in with a great fighting spirit. Since I flew the glider the other day, my motivation has been boundless but wasted. Over the past few days, from dawn till dusk, I have been practicing flying. I've kept my exhaustion hidden, however, my improvement in flying is physically visible.
あの綺麗な雲がまた見られるんですよね。
そういや、朝ちゃんは去年の雲を風車の丘から見てたんだっけ？はい、
すごく綺麗でした。あの雲も空を飛ぶグライダーも。でもあれよりもすごいんですよね。
あれは厳密にはモーニンググローリーとは呼べないものだったからね。
Amane makes a beautiful mess eating as she speaks.
あまねちゃん、食べるか喋るかどっちかにして。
あれこそが今年の夏に本物のモーニンググローリーが来る予兆だったんだ。
Today we heard that last year's cloud sighting could very well be a sign that this year a real morning glory was indeed coming. The story goes back a few hours ago.
以上のデータが私の推論の根拠だ。
The computer screen showed a variety of data types Amane referred to.
つまり
この夏の終わりにモーニンググローリーが発生する可能性は非常に高い。
Amane's words brought a quiet tension and excitement to the room. I listened to Amane's speech and believed it was sound logic.
質問いいでしょうか。
なんだい？
可能性が高いというのはどのくらいなんでしょうか。
そうだな。詳細な数字までは言えないが、大雑把に計算しておよそ 30% ってところじゃないかな。
引く！ちょっとそれのどこが高いのよ。
全く起こらないのが普通だとしたら随分と高い方なんじゃないかしら。
It was just as Yoru said. The phenomenon known as morning glory occurs but once in a few decades.
でもそれだとむしろ大安売りってことじゃない？去年にも規模は小さいものの出現してるわけで。
私と葵くんがフライトした1年前のあの雲は厳密にはモーニンググローリーだ。
Morning glory.
じゃあ何なの
？That was a good rewatch the other day. You fucking what, cunt?
ただの出来損ないだ。だがそれも推論の根拠となっている。これを見てほしい。
はははははははははははははは I get it.
Wait.
Amane took the mouse and brought up more data to the screen. It's a goof film, what can I say? Oh yeah, I believe it's a goof film. 100%, no cap. We just received this project data from the newly constructed windmills. The data showed detailed weather data around the area collected over the past few months. Goof indeed. Amane analyzed the numbers and just recently came to new conclusions. The current display showed two types of data.
これが去年のあの雲が現れた日のデータで、こっちが28年前の8月26日のデータだ。
From August 26th, 28 years ago? A completely unknown date. The data taken from two completely different dates truly resemble each other.
似てるわね。どういうこと？
はっきりとした記録はないが、この日モーニンググローリーの出来損ないが風ヶ浦で発生していたらしいんだ。
どういうことですか？
つまり出来損ないの雲が現れた翌年に本物のモーニンググローリーが現れる可能性が高いと言いたいんでしょ？
She nodded. Our eyes devoured the information on the screen. In first glance, no matter how much we stared at them, the list of numbers were meaningless and we could make no sense of them, but Amane's speech won us over. This data reflected 1 year and it was finally starting to look significant.
それって夏の終わりじゃなきゃ発生しないものなんですか？
それはほぼ間違いない。発生のメカニズムは先ほど説明した通り、湖上空の水蒸気に筑波山に遮られていた湿った空気が流れ込み、
それはもう分かったから。
Amane began once again to explain things from the beginning. Kotori held back her confusion. Sometimes such complex explanations just weren't good to hear. Sometimes you just need to know the principles and the result.
いよいよってわけね。
Ah, the payback for that day. I could not deny a fearless smile forming on my mouth. Amane's explanation was the spark that set fire to my motivation. I was ready for action. The problem lies with the flight plan. We must revise Amane's data. As everyone questioned Amane, I sat and considered the factors.
去年私と葵くんが飛んだあの雲はだいたい上空 1km あたりに現れていた。けど OB の高校日誌によると27年前のモーニンググローリーは上空 2km。
さらに1キロ高く飛ばないといけないのか。
Ageha rubbed her chin as she thought. 2 kilometers is somewhat low for a cloud. Since we are using a wind system to fly, we have yet to experience flying at that altitude.
せめて飛行機があったらな。そんな高さまで上がれるサーマルなんてあるの？
There should be, but I thought about it for a minute. The problem is, should a morning glory form, it would do so around dawn.
どういうこと？
サーマルがほとんどないんだ。夜の間に地表は冷やされて温まるまでに時間がかかる。けれど日の出を待ってそれからのんびり上がったんじゃ間に合わない。
Needs sunlight to warm up surface ground. Without the heat from the ground's surface, thermals can't be formed. I listened to Amane's explanation with a nod and added a few words. If possible, you want to start flying before sunrise while it's still dim.
でもそれじゃあサーマルを見つけるのは難しいと。逆に湖の上にならサーマルがあるんじゃないかな。
The way heat is transferred is different between land and water. Land easily heats and cools, but with water it's more difficult. During the day, the ground temperature is cooler than over lakes and seas, creating a gentle downdraft. But at night, the opposite occurs. The ground cools first, and the air above the not quite cool lake sends air currents upwards. Well, that would probably be difficult. It's different in the middle of night. But at sunrise, it's also expected to be chill.
だよね。
Of course, with us, we only have one flying technique. We learned a lot from our mistakes last year. This time, we have to create a good flight plan. Up until now, we have talked about it countless times. However, now, with the new data, we can come up with something a little more solid. With sidelong glance, Asa sighed as she opened her mouth.
けど発生しない確率の方が高いわけよね。それなのにそんなに張り切っちゃって肩透かしだった時大丈夫なの？
その時はその時を来年かまた再来年にでもチャレンジすればいいわ。
But if the cloud comes this year, it's absolutely impossible to run away from it. I put strong force into my words, to which Kotori and Ageha nodded. The two of us cannot forget last year's frustrations.
そうしてまた超留年生が生まれるのね。スワリング部の伝統として受け継がれていくのかも。
そんなのあまねちゃんだけで十分。
私らもさすがにそこまではね。
いいじゃないか。人よりたくさん学生生活ができてお得だぞ。
Kotori made a firm fist.
あまねちゃんのようにならないためにも
Did she just run away?
一発で決めるわよ。
Hold up, I gotta see that. Oh wow, wait, what the fuck just happened?
いいじゃないか。人よりたくさん学生生活ができてお得だぞ。
She did run
あまねちゃんのよ
away.
うにならないためにも一発で決めるわ
God
よ。
damn it. Ageha and I, with serious face expressions, nodded in agreement.
ところで誰が乗るんですか？だってあのグライダー2人乗りですよね。
Asa's innocently asked question popped in all of our heads, but none of us could make the words come out of our mouths. We looked at each other and then practically at the same time, we all gazed at Amane.
私は乗らないぞ。上空 2km なんて想像しただけで怖いからな。
あまねちゃんは本当にそれでいいの？あの人どかなかった場所に今度こそ行けるかもしれないのよ。
Amane easily shook her head.
言っただろ。私がここでこうしているのは君たちを手伝うためだって。
She says it straight like that. It tends to sound kinda sad. For the senior students, the glider is a thing of the past.
まあそれはおいおい考えればいいんじゃない？それより今はどうやって上がるかよ。
Welcome back, Luminatka. That's right. For the time being, we don't even have a flight plan. Everyone ate while discussing ideas. The argument became increasingly more heated. The bath is open! I walked into the dining hall as I towel-dried my hair. The usual crowd already came and went. I was usually the last to take a bath, but today I went in first. Everyone was hanging out at our normal table.
姉さん、ババを引いたわね。
そんなことないよ。全然そんなことないよ。
What are you two doing?
朝ちゃんは素直でわかりやすいの。
Alright, what are you three doing? Did Amane already head home?
お腹いっぱいになったからって。
What are you four
葵に
doing?
ごちそうさま言っといてってさ。あまね先輩が食いしん坊でよかったよね。おかげでこうして遊びに来てくれるもん。
If that wasn't the case, I would just be a babysitter composing poorly written emails. We're for gluttons. And Kotori?
部屋でこそ練してんじゃないかな。
The simulator? The other day, Kotori borrowed Hibari's laptop. She has been using it to practice on the simulator in her room. Unfortunately, people don't see Kotori's hard work as a virtue. Rather, they see her as being antisocial and too good. Everyone calls it secret practicing.
私呼んできましょうか？
No, it's cool. We shouldn't bother her.
でも葵先輩もう行っちゃうんですよね。
I'm not saying that we shouldn't meet with her at all, just for the time being. Well, it would be nice to see her some. Right, I'm going to go get ready.
いた。
かお、やっと出てきた。
あんたまだいたんだ。あまねちゃんはもう帰ったの？
うん、帰ったよ。でもって私もそろそろ帰るところ。
さあ、気をつけてね。
葵ならもう出てったわよ。
嘘、もうこんな時間？
彼氏ほっぽり出してシミュレーターに夢中とは。さすが空に片思いしてる女ね。
いってらっしゃい言いたかったのに。
Wait, where'd he go? There really is a great view of the sky from here. Oh yeah. While climbing up the slanted surface of Windmill Hill, I gazed at the starry sky that spread along the hill. It was clear today, giving a great view. It was clear today, giving a great view of the stars. Bro, the translation quality has dropped fucking immensely as we're as we're progressing through. It's just fucking dog shit. On top of that, from Windmill Hill, there are a few obstructions to block the view. Last year, the same sheet-covered glider was placed on the runway. From the secret base, the view is even better than from the Flying Fish Manor's garden. Where the change in the atmosphere came from, I don't know. You have to catch it within even a second's time.
Welcome to the rice field, motherfucker!
But it is understandable because we all knew anime dub. I'm doing the watch alone. However, in this remote location, it isn't safe to have one girl sitting here, so the shift is done in pairs. Terrible to be back. Ah, Raiden, what are you doing? Your sword doesn't belong there. I drop off and pick them up from here, but having even two people here during the night is worrying. Nothing but solar panels and windmills in the sprawling space.
If you want to blame something, blame your attitude. It's mid at best.
Aw, T-Sec, thank you for the host. Let's fucking go. I hope you're doing well. Oh, that's a rip. That is a massive rip right there. As if neither human nor machine no longer touched the land. Inside my pocket,
no.
my cell phone chimed. Oh no. Got a mail. It was from Kotori. I'm sorry I got all self-absorbed in my room. I just want to say goodnight and take care. It was the kind of mail that makes the heart go fuzzy. I didn't realize it, but it seemed that I was lonely. Tomorrow morning, I'll get up early and wait for you. Good night. Finally, a small smile escaped my lips. Who would have thought something like this is nice? There were no words to truly describe it. Reading the mail gave me a strange but relieving feeling. Thanks for your message. You're working hard on practicing, right?
なんで練習してたってバレてるんだろう。
There's also aviation practice tomorrow, so there's no reason to overdo it. Get some rest. If you go home, could you help get breakfast ready? I love you. Night.
好きだよ。だって。キュンとしちゃった。おやすみ、葵くん。よーし、 し、明日に備えて寝るぞ。
クワックワッ。その前に
Good, don't stare at her. Ooh.
私に好きだよってメールしよっと。
お、いたいた。おーい、アゲハ
Oh shit, Masatsugu.
おお、
あ
マコ
あかりじ
じゃん。それにあかりさんも。
こんにちは、姫木さん。約束通り見学させてもらいに来たわ。
どうもこんにちは。お待ちしてました。どうぞ存分に見てってください。
で、そのグライダーはどこにあるんだ？
今訓練飛行中。だいぶ高く上がってるから、あ、いたいた。
Who the fuck translated?
どこだ？
この双眼鏡を使ってください。
ありがとう。どのあたりかしら。
Oh well. Nah, there's only so many oh wells you can give them.
ほら、長細い雲がある下あたりに翼が太陽の光を反射してるのを見えません？あ、今光った。
あれがそうなの？グライダーが飛んでいるところは初めて見たけど、すごいのね。はあ、あんなに高く。
日によりますけど、理論上ならそれこそ雲の上にだって行けますから。ほれ、マボも見てみ。
おお、ほんとだ。すげえ飛んでる。エンジンついてないんだろ？よく飛べるな。
誰が操縦を？
小鳥です。
ハバネさんが？
空を飛ぶのに足を使う必要はありませんから。葵が一緒に乗って教えてるんです。
なるほど。
I like it when her eyes do that. Just, mwah.
おいおい、やべえぞ。なんか回転しながら落ちてる。
The glider fell towards the ground, spinning in a corkscrew. The field of vision spins and the sense of balance is lost. As you turn the screw to the other side, you experience G-force. Don't lose your grip on things, deal with the G-force. If you do it like I taught you, you can do it. First, put the aileron in neutral. Literally put the yoke in neutral. Next, rotate the yoke in the opposite direction of the glider's spin. Before I start instructing her, Kotori already steered in the direction opposite of the rudder. Immediately the yoke leaned forwards in the direction it did before. Try not to let the nose fall too much. The main wings need to take the lifting power back. Finally, when the nose of the glider fell just right and the wings were able to stream airflow, regular flight was restored. When you placed the rudder in neutral, it was as if nothing happened at all. We flew like normal. Great recovery. When normality returned, Kotori took a look at the outside landscape and sighed, and deeply sighed in relief. We didn't just almost avoid an accident. I had intentionally let the glider spin. We had just been practicing spin recover tactics. We practically didn't lose any altitude. Great flying, Kotori.
さすがに普通のストーリーより焦るわね。
To stall means that the main wings lose connection with the air currents, creating the phenomenon of losing lifting power. Without lifting power, the glider will fall. However, if you know the right procedures, you can recover from a stall. So for the sake of study, you need to create a stall situation in practice. The most important thing concerning a glider pilot is that they have to practice. Just as right now, spin and stall procedures, even in practice, are still quite vicious. A spin is when the body of a plane turns like a screw while falling. In a worst case scenario situation, a weak point in the frame of the body could be lost, forcing the pilot to parachute. Compared to the response time, you dealt with the procedures very precisely. Are you scared?
あんまりリカバリーできるイメージが頭の中にあったからかな。
I see. During a stall, the pilot becomes confused. While spinning, the pilot experiences the sensation of falling, and it's a pretty scary feeling. It's natural to become flustered with your only thought being, I gotta get control. However, in that confusion, should the pilot perform the wrong maneuver, it could worsen the situation into the most horrible of circumstances. Tori didn't lose confidence or her calm control in this scenario and recovered quickly. She had such a level head for her first recovery. The first time I practiced this maneuver, I remember losing my calm pretty quickly.
なんとなく感覚はつかめてきたわ。
Don't get cocky. During stalls and spins, if you forget the fear, your ability to react might be slow. When talking about stalls, there are two types of practice. The first regards how to recover. The second is about teaching the body signs to tell when it is about to stall or spin. There are several signs. More importantly than reading the meters is understanding the feel of flying. In this case, the body is introduced to the feel of G-force. Once experienced, the body will remember the sensation enough to prompt the pilot into taking measures to prevent a stall. The experience of recovery, of course, is also important. Thanks to practice like these, I think Amane and I escaped some harm.
あの時は見ていてヒヤヒヤしたわ。下降気流にはまったんだっけ。
A year ago, we experienced a strong downdraft. We suddenly lost flight power and fell. We were so absorbed in the moment that it seemed like the glider fixed itself upright. I think it was due to the mastering these skills in practice. Alright, let's find a thermal again and take up to the sky. Bruh. To continue practicing recoveries, we had to make a good enough height to fall safely.
なるほど。意図的にそういった状態にして、そこから回復する訓練を行っていたのですか。
危ねえことするんだな。
The worst is, she crashed. She crashes my game, easy.
大丈夫よ。いざとなったら葵がフォローするから。
やはり空を飛ぶというのはそれだけ危険なことなのね。
あいつら降りてこないぞ。
また上がってもう一回やるんでしょ。私らにはあんまり時間が残されてないからね。
Which is fine, we get some form of tragic stopping love story. Have you reached the part where they hit the World Trade Center yet? Unfortunately, I don't think that's part of this game. I think that's part of the fan disc.
どういう意味かしら。
天音先輩の予言によると、あと10日以内にモーニンググローリーが現れる可能性が高いんです。
Holy shit! It's part of my 300-page fan fiction.
モーニング
Is that all?
グローリー？
湖の上に大きな雲の回廊がかかるんです。それを飛ぶのが私たちの目的だから。
望月先輩が写真立てに飾っていたあの不思議な雲のことね。
I was having a rough month.
小鳥にその気があるなら、
Disgusting.
あの子をメインパイロットにして飛ばせてやってもいいんじゃないかって葵たちとも話してるんです。本人にはまだ内緒なんですけど、まずはみっちりしごいて本当に小鳥でいけるのか見極めないと。
そう、それにしても変わったわね、ハバネさん。慶風学園に入学してきた頃から随分と。
そんな頃から知ってるんですか？
ええ、もちろんよ。足の不自由な生徒が入学してくると聞いて気にかけていたのよ。
さすが生徒会長になるために生まれてきたお人だわ。
Did you hear about J.K. Rowling's self-insert book that's 1,000-ish pages long? No, but now that you've told me, you're gonna have to tell me more.
まあ同じ学年で知らないやつはいなかったけどな。態度超悪いって有名だったもんな。
だよね。2年で同じクラスになった時はどうしてやろうかと。
どうした？誰だあれ？こっち来るぞ。
Now we know.
あれって。
Toddy inside a thermal gradually took the glider higher. Will be good any time now. Would like to know more. Insert Starship Troopers. I think I mentioned her transphobic ramblings that's been going on for the better part of a year. She's gotten a lot of shit for it, and this is basically her weird catharsis about that. I think I remember hearing about that. Like before. I think on Reddit as well. But I didn't know about this. God damn. The purpose of today's training was to cover stall recovery, and there was no reason to fly higher than this. She's basically super homophobic. But the way Kotori asked, I couldn't say no. Sure, let's see how much higher we can go. Being able to catch a thermal to fly higher is important to practice after all. Kotori flew the glider around the updrafts that the eyes couldn't see. Little by little, she brought the glider higher and higher. This is a place you always wanted to see, right? They really are big, aren't they? She used to be weirdly inclusive, but it's kind of devolved into right-wing rhetorics and hate. Huh. Any causes for that? That's like publicly known, or... We might be able to fly up here, but this is where we should stop. Inside Cumulonimbus, the air flows in downbursts. Never mind things like thunder, we should keep to safety first. Probably being terminally online. Yeah, that'll do it. Yeah, that'll do it. Even jumbo jets will avoid Bro, these fucking words. Cumulonimbus clouds if they can. Aside for us, at these heights, the sky is like an unknown world for us. I'd rather stay safe and be able to go home than take the chance of going briefly without incident. Beyond the sky is space. Kotori absently muttered space as she gazed out beyond the canopy. From her profile, she looked like a mysterious child. When Amane flew, she kept her curiosity hidden behind the shining eyes of a young girl. The Kotori gave the impression of just being very young. I'm super homophobic myself when it comes to stranger danger where they try to peek with me. I expected that from Saber. Saber? Shin? What's the difference? People usually ask to have childlike feelings. About what you said before. About me, when I was gazing at the sky, you said I was really cool. Well, about you, Kotori, flying in the sky like this is the true Kotori. This Kotori is surely the true Kotori, it seems. Kotori glanced quickly back at me to ask, "Eyes forward, cunt! Eyes forward, cunt!" Yeah, I don't know you from long ago, but this you I see, well, it's a feeling I have. To put into her perspective, by the way, her book is about as long as Lord of the Rings. When we fly like this, it warms my heart. It makes me excited. It's strange, but when we fly together, I somehow know more than before that Kotori is my girlfriend. See her face expression that could only be seen while flying in the sky. Expressions that only I can see. When I say excited, I mean I want to get to know her more. I want to see more. Kotori muttered while thinking. I'm sorry to bring up such an odd subject during flight. Please, forget about it. Okay, but now that's good. This time take the glider into a spin yourself, then set her right again. Alright, let's do it. I instructed Kotori into a spin and she flew us. After performing so many spin maneuvers, Kotori became tired and it was time to land. The body from practice also had the burden of being inspected was necessary. We brought the glider to its final approach towards the runway. Today the crosswind was strong. Enter the runway with the nose pointing upwards. Kotori safely and acutely landed the glider on the runway. So I was streaming for my birthday tomorrow and games kept ending the stream and nobody came. It's kinda sad. Games kept ending the stream, what do you mean? Kotori, who was transferred from the cockpit seat to a wheelchair, looked completely exhausted. Well, he flew quite a bit. I was also quite tired. Training practice and the constant attention to safety still made me nervous.
おかえりなさい、ハバネさん。
生徒会長、来てたんだ。
下から見させてもらったわ。あなたたちが夢中になるのもわかる気がする。
でしょ?
On the ground, or who knows how long Kumoe and Matsutsugu waited.
さっきね、800メートルくらいまで上がったのよ。なんなら生徒会長も後で乗ってみる?
Yeah, Akari, get in the plane.
ええ。だけどその前に。
Uh-oh. Miss Kumoe for some reason had an unpleasant expression on her face. Ageha stuck out her head from behind.
小鳥、ちょっといい?
What the fuck's going on?
何? あげ。
Kotori looked behind Ageha's shoulder and was surprised to see another person standing there. But she was dumbfounded when she recognized who it was.
どうしてひばり姉が?
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Hibari stared at Kotori's look of disbelief. Her face turned pale and her knees began to quiver. At first I thought she was angry, but she quickly regained her composure. It was Hibari that was shaking in anger. What? She called Kotori's name with a quivering voice as she drew closer towards Kotori.
どうしてこんな。違うのお姉ちゃん。これは。
The explanation that Kotori wanted to give wouldn't come out.
あなたが乗っていたなんて。お願い、落ち着いてひばりね。私の話を聞いて。
The sharp sound echoed. The people nearby immediately shrugged at the sound. It was the sound of Kotori's sister hand striking Kotori across the face.
あなたは自分がどうしてそんな体になってしまったのか忘れちゃったの?
Hibari's tears mixed with her anguished cry. Her knees trembled and she shook so much she might physically collapse. It wasn't anger, but fear.
忘れてないよ。でもこれは気球じゃない。私たちが作ったグライダー。同じよ。このことをお父さんやお母さんが知ったらどうなるか。待って、それだけはやめて。そんなことしたらお父さんたちがどうなるか分かってて隠してたのね。
aggressive, beat, aggressive, beat, aggressive, beat, aggressive, Calliope Mori, bitch!
Well, that's fair enough, Shin.
ごめんなさい。でもこのことはお父さんたちに言うから。
Hibari wouldn't hear another word, the cold voice said, and turned her back on Kotori and walked away.
待って、お姉ちゃん。
Kotori tried to chase after Hibari, but Hibari left too quickly.
お姉ちゃん。
Kotori watched Hibari's back disappear behind a wall of eyes full of tears. With the finishing operations done, we head back to the office.
小鳥は
She just went home. For the time being, we should try to keep it down.
そうね。で、結局何だったの？あれは。
After that, the mood changed. Everyone silently finished the last procedures of the day. While everyone gathered at the office, I headed up to Kotori's dorm room. Kotori's legs got that way in an accident. An accident that involved a hot air balloon crashing on its way to its destination. The trip was offered through a service that offered sightseeing packages. Kotori was riding in the balloon with her mother, and it crashed. Everyone seemed to have only had minor injuries, except Kotori.
だからって、あの取り乱しようは普通じゃなかったわ。ひばりさん、まるで目の前で事故が起こったみたいに震えてたよね。
At the time of the hot balloon accident, Hibari and her father were standing close enough to see it happen. Hibari undoubtedly saw Kotori getting out of the glider and probably brought back memories. Kotori was hiding the fact that she was flying from Hibari. I'm guessing that she didn't want to worry anyone.
そんな事情があったなんてね。
Agaha seems... it seems was sworn to secrecy. Hibari knew that Kotori was in the soaring club, but she probably assumed that Kotori was helping to service the glider, or some such things.
あの人の家庭の事情はよく知らないけれど、娘がグライダーに乗ってるなんて知ったら、ご両親はさぞ心配するでしょうね。
小鳥先輩がコックピットから降りてくるのを見たとき、ひばりさん、真っ青でした。
どうしようかね、これから。
I don't know. For now, let's try and talk with Kotori later. That, and we can try and contact Hibari. I still couldn't believe that Hibari slapped Kotori. That she was that angry.
お姉ちゃんのこと悲しませちゃった。いつも私のこと一番に考えて優しくしてくれてたお姉ちゃんなのに。でも私飛びたいんだもん。お姉ちゃんやお父さんやお母さんに心配かけたくないけど、どうしても飛びたいの。どうすればいい？ねえ、ハット。どうして私は飛びたいんだろう。
These fuck-ups are hurting me.
お見苦しいところをお見せしてしまって。
No, I'm sorry for intruding. I understand your concerns. On my way home, I called Hibari to try and explain the situation. Why Kotori decided to join the soaring club. What kind of activities the soaring club participated in. without hiding anything.
クラブ活動のおかげなんですよね。小鳥ちゃんが元気になっていったのは。
Yes, I agree.
でも
I heard about the situation from Kotori. She's really stressing about you, Hibari. Thanks to you, she's been... Why the fuck would you say it like that? Why the fuck would you say it like that? Because of you, she's been really fucking dickhead. Thanks to you, she's been really down. She said when she calmed down, she'd try and call you.
ありがとうございます、水瀬さん。
Aoi is not a master of words, I'm gonna say that right now. This fucking dumb cunt.
今は感情的になってしまって、ちゃんと話せそうにな
I'll slap her back. No. Yes. Please talk to her. After I got off the phone, I sighed. From where I stood, I could see Kotori's bedroom window, but the light was off. She's probably exhausted from crying and fell asleep.
おかえりなさい。
Oh. Thanks. Kotori stood at the entranceway playing with Hat. She wore a mask that smiled, undoubtedly trying to be brave.
もうお腹ペコペコよ。早くご飯にしましょう。双子シスターズは？
I wanted to get some ramen today, so I said I think I'll go out to eat.
ラーメンか。いいな。
She was really considerate of my feelings. Kotori promptly went to the refrigerator and began pulling out the ingredients for dinner.
今日はハヤシライスだったわね。牛肉解凍しなきゃ。マッシュルームはと。
Hold on, what the fuck was that?
双子シスターズは？
Huh. This... Shit's painful. Are you... okay?
どうかな。多分平気じゃないと思う。
Right. I know Kotori is trying to come across as happy. But somehow, there was a crack in her mask of pleasantries.
お姉ちゃんとは落ち着いてから話してみる。黙ってたこと謝りたいし。でもお父さんたちには内緒にしとかないといけない。
To keep them from being worried? Kotori shakes her head.
お父さんにバレたら無理やりにでも家に連れ戻されちゃうもん。だから今はまだ黙ってないと。
But Hibari said she called my dad today?
やめてってお願いするつもりよ。夏休みが終わるまでって期限付きで。
The writing! The writing!
そしたらあとは自分で話す
What
わ。
the fuck?
もしお父さんとお母さんがグライダーに乗っちゃダメって言うなら、その時はこの夏で引退ってわけ。去年のあまねちゃんみたいでしょ。
Kotori.
だから葵くんも。
Ah, got it. I got you back.
ありがとう葵くん。
Kotori, who smiled as she thanked me, despite the large tears that had formed in her eyes and were ready to spill.
あれなんだろう。
Shut the fuck up, cunt.
なんで今頃泣いてるの私。
Kotori, with both hands, wiped away the tears.
安心したからかな。葵くんが味方してくれるって分かって。
You don't have to say it like that. I leaned over to Kotori nearby me and hugged her gently. Kotori buried her face in my shoulder and sobbed.
姉ちゃんに叩かれたの初めてだよ。すごいびっくりした。
Hibari has always been kind.
そうなの、優しいの。私の周りには優しい人いっぱいなの。なのに私自分勝手で
I pet Kotori's hair and said nothing as she cried herself out. Motherfucker.
以上が昨日起こった出来事に関係する我が家の事情です。みんな迷惑をかけてごめんなさい。
After explaining the situation to everybody, Kotori gave a deep bow. As I've already told everyone about the balloon incident and her staying quiet about the glider to her parents, and Hibari, no one was shocked to hear her tell it.
それはいいんだけどさ、あんたは続けられるの？
そのつもり。少なくともこの夏が終わるまではね。
どういうことですか？
ひばり姉にお願いしたの。夏休みが終わったら自分で話すから、それまでお父さんたちには黙っててって。
Hibari seemed a bit disappointed at the idea, but ultimately had agreed to Kotori's request. No matter what, Kotori is her little sister.
お父さんたちがグライダーのこと知ったら反対すると思う。それだけじゃないわ。きっと無理にでも家に連れ戻されちゃう。
そん
な。だからお父さんたちがダメって言うなら、私はこの夏で部活を引退するつもり。
引退って、待ってよ、そんなの。
ごめん、アゲハ。
Ageha bit her tongue as Kotori apologized. She knew that persisting would only cause trouble for Kotori.
ソアリング部に席を置いていても飛びさえしなければいいんじゃないの？
Kotori shook her head.
多分関わることも許してくれないと思う。それにもう信じてはくれないだろうし。
You don't know how her father would react until it actually happens. But she did keep it a secret. It would be naive to think that you could be trusted again after that.
それにみんなのおかげで私はもう空を飛ぶ気持ちよさを知っちゃったから。二度と飛べないって分かってるのにグライダーの近くに居続けるなんて多分無理。みんな自分でまいた種だからしょうがないわ。自己責任ってやつね。
Asa started to look sad. Yoru also didn't seem convinced.
じゃあ私も引退かな。
Hey, what did you just say?
だってさ、私は楽しいからやってるわけ。楽しくないならやる価値なし。小鳥がいないならもうやんぴ。
Looking disappointed, Ageha folded her arms behind her head. Quitting.
バカなこと言わないでよ。せっかくここまでやってきたんじゃない。あまねちゃん飛ばすためにみんなでグライダーを修理して、ガレージ壊されちゃった後も朝たちのおかげでこんな立派な活動場所を見つけて、やっと機体の改良ができてまた飛べるようになって、ようやくまともに活動できるようになったんじゃない。
Shooting yourself in the foot.
だからでしょ。私はグライダーでも何でもよかったの。ロボット部の方が楽しけりゃあっち続けてたと思う。でも葵や小鳥や天音先輩とものづくりする方が面白いから私はこっちを選んだの。小鳥、あんたと何かするのが楽しかったの。そのあんたがいなくなっちゃうんじゃん。なんかもうつまんない。
アゲハ、
Kotori gave Ageha a look filled with both happiness and frustration. I agree.
葵くんまで
I didn't only want to fly the glider. Yeah, it was really fun. I liked it a lot, but it was only fun because you were all here. Thank you, Shun. If all I wanted to do was fly, I could have just gone to the gliding field and flown until I was sick of it. It was amazingly fun, and I didn't want to quit. It wasn't what I truly wanted, though. If we can't do it together...
朝のことはどうすんのよ。
Asa looked as if she was about to cry.
いえ、私はいいんです。終わってしまうのは悲しいですけど、皆さんの熱い友情も素敵ですし、それに私だって同じです。空を飛んでみたいからソアリング部に入ったんじゃありません。皆さんの仲間に入りたくてソアリング部に入ったんです。
朝、
無理しちゃって。無理してないもん、本当だもん。
まあそうよね。ただ飛びたいだけならおじいちゃんにお願いすれば一発だものね。
ってことで、あんたが引退するならソアリング部は即時解散ね。
ダメよ、そんなの責任感じちゃうじゃない。
感じればいいんじゃないかしら。実際あるわけだし。
Okay, now we're getting a bit She is the club leader.
あんたらって。
話をまとめるわよ。夏が終わるまでは今まで通り全力でモーニンググローリーを目指す。
Good lord.
その後は知らん。
ある意味今までと何も変わってないわね。
頑張りましょうね、小鳥先輩。
Could almost say this problem made us all closer. At least it seemed like everyone felt that way.
葵、ついでにあの話もしとく？
Oh yeah. Well, about the flight. That is when the morning glory makes its appearance. Kotori, you're gonna be the main pilot. Frustrated by having her hands held back by Asa, Kotori listened to me dumbfounded. You've got enough skill to be the pilot. You don't have enough experience, but I'll help you with that.
でも、葵くんだって自分で飛びたいんじゃ。
Well, yeah, that's true. But it's fine with me as long as someone flies over the clouds.
アゲハたちはそれでいいの？
私はほら、別に飛びたいわけじゃないから。他に乗りたい人がいるなら、譲るのはやぶさかじゃないってところね。
私は先輩たちがそれでいいならいいです。
私はただの部外者です。
You basically are. Shut the fuck up.
ありがとう。私のために。
Kotori looks as if she's about to cry tears of joy.
ああ、一つ訂正しとくけど、別にあんたのためじゃないからね。私は私のためにやってるの。
Same here.
私もです。
Me too.
Not knowing how to take it all, Kotori began to show a complex of mixed emotions. A complex mix of emotions. I almost laughed at how the odd combination of tears and look of amusement on her face.
だから遠慮なんかするなってこと。
You can fly if you want to. Kotori started to cry again, this time with a smile on her face. I don't like where this is going. I'm back! Hmm? Something is scribbled on the dining hall table. Going She wrote that on the table. I'm going home for a bit. Kanako.
今日はカナいないんだ。
Seems so.
朝も夜もいないし、二人っきりね。
Seems so. On the table. On the table. Since it was Asa and Yoda's turn to watch over the secret base, they were going to be spending the night there. They said they would be eating over there and had brought some blah blah. Just the two mean lots of skin time. Fuck out of here. They said they would be eating over there and had bought some snacks at a convenience store. Felt like they were having a trip. Even though we realized it was just going to be the two of us, we pretended to ignore the fact.
汗かいちゃったから顔洗ってくる。
Kotori left the dining hall. The full song is a good listen? Oh yeah, 100%. I guess I'll get changed too. For some reason, I started to worry about smelling sweaty. I decided to head back to my room and get changed. Good song, good song.
いい？呼ぶまで絶対入ってきちゃダメよ。
Are you really alright?
大丈夫だってば。ハト、葵くんが入ってこないよう見張ってて。もし入ってきたら遠慮なく攻撃していいからね。
Wah wah. Pat menacingly flapped his wings my way. Shrugging my shoulders, I left the room. Seems like Kotori is making dinner tonight. Since she doesn't want me to see how she cooks, she kicked me out of the kitchen. I wonder if she's really okay. Maybe she'll cut herself with a knife or burn herself on the stove. Starting to become anxious, I tried to peek through a gap in the door, but a hat was keeping watch like a loyal guard dog. I could bust my way through, but that would only make Kotori upset. I'd like to avoid that kind of conversation tonight. I am worried though. If I could see her from here, I probably wouldn't be all that concerned. Not being able to see anything only made me worry more. Trying to listen in on what was happening, I suddenly realized something. If Kotori's father knew about the glider, he'd probably feel like this. Even if he didn't know anything about gliders, he'd definitely understand what the Soaring Club does. It's obvious. They simply would be flying. So of course he'd be extremely worrisome about something terrible happening to his daughter. It's probably only because Hibari frequently came here and knew all of us that she'd promised to wait until the end of summer. The phone in the hallway was ringing. Since I had a cell phone, it was almost never used, yet it was ringing now. Slipping past the gaze of Hat the watchdog, I headed towards the entrance. Who could it be? Maybe Kanako? Lionfish Manor. Uh-oh. The caller was a man. Speaking. May I ask who's calling? Oh, shit. My mind instantly went blank. Hello? Right now she's Oh, damn. He quickly corrected me. Well then, how can I help you? Me? What could he want to talk to me about? Did Hibari tell him about the glider? Was he mad at me for not saying anything to him? Which means, is he planning to bring Kotori back home? Is he calling to talk about the arrangements? I braced myself and listened to what Kotori's father had to say. Huh? Thank me. Hearing him say Hibari's name made my heart stop. I quickly regained my composure. If there was a problem, he wouldn't be calling to thank me.
小鳥が帰省してきてくれたのは水瀬さんのおかげなのだと。帰るのを渋るあの子を説得してくださったとか。
I didn't really do much.
おかげで久しぶりに家族の時間を過ごすことができました。ありがとうございました。
He called just to thank me?
お恥ずかしながらこんなことを言われても戸惑わせるだけだろうと分かってはいるのですが、どうしてもお礼を言いたくて。
No, don't worry about it at all. I'm glad to help, even if a little. I paid him a little lip service since I didn't know what else to say. He sounded about to be the same age as my own father. Kotori was happy too. She really seemed really happy when she was talking about her time at home.
あの子がですか?
He seemed surprised and gracious at the same time. Such a simple thing really seemed to make him happy. I can't tell him that the pandas were the thing she was most excited about.
そうですか。あの子がそんな風に。
Yeah, she was. I wasn't lying. She did really seem to be happy when talking about being with her parents.
ひばりやクラス担任の先生からそちらでの様子を伺っていたのですが。
So even Kotori's homeroom teacher had spoken with him. I hadn't thought about the possibility, even though it's extremely obvious to me now.
クラスで浮いていることや特定の科目の成績だけ極端に悪いということも聞いていました。親しい友人がいる様子はなく、だんだんと学校を休みがちになっていたとも。
His voice was somber. Hearing that would make him worry. It was heart-wrenching just imagining how he must feel.
それが昨年の夏頃からだんだんと変わってきて、今じゃ友達もできて成績も安定しているとか。
Yeah, when I started working here, she didn't seem to get along with the other boarders. But now she's talkative and good friends with everyone. I tried to be as cheerful as possible. I wanted to make it seem as if he didn't need to worry as much anymore.
ひばりから伺っています。学校でも小鳥が周囲に馴染めるよう尽力くださったと伺っています。
Well, it wasn't just me. It was really all thanks to her meeting Amane and Ageha. Heck, even the glider had a big impact. I didn't really do anything. But I didn't tell him that. Should I go get Kotori? Since you called, you may as well talk with.
いえ、いいんです。
He was surprisingly blunt.
あの子はまだ私たちを許してはくれていません。
The slight cheerfulness that came to his voice had already faded.
あの子は隠していますが、私たちも気がついています。あの子は本当は工学になんて興味がなかったのに。
Kotori had lied about her interest in engineering and came to Keifu Academy. Her parents believed her but came to realize it was a lie once they heard about her grades. At the same time, that lie revealed another hidden desire. My mom and dad always looked sad, like it was my fault it was like my life had ended. That continued for so long, I couldn't take it anymore, so I decided to leave the house. That bitter emotion had made it all the way to her parents. That was the reason Kotori's father had not come to see her all the way up until her recent trip back home.
あの子に嘘をつかせた責任は私たちにあります。
A deflated voice came out of the receiver. It was obvious that he had been living with his regret over the past few years.
あの子が家を出て行ってから、我が家はまるで火が消えたようでした。けれど、そんな家族がまた一つになれるかもしれない。先日小鳥が帰ってきてくれた時は、家内も喜んで、まるで昔に戻ったみたいでした。あの子がそちらへ戻った後、家内と話していたんです。もしあの事故がなければ、きっと今頃毎日があんな風に過ごせていたんだろうって。
Yeah.
ですが、また一緒に暮らせるようになるかもしれない。これもみんな、水瀬さんのおかげです。
I sensed a tinge of sadness in his gratitude. Through that, I could tell he was sincere. I think Kotori changed because she wanted to. All I and everyone else did was simply be here with her. It wasn't because of her legs. You help friends, that's all there is to it. Changing is a bit from the influence of your friends is natural. It would happen to anyone. I wasn't sure if my message came across, but her father repeated thank you once again.
娘のことをよろしくお願いします。
Saying that, he hung up. I hung up the phone with a sigh. If he had known about the glider, there is no way he would have spoken to me like this. I didn't think I should have told him, however. Not knowing what to do left me with a heavy feeling.
電話してたの？
Oh, yeah. Kotori seemed to have come out of nowhere.
誰から？
The gardener. I just figured that they need to come soon to do some work.
そう。ハットがあっちこっち続き回って荒れちゃってるものね。
I lied without even thinking about it. Is dinner ready? I'm getting a little hungry.
できたわ。
Dinner was laid across the dining hall table. Croquettes? I love croquettes.
お口に合うといいけど。
A large pile of barrel-shaped croquettes are sitting atop a large plate. All of them were fried to a golden brown, but a few had crushed spots. I quickly took my seat. Can I eat?
いいよ。
Alright. I started to dig into the piping hot croquettes. These are great. But something's a bit different about this one.
そっちは肉じゃがコロッケよ。こっちのが普通のコロッケね。
A meat and potato croquette? I've never had one of these before. Kotori seemed to enjoy watching me munch away at her cooking. When did you learn to cook this? When did you learn to cook like this?
そのコロッケはね、お母さんの得意料理なの。
Ah, so what that means is... Kotori nodded. She had made a promise to me a bit back. Since her mother taught her to cook, she was going to make something for me.
ごめんね、遅くなっちゃって。なかなかいいタイミングがなくて。
Croquettes do take a long time to make. Since we were busy every day at the club, she never had the time. So this is what your mom's cooking tastes like.
お姉ちゃんもまだ教えてもらってない秘伝の味よ。
The coating was crispy and the inside was delectably soft. A few of them were a bit misshapen, but they were without a doubt delicious. These are so good with rice. More, please. Like a child, I lifted up my rice bowl and Kotori happily wheeled off to get me more.
どんどん食べてね。全部食べちゃってもいいから。
It was so good that I wanted to do just that, but there was just too many. The large plate had 2 plates worth of croquettes piled up in a pyramid. I ate as many of Kotori's croquettes as my stomach would allow. I am full. I threw my overstuffed body onto my bed. That was so good. I am stuffed.
喜んでもらえてよかった。
Having her cooking praised really seemed to make Kotori happy. Hold on a minute, okay? I'll be fine in a bit. I laid on the bed until my stomach settled a little. While I was resting, Kotori began staring at the bicycle decorating the corner of my room.
ちゃんと手入れしてあるのね。
Yeah, it's sort of a habit. I can't sleep if I don't do it, even though I don't ride anymore.
乗らないの？
I couldn't even if I wanted to. Kotori looked at my right knee.
全然平 きそうに見えるけど、そんなことないんだ。
I could probably ride around a little bit, but there's no way I could race. It's no fun if I'm not riding at full speed. Plus, I'd probably want to go faster, push too hard and then hurt my knee again.
葵くんがこの自転車で走ってるとこ見てみたかったな。きっと超かっこよかったと思うの。
I can show you. I pulled myself up and fumbled through my desk drawer. After a bit of searching, I pulled out an album. My friends in the cycle racing club made this for me when I transferred schools. It was filled with pictures of the club and match records.
素敵なお友達がたくさんいたのね。
Well, when I got it, it kind of felt like a strange way of them saying they hated me. I laughed and Kotori gave me a funny look. Because, you know, when I left, it was kind of like I was running away from bicycle. And then they gave me this. When I got it, I just shoved it into the bottom of my drawer. I even forgot I had it.
今は見られるようになったってこと？
I guess. All thanks to the glider and making new friends, I suppose. Now I appreciate their thoughtfulness. I really don't have any bad memories from back then.
葵くんだ。若い。
I looked a bit like a punk. It was a picture of me from the first grade. I really looked like a child.
かわいい。いいなこの葵くん。なでなでしたい。
Guys don't like it when you say they're cute, you know. Saying that in a sullen tone had Kotori laugh in a way that implied that was cute. What do you think of the game? If my heart had wings, I like it. I like it a lot.
自転車のユニフォーム姿の葵くんもかっこいいな。ねえ、これってすごくスピード出るんでしょ？どのくらい速いの？
Well, if I pedal as fast as I can, I could probably go a bit faster than a car at normal speed. I like being called cute uwu. I recently finished Hush Hush. Great game. Bit emotional at the end, but still good. 8 out of 10. Oh, let's go. Who did you go for at the end?
車より速いの？
Uwu? Oh, what? Lord. There's no way I could keep that speed up the whole time, of course. But at the sprint, right before the goal, when I use my legs full blast, yeah, it can go pretty fast.
足を使い切る？
Basically using up all the energy you stored up.
へえ。うわ、これすごいね。坂を登ってる。
We call it a hill climb. It's really, really tough.
みたいね。すんごい顔してる。
Let me tell you though, after you struggle and struggle up the hill, there's a prize awaiting you. Going downhill.
ダウンヒル？
Yeah, going downhill gets you going really fast. It feels amazing.
サーマルに乗って空の上まで上がった後、遠くまで滑空していくような感じかな。
Well, it's similar, but still different. The sense of speed is much higher on a bicycle. Moving across the ground really makes a sensation, no joke. It feels great to be hundreds of meters above the ground in a glider, but it's different.
自転車か。
You were in the volleyball club, right?
最初スパイカーだったんだけど、セッターやれる子がいなくて途中で転校したの。私割と器用だったからどこでもこなせたし。
Damn, all rounder. Cool. You have an album or something? Kotori flashed an awkward smile.
全部捨てちゃった。
Oh, sorry I brought it up.
今このアルバム見ててちょっと後悔してる。嫌な思い出ってわけじゃないんだから 撮っとけばよかったって。
I would have loved to see pictures of you from back then. I bet you were really cute.
まあね。
She nodded quickly. Not really modest, huh?
ご近所で評判だったらしいから美人姉妹って。どっちかっていうとお姉ちゃんの方がすごいモテモテだったけど、隣町からラブレターが届くなんてこともしょっちゅうだったし。
Ah, I can see that happening. Kotori looked offended after hearing me murmur that. But you must have been popular too, right? My heart was pounding as I asked.
まあね。
Kotori had an annoyed look on her face as she answered.
でもあの頃は男の子のこととか全然興味なくて、お付き合いとかしたことなかったの。だから初めて好きになった男の子は葵くんよ。
Even though she was smiling, she still seemed to be a bit embarrassed to say it. I was extremely happy, but... By the way, about the way we talk to each other. Well, if we're gonna be together, shouldn't you try to be more relaxed when you're with me?
そうかも。
Say that you like me again.
でもいきなりは難しいよ。
Why not? It's no good if you're not relaxed. Go ahead, try.
葵くん。
Hey.
だってなんか発音のバランスに問題があっていきなり導入するのは難しいのよ。
Don't worry about it.
あ、すねた。ごめん、ちゃんと呼べるようになるから。
You have to, okay?
約束する。
Kotori began flipping randomly through the album. Aside from the pictures, my race results were also in there. Although she probably didn't understand them, she stared at them with great intensity. Hey. When you had your accident, you fell from a balloon, right? Kotori raised her head. And flying a glider isn't scary?
全然。
She spoke confidently. When Hibari talked about it, she turned really pale. It seemed like it had been a terrible accident. However, Kotori didn't seem to be scared at all, even doing the spin recovery training.
私、小さい頃から空に憧れてて、それで旅行先で熱気球に乗れるって知って、わがまま言って乗せてもらったの。そしたら事故に遭っちゃったんだけど。でもあんな風に空を飛んだのは初めてだったからすごく楽しかった。あの時気球から見た景色は今でも忘れてない。
So that's kind of a good memory. I could tell her response was completely honest. My accident happened while I was going downhill. The cyclist in front of me fell and I went down as well.
そうなんだ。
Of course, I still remember how good it feels to be going downhill. I can even remember going up to the winner's podium.
それ、アゲハが見られなくて悔しがってたやつね。私も見たかったな。
Back then, I only really wanted to ride. I didn't really care about the results. Going up to the winner's podium, being congratulated by my coach and teammates, Anchan was really happy. I really got a taste for it then. I got too enthusiastic when I was going downhill and then I got into the accident. Nothing good ever happens to people who don't have desires. Kotori looked as if she half understood.
もしまた自転車に乗られるなら乗りたい？
Yeah, if I could, I would love to. Right now, I have the glider. Don't you think it's a bit more than just a hobby? She seemed a little relieved to hear me say that. The doctor told me while I was in rehab if I had surgery I could probably compete again.
そうなの？
But it's a huge operation. It would cost a lot of time and money, and it's not guaranteed I'd heal up right. I couldn't make up my mind, so I didn't do it. I was told I had a 50-50 chance of recovery. Now I understand why I couldn't make up my mind back then. I was scared. If it wasn't a success, I'd never have another chance to be healed again. I wanted to think I still had that chance to be healed. Perhaps that's ridiculous. Without that chance though, I'd probably go crazy.
今からでも受けられないの？
I'm not sure. I'd have to ask the doctor.
受けられればいいのに。
Why?
だってほら、夏が終わったらソアリング部が。
Oh yeah. It's going to disband.
なんか納得いかないけど。
Well, in that case, yeah. I guess I could have the surgery. Of course, our school doesn't have a cycle racing club. Rather than do that, making a club that wouldn't worry Kotori's parents seemed like a more interesting option.
そうしましょう。それでまた自転車の後ろに乗せてちょうだい。
Kotori was talking as if it had already been decided. Of course, if all I was going to do was that, I didn't need the surgery.
このアルバム借りてていい？
Sure, but what are you gonna do?
見るの。網膜に焼き付くくらい。
There was something scary about that. However, as she stared at each page of the album, I could tell she was not exaggerating. Album? Is it Huey Lewis and the News? Shut the fuck up, kid. I went to the kitchen to clean up. Kotori was at the table, intensely looking through the album. Aren't you bored?
全然。
She didn't even lift her head to answer. She looked like an archaeologist trying to decipher an ancient text.
このゴツゴツした感じの男の子が葵くんの一番のお友達だったのかしら。さっきからやたら登場して葵くんにベタベタしてる。
Ah, is that Takenaka?
竹中？ゴツゴツは竹中。
She repeated herself as if to memorize it.
みんな仲良さそう。
I guess. I still keep in touch with them now. I even got a message asking to meet up this summer since it's been so long. I told them I was too busy though.
竹中とは今でも仲良しと。
Oh yeah. Is it alright if I take a picture later?
いいけど、どうして？
To send to him. He won't shut up about showing him a picture. At first being proud of me, he became intensely jealous and began begging to see a picture.
それはいい考えね。葵くんにはもうちゃんとした彼女がいることをしっかりアピールしとかないと。
She murmured while looking at a picture of me and Takenaka with our arms over each other's shoulders. I wondered what she could be imagining. Alright, dishes are done. It's so much easier when it's just the two of us. If we were always like this, my job would be so easy. Well then, I think I'm going to wash up. How about you? Are you going to take a bath? Romantic.
入らない。
Takenaka, what are you doing? Don't you need to wash?
そうじゃないの。葵くんともっと話がしたいなって。お風呂はそれからって意味よ。
Oh, okay. That's fine.
じゃあ外に出て話さない？
I guess that's okay. I gave a slight smile with my answer. Kotori seemed pleased and headed to the entranceway. I wondered why she spoke so formally.
空が綺麗。
Do you smell that? I smell the red flags. Looking completely at peace, Kotori gazed up at the sky with the infinite number of stars shining down on her, as if they were smiling. Kotori smiled herself as all of those shining smiles sparkled in her eyes.
ねえ葵くん、夜に飛んだらあの星が手に届くのかしら。
Red flags popping in. Oh yeah, they're fucking everywhere. Seems like it, yeah. Of course it's dangerous to fly at night.
せっかくロマンチックに言ってみたのに、なんか現実的な返事でつまんないわ。
sorry. Kotori pouted. I laughed, trying to cover my embarrassment, and apologized. Even though we obviously can't reach out and touch the stars, that doesn't stop me from putting my hand out. That's what I think about when it comes to the way we fly.
そうね。
I thought perhaps that word only carried that sort of meaning to me. The way she happily carried on the conversation made her look even more beautiful. Which is why I decided to say it. And can I touch your legs? No, I'm being serious here. My reason was simple. If I could understand her pain, her suffering, that might help her even a little bit. Kotori seemed to have a multitude of conflicting emotions battling for supremacy within her. Can I touch your feet? I was simply glad she didn't immediately say no.
嫌じゃない？
There's nothing for me to hate. Hajime! Look at all this hope! My answer was firm. I love everything about you, Kotori. Even your legs.
本当に？
Really? All this hopium. She was clearly experiencing a lot of emotion. I could see joy and confusion mingled together with sadness. But for me, seeing all of those emotions only cemented how much I wanted to be with her. So? Is it alright? Kotori nodded, seemingly pushing aside her conflicted feelings. Doing my best to not shatter her courage, I gently placed my hand upon her lily-white leg. I could feel her soft warmth in the palm of my hand.
気持ち悪くない？
No, not at all. Well, I don't think it feels bad. You?
本心だと多分いやでも嫌じゃないって気持ちもあってなんか自分でもわからないの。ただ葵くんだからって考えたら結局嫌じゃないって気持ちが勝ったみたい。
The battle was still raging on inside her. I didn't really mind though, since she felt like it was fine because it was me. If that's the case, I'm happy. Because just like I said before, your legs are part of you, and I love every bit of you, Kotori.
じゃあもし足がこんなじゃなかったら好きじゃなかった？
Of course, I couldn't help but fall in love with a cute girl like you. I'm just not sure what you'd think of me.
そんなの好きになってたに決まってるわ。ただ葵くんの素敵さに気づくのが今よりちょっと遅れてた可能性はあるかもしれない。
Kotori thought for a moment, with a serious look on her face.
私って美少女だし勉強もスポーツもできるからもし足がこんな風になってなかったら謙虚な気持ちで生きられなかったと思うの。葵くんは知らないでしょうけど私って結構図に乗りやすい性格なのよ。
There she goes, saying strange things again. Oh, I know how cocky you can be. Anyone who knows her would probably know that. You probably wouldn't have come to Keifu to begin with. We wouldn't have been able to meet. Kotori nodded.
事故にあっていろんなものを失ったけどそう考えると手に入れたものもたくさんあるのね。
Saying this with complete earnestness, Kotori firmly grasped my hands.
この間のフライトの時、私に言ったことを覚えてる？
What's that?
空を飛んでる時の私が本当の私に思えるってやつ。
Oh yeah, that.
あれからね、私そのことを考えてたの。それはどうして私が飛びたいのかってのと同じ疑問で、答えはまだよくわからないんだけど、でも空を飛んでる時だけは私は自由なの。この足が動かないなんて関係ない。自由になれるの。
Free as the word came from Kotori's lips, I could feel how important it was to her. She seemed as lively as if her legs were fine. She was overflowing with energy. Sometimes I feel like her wheelchair was binding that energy and suppressing her. At that moment, Kotori seemed more frustrated than ever. She wanted to move around more freely. Only when she was in the sky could she escape from those binds.
自由っていうのは私がなくしちゃったものの一つだけど、他にもたくさんそういうものがあるのね。
Like what?
普通の人にとっては当たり前のことよ。友達と遊ぶことや彼氏と恋愛することや、それこそ葵くんと出会った頃なんてどん底だったから、毎日つまんなくて嫌なことばっかで。この私が学校が嫌いだって言ってたのよ。信じられる？
I wouldn't believe it if you said it now. Kotori nodded in agreement. She placed her own hand on top of the one I had, still resting on her leg. So you can't feel anything at all?
この辺りから。
Saying that, she brought my hand to the base of her thigh.
さっき葵くん、手術の話してたけど、実は私もね、同じようなことを言われたの。
Really?
お医者さんから、もしかすると治る可能性があるかもって、すごく難しい手術で、日本じゃできないって言われた。お父さんが探し回ってくれたけど、結局見つからなくて。
Would you be able to walk again if you had that surgery?
どうなんだろう。もし手術が成功したとしても、完全には回復しないって言ってた。その上、成功率は万に一つなんだって。なんかもう、絶望的な数字よね。
Oh.
期待させちゃった。ごめんね。それでもいいの。治るかもしれない希望があるだけで、全然違うもの。まだ私は終わってないって思えるから。でも本当はもうダメなんだって分かってて、どん底気分で絶望して全部諦めかけてた。
After saying that, she laughed and rubbed my arm.
そこへ葵くんが現れたってわけ。
Kotori. I held Kotori close to me as all of a sudden, almost unexpected, sensation of love swept through me. Oh. I'm glad I met you. I love you, Kotori.
私も大好きよ。
What? Kotori, relax.
なんかダメ。やっぱり無理だわ。
Asking her to relax may just be a simple thing, but since she's my girlfriend, I can't take it lightly. Oh, well then. Since she was laying down, it was easy for me to slide my hands under her. I cradled her in my arms and picked her up. I meant to say it earlier, but you're not heavy at all, and this is no problem. Fuck off, cut. And this is no problem. So I won't put you down. Although Kotori seemed jittery for a moment, eventually my princess relaxed in my arms. She blushed slightly.
やばい。
What?
これすっごく嬉しい。
It appears so. If she is happy, I am too.
葵くんの腕プルプルいってない。
Did I not say you are not heavy at all? Besides, I have trained my upper body thoroughly.
ギュッてされるとすごくわかる。葵くんの体がっしりしてるって。
Obviously, you use your feet to pedal when biking, but if you can't use your whole body to keep rhythm and balance, there's no way you can go that fast. You need to hold the handlebars properly. If you can't hold the proper position, then there is no way you can pedal at full strength.
納得。
Kotori nodded while letting out a breath of amazement. By the way, my dear princess, for the time being, I'll put aside the bicycle knowledge and return to my vassal mode. I don't only want to carry her like a princess.
何？
How are you feeling at the moment?
そんなの幸せに決まってるわ。
Then I too am pleased.
これ大好き。
Just ask me any time you would like me to do so.
毎日でも？
Even every day.
お姫様。
What happened there?
私は毎日お姫様。
She likes this more than I thought she would.
じゃあ図に乗って毎日せがむわ。
Before you try that, why not try being in my arms?
うまい。
Receiving your praise is an honor. If someone heard me talk like this if someone heard me talk like this motherfucker. If someone heard me talk this cheesily, they'd probably come whack me across the head. There we go. I don't think I'd know this though. I'm that happy right now.
お姫様。私はお姫様。
I mean, offer is cheese. Ah, no.
そして
What kind of cheese?
葵くんは王子様。
He ain't easy, fuck off, kid. I was planning on playing the part of a vassal.
葵くんは王子様なの。
Well then, if that's the case, then there's no difference in our rank.
この体勢で距離なんか感じるわけないじゃない。すぐ
Oh
そばに
my
葵くんが
god,
いて、
they're
お
gonna
姫様
fuck.
抱っこをしてくれているんだから。
That's some gay shit. Well then, if there is no distance between us, then we are equal. So that means you need not be nervous around me at all. You're still nervous?
無理なような、そうでないような。
I think my wanting her to not be nervous is only making her more so. I guess there's only one more thing I can do. I'd like to kiss you.
私も。
Well then, princess, your wish is my command. I shall happily oblige to any of your orders, my dear princess. Staring at me with wide open eyes, Kotori seemed to be thinking intensely. For a moment, the cries of the nocturnal insects became nearly deafening. I heard a light whisper of a breath, and then...
キスして、葵。
Her whisper seemed to evoke an even deeper allure. Of course, my princess. Our lips gently touched. I could feel the peacefulness of this moment in my lips, my arms, all throughout my body. I firmly took her love and returned it with my own.
You all cunt.
Soon,
That
it
makes
felt as
no
if there was
sense.
no distance between us.
もうそのまま帰ってこないの？
大好き、葵。
Just a kiss. Thank you for the lightsaber. I love you too, my princess.
お姫様。
She sure seemed to like this. The stars can surely see how merry you are, princess.
心ゆくまで見るがいいわ。この私たちの幸せな様を。
Well then. I hope the weather is fine tomorrow.
そうね。
The twinkling stars of the night sky watched over our special time. Kotori's smile, however, shone brighter than any of those stars. I think we should be getting back soon.
もう少しこのまま。
As you wish. So, the princess's wish is law.
なんかガランとしてるね。
そうね。ただでさえ無駄に広いのに人もグライダーもないとなるとね。
先輩たちが引退しちゃったらずっとこのままなのかな。
でしょうね。けど元に戻るだけよ。あの人たちが来る以前に。
なんでだろう。先輩たちがいてグライダーがあるのが当然みたいに思えちゃうんだよね。
ここがもともと飛行機用のドックだったからじゃない？
そうなのかな。なんだか寂しいわ、ヨルちゃん。せっかく楽しいことが始まってたのに。
ほんと勝手な人たちよね。私たちの気持ちももう少し考えてほしいものだわ。
私たち？
言い間違えただけ。姉さんの気持ち。
You're you little shit.
すごい言い間違いだね。一文字も合ってないよ。
Just join the fucking club already.
明日あのすごい子も来るかな。
さあ、確率的にはこの3日くらいが一番ありそうだったけど。
緊張してきた。
だからっておやつ食べすぎ。私の分残しておいてね。
食べてないと落ち着かないんだもん。
まったく。
そういう夜ちゃんはなんで掃除してるの？
別にみんな物を出しっぱなしにしてるから。何かしらこれ。ロープ？
いたいた。おーい、朝ちゃん、夜ちゃん。
アゲハ先輩、どうしたんですかこんな時間に。
いやー、家に一人でいると落ち着かなくって。ほら、明日あたり来そうでしょ。それでトビウオ荘に行こうかと思ったんだけど、せっかく二人きりなのを邪魔しても悪いと思って。
ちょうど姉さんが寂しがってたところです。
先輩、大歓迎です。
ありがとう。はい、これ差し入れのイチゴ。
はあ、イチゴだよ、ヨルちゃん。
チュル。
ヨルちゃん、それ何？
そこの物置で見つけたんです。ロープみたいに見えるんですけど。ほら。
ゴム？ゴムの紐なんだ。
何に使うものなのかと思って。
なんだろう。何かをぶら下げてたのかな。にしては長いな。
That looks like the winch wire.
ここにあるものだから飛行機に関係するものだと思うんですけど。
それよりイチゴ食べましょうよ。
そうだね。食べよう食べよう。
Hi, nice to see you.
Where's the dirt garage? Literally in the dirt. They got destroyed.
このイチゴ甘いです。
Even better, a glider. Ah, Colonel. A glider? What's that? Wait, what? The Garrows got destroyed ages ago. It got destroyed to make room for a student dormitory.
もらい物なんだけど、
When Amane
うちじゃ
left,
食べきれないから
Tobioka,
持ってき
the
たんだ。
dickhead teacher that we fucking hate, immediately destroyed the garage.
今日はここで寝るんですか？うん。寝袋も持ってきたよ。
Where am I gonna store my 15 Ferraris now? Unfortunately, I think you have to put them out in the lake. Like in the lake. That's the only place I can think of.
もしかしたら今夜で終わりかもしれないもんね。
Also, oddly enough, you came right at the end of the stream. The moment I make the next transition to the next scene, I'm probably gonna call it there. So I feel like we're actually at the end now. What is the story here? Is there anything to do with planes?
本当にやめちゃ
Sort
うんで
of.
すか？
Specifically a glider.
小鳥が辞めるならね。
小鳥先輩がいなくて
You'd think.
続けられるじゃないですか。
There are no hind deeds. I woke up. What do you think you woke up, cut?
続けられるけど
Because I'm always
続
woke.
ける意味がないって
I
いう
saw that glider in the background. What's it that? Hind these nuts. So basically, we are in the soaring club, and our main goal is to blow up and act like I don't know. Our main goal is to get that glider up in the air and try to catch something called a morning phenomenon called the morning glory, a passage of clouds that only happens once every decade or so. Last year, back when the garage was around, we saw something that looked like the morning glory, but apparently that wasn't it. That was the thing that shows up before the morning glory. Apparently this year, the real morning glory will be here. And act like I don't know nobody. Use a regular plane. We're fucking high school students coming. Where the fuck are we gonna pull out a regular plane from? The fuck?
アゲハ先輩はグライダーが好きじゃ
I'm
ない
back
ん
to
ですか？
sleep. Take care, everyone. Good night, Amy. Sleep well. Now the F-22 from the Air Force. Who cares? First of all, we're in Japan.
好きだよ。小鳥や葵や朝ちゃんたちとやるならやっぱりグライダーがいいな。葵たちが飛んでるの見るの好きだから。アゲハ先輩って変わってますね。
No dice. I'll be back.
Googling Japan aircraft, be right back.
そう？なんで？
普通は自分で飛びたがるものじゃないでしょうか。
そうかもね。何度か葵に乗せてもらったけど気持ちいいよね。
はい、気持ちいいです。
That's a partial lie.
でも
Isn't it
ま
not
あそれが
supposed to
私の
exceed
目
a
的じゃ
certain
ないし
number?
うまく言
They're
えな
for
いけど
domestic defense, if I recall correctly.
一
Yeah.
番大事なのはそこじゃないの。
小鳥
I
先
don't
輩
remember
が
the
いな
whole
くなって
details.
その大事なものもなくなってしまうってことですか。
そういうこと。
先輩たちはそんな風に思える大切な仲間なんだってことですよね。
I think they militarily rely upon the US, kind of like a NATO partnership. Oh yeah. Fuck you, they probably have an F-22 somewhere. Ah, so what you're saying is it's still not gonna happen.
仲間か。去年の夏にガレージを取り壊されてからほんと大変だったからね。あの時は悔しかったしほんと泣きそうだったけど、でも今思うとあれはあれで良かったのかなって思う。ただのクラブ活動以上のことができてるのは学校から外へ飛び出してったおかげだもん。
ましいです、先輩たちが。
何言ってんの。アサちゃんももうとっくに仲間じゃん。部外者とか言いながらいつも手伝ってくれてるヨルちゃんもね。
They use F4 Phantoms as well? Damn, I'll add that to the list of planes that we're not going to be able to steal. Good, good, the list is growing.
ねえヨルちゃん、さっきのロープ見せて。何に使うものか調べてみよう。
Sort of fun.
そうですね。
What about the Z95 Phantom?
今日はみんなで並んで寝ましょうね、川の字になって。
なんかキャンプに来たみたいだね。
はい。
ねえ、葵。
Yeah?
王子様じゃなく、葵として話したい。
Call an ambulance! Call an ambulance!
Call Solo, tell him to bring the Falcon. Yeah, sure. What's up? I switched tones as soon as she asked. Kotori was still looking up at the sky.
いよいよなのね。
It took me a moment for me to understand what she had murmured. Yeah, pretty soon. I responded firmly. If Amane's predictions were right, it had a high chance of coming within the next 3 days. This is what we had been waiting all year for.
私、飛びたい。
ん？
モーニンググローリーは雲の回廊を渡りたい。
Kotori almost seemed to be wishing as she said it.
そうしたら取り戻せる気がするの。未来が。
Your future? Kotori gave a deep nod.
そう。未来。私がなくした一番大きなもの。もしモーニンググローリーを飛べれば取り戻せる気がするの。
It wasn't as if she thought God was beyond those clouds and would give it back to her. Kotori Habane had lost her dignity. If she flew, I knew she would be able to believe in the future that lay ahead of her. So I said, "You'll get it back." Kotori clung to me tightly.
一人じゃ不安だけど、葵といると勇気が湧いてくる。そばにいてくれてありがとう。
I gave her a strong hug. You'll definitely fly. We both looked at the same place, straight up in the sky at the highest point we could see.
何？なんか騒がしいんだけど。おはよ
Good morning, Kotori.
起きてきた。おはよう、小鳥。
おはようございます、小鳥先輩。
おはよう。
あんたたちか。ってなんでアゲハまでいるの？
いやー、一人寝が寂しくて昨日アサちゃんたちに混ぜてもらってたの。
コロッケいただいてます。これ小鳥先輩が作ったんですよね。
いいけど全部食べちゃダメよ。それ本当は葵のなんだから。
葵。
Yoru's response had a bit of a twitch to it.
今なんかさらっと呼び捨てにしたわね。どうやら夕べのうちに進展があった模様。
うっさいわね。いいでしょ、なんて呼ぼうが。こっちに来なくてよかったわ。
危うくお邪魔虫になるところだった。
Kotari, you want some rice?
大盛りで。
As I was filling her bowl, I could hear a few voices coming from the hall. Somebody here? Haruka entered the dining hall with a big smile on her face. She wasn't alone. Coming in after her was
ただいま、水瀬くん。
Yuka.
疲れた。バスの中で一睡もできなかったよ。
Of course it is her.
おはようございます。
Yo, when was the last time we seen Ryoko? when was the last time we seen her?
早苗さんに涼子ちゃんもみんなどうしたの？
かなこさんから電話もらったのよ。
そうそう、ソアリング部のみんながなんかすごいことするらしいから見といた方がいいよ
Last
って。
few streams at least.
それで夜行バスで帰ってきたらみんな時間が同じだったみたいで駅でばったり。
So that's why you're all here so early.
私はさっき寮の前で会ったんだけどね。
あの2階の部屋に隠してあったグライダーで飛ぶんでしょ。なんとかって雲を。
私たちも興味あるからさ。みんな頑張ってたのをいつも横で見てたし、一度飛んでるところ見てみたかったから。そう言うと思って一応連絡も回しておいたわけ。
From the time our garage was trashed to the time we got our base, Flying Fish Manor, where we had been doing our work, it was a bit of a nuisance for Yuka and everyone else, but they never complained and even helped from time to time.
というわけで朝ごはんプリーズ。
There's some croquettes if you'd like. Kotari made them.
え、これ小鳥ちゃん作ったの？すごい。おいしそう。
Wolf them down. Wolf them down. They can eat them, right?
もちろんよ。私たちの晴れ舞台を見るためにわざわざ帰ってきてくれたんだもん。でもお口に合うかしら。昨日作ったやつだからもう冷めてるし。
There's rice and miso soup too. I'll get you some.
あ、私手伝うわ。
The entrance doorbell rang just as I was scooping out a serving of rice.
Hi!
Sane padded off to the entrance. A bit later,
お邪魔します。
Hey Anchan! As he entered, all of the girls blushed a little and began fixing their hair.
おはよう、ハニ
Hotaru!
よう、来てやったぞ。
Masatsugu! Hotaru, Mabo! What are you doing here?
昨日、いちごのお裾分け持っていこうと思ったんだけどな。アゲハに、お邪魔になるからやめとけって言われて、仕事行く前に持ってきたんだ。
Ah, it's that nerd. Saying that, he put 3 packs of strawberries on the table.
昨日のいちごだ。本当だ。私はあーちゃんに呼ばれて。あーちゃん、はい着替え。おお、悪いわね。
What about you, Marble?
あ？こないだ飛んでるとこ見に行った時、なんか中途半端になっちゃっただろ。もう一回ちゃんと見ときたいと思ってな。
Oh, really?
あ、勘違いすんなよ。これは生徒会役員としてだからな。別にお前らなんか興味ねえからな。
Yeah, I get it. Say it, don't spray it.
なんか一気に大所帯に。
Anchan, are you guys going to eat breakfast?
いいのか？
じゃあ、ちょっとだけ。
なんかうまそうだな、このコロッケ。
I guess making all these croquettes was a good call.
葵の分ちゃんと残るかしら。
しかし、こうなると足りない人が一人いるわね。
まあね。
おっと、言ったそばから。
このチャイムの押し方は。
私、見てきます。
Ryoko headed towards the entrance. A moment later,
やあ、おはようみんな。
Amane! Amane walked in with a huge smile on her face.
本当に来ちゃったよ。
Good morning. What happened? These fucking guys. You're here early.
今日もテストをするんだろう。顧問としてしっかり見ておこうと思ってな。
いつも気まぐれで来たり来なかったりするくせに、ご飯の匂いにつられてきたんじゃないでしょうね。
いい匂いだ。お腹空いてたのを思い出してしまったぞ。
I completely expected to hear her go, what food? Here you are.
わーい、ありがとう葵くん。
In a moment, the normal, quiet morning suddenly became very noisy. It felt just like the morning before a festival.
葵くん、おかわり。あー、こっちも。
Okay, okay, I'm on it.
こーら、あんたたち食べ過ぎ。葵の分なくなっちゃう。
葵？葵？なになに
？Everyone was paying attention to the way Kotori was speaking.
もういいでしょ。なんて呼ぼうが。
It was a pretty cool morning. It really felt as if summer was about to end.
ほら、さっさと食べてテストフライトやるわよ。
Hi, nice to see you.
Good morning, you beautiful man. Good morning, ever after. How you doing? This was likely the last summer for us. No! I was gonna end the stream right at the last transition, and here it is, so soon. What do? I feel like we're on the last path. I don't want to push on.
That was getting
Lieutenant, can you hear me? Lieutenant!
Alright, we're gonna continue to the next one. But yeah, how you doing ever after? I hope your morning is going well thus far.
Today is a good day. I have a spy. I have intelligence.
Today's flight is all ready to go. The morning glory will appear tomorrow. Thinking like that, everyone was able to get in the mood to be really focused on their work. It was set up to be like the real flight, from takeoff all the way to getting up to the clouds. Air currents are heavily dependent on season, time, and the patterns of the pressure in the sky, so it's difficult to fly the same course the same way. However, places with frequent vertical drafts tend to have them because of topological reasons. Today's flight is trying to be as close as it could be to the real thing. It's basically a preview. I slept in coffee time. Well, you needed that sleeping. Well, let's go.
リフトは捕まえられたけど、サーマルに乗るのとは感覚が違うのね。流れが読めなくて戸惑った。意外なところに下降気流が発生してたり。
Has Katsuri got a bow in her hair?
でも
Have I
大
never
丈夫。
noticed that
だん
until
だん
now?
慣れてきたから。
After coming back from our second flight, we were taking a break while Ageha and crew were checking the glider. It's almost 11 AM. Ooh, good, even better. It's Saturday, so it's fine. Flying an unfamiliar course would be particularly hard since the wind is strong today. I'd been directing the course from behind so Kotori could focus on maintaining the in-air stance.
想定よりだいぶ流されてたもんね。
アゲハ先輩、チェック完了しました。こっち異常なしです。
こっちもよ。オッケー。じゃああと5分休憩したら次のフライト行くよ。
次どこまで飛ぶ？まだ時間あるし、もう一回様子見する？
No, I'd like to fly while we've got time to spare. I don't want to be trying to come back when the sun's already gone down.
そうね、それがいいと思う。
ってことは次は野外着陸も視野に入れてのフライトってわけね。
What's new for you all? Luckily, I can say nothing new over here. Same shit, different day. Just different game on stream. An outside landing is basically landing somewhere other than the runway. If the glider runs out of power, that doesn't mean we can return to the runway like normal. However, it isn't exactly the same as an emergency landing. Rather, it's to land in a place that won't be a bother and also allows for recovery as needed. Of course, that's ignoring any possible damage to the aircraft. Since we never flew far, we always flew with the assumption we'd be returning to the runway. We're essentially doing that today, but when the real flight happens, there's no guarantee. Luckily, there's a lot of open lands on the mountainside of Kasugaura. It shouldn't be hard to find a place to do an outside landing.
だいぶ風が出てきたな。
Amane whispered as she looked at the clouds moving briskly across the sky. Yeah, it's much stronger than we had anticipated. We almost had to do an outside landing earlier.
おい、飲み物買ってきたぞ。
Sasaki came back with a convenience store bag in hand. He had been out on a trip since morning. It was about time. He'd usually get bored, but he's surprisingly been helping out with a lot of stuff. Thanks, Marbo.
別にお前のためじゃねえよ。お前の分はついでだからな。
またまた葵大好きっ子なくせに。
ちげえよバカ。俺が愛してるのはあかりさんだ。
I took the cold sports drink from Matsutsugu and handed one to Kotori. There's no AC in the cockpit. It's like being in a greenhouse. It's really easy to get dehydrated. Okay. About time to get going. Since the wind was strong today, the glider was moored to the ground. After it was released and Kotori headed off to the cockpit.
そうだ葵。一応非常食代わりにビスケットを。
As Ageha called out for me and went to take the cookies from her, the wind suddenly changed directions. The wind coming from the lake suddenly blew the strongest it had all day. Turning my head to look once I heard Amane shriek, I saw not only the glider being pushed by the sudden burst of wind, but also, right in front of that giant wing, a completely helpless Kotori. Kotori! The next thing we knew, Kotori was hit by the main wing and sent flying out of her wheelchair. Kotori! By the time I had made it to her side, she had lost consciousness. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I paced back and forth in front of the dorm telephone.
落ち着きなって。
I paused mid-response. Kotori was taken to the hospital in an ambulance. Hibari went with her and I had only heard a little from her. While she had no visible injuries, Kotori was going to be given a thorough examination. I should have called it. Fuck. I think we'll be ending later. Much later. At least another 2 hours. The wing luckily hit her wheelchair, so Kotori was only knocked out of it. Hibari was supposed to contact me and let me know the results, but I still hadn't heard anything. I stared at my silent phone. I let out a frustrated sigh as the entrance bell rang. Only a moment later, there was a sudden banging on the door.
何?
Come on out. Huh? Ageha backed up and opened the door. Standing there was Mr. Tobioka?
ハマネは無事なのか?
Mr. Tobioka yelled as soon as he saw me. How did he know? Why was he that frantic? Hundreds of questions popped into my head. She's still at the hospital.
どこの病院だ
I told him the directions I heard from Hibari. She had no obvious injuries. They're giving her a thorough examination right now. Looking closely, I could see he was sweating. Besides breathing heavily, his forehead was producing beads of sweat that were messing up his thinning hair. It seemed like he had heard about the accident and instantly ran here. No, not seems like. Miss Morino should be at the hospital. Miss Morino is our homeroom teacher. But Mr. Tobioka isn't. Why would he rush all the way out here?
どうかしたのか？すごい音がしていたけど。
Amane had come running from the dining hall after hearing the noise. Mr. Tobioka glared at Amane as soon as he saw her.
望月、これはお前の責任だぞ。お前が顧問を引き受けたりしたからだ。また同じことを繰り返すつもりか
Amane stood still, seemingly paralyzed by fear from the vicious reprimanding that Tobioka barked. He then gave us all a rage-filled stare.
無許可の校外活動で事故を起こした。もう言い逃れはさせんぞ。ソアリング部は無期限の活動停止。あの忌々しいグライダーも没収だ。もしまた違反したら、処分してやるから覚悟しろ。
He spoke as if he had some deep-seated grudge. When finished, he marched out of the dorm. He was likely headed to the hospital Kotori had been taken to.
何だったの？
I have no idea. Mr. Tobioka was mad. I could understand and even have predicted that much. He was more than angry, however. I could see that he was genuinely worried about Kotori. He wasn't her homeroom teacher, supervisor, or even had much contact with her. He had no particular reason to feel that strong about Kotori. While that was probably normal for a teacher, it still seemed way too strong.
私の責任だ。
Amane spoke quietly.
だからそうじゃないですってば。
We had repeated this conversation a number of times after Kotori had been taken to the hospital.
顧問っていうのは建前みたいなもので、責任は私らにあるんです。
Akari had said you can't be recognized as a club unless you have a supervisor, which is why we asked Amane. That was just a front though. We intended to take all responsibility were something to actually happen. But the truth is that when something did happen, Amane would be the one to take the fall.
いや、でも引き受けたのは私だ。飛岡先生が怒るのは当然だ。
先輩。
There was nothing that could be said to console her. All we could do now was pray Kotori was okay. I see. Really? That's good. Yes, I see. Thank you for going through the trouble to call me. Please, tell her I said hi. I let out a sigh of relief and set down the phone.
なんだって？
They said they didn't find anything wrong. She'll be spending the night at the hospital just to be safe.
よかった。よかったです。
That was Hibari on the phone. She had called to explain Kotori's situation.
無事だったみたいね。
Kanako came from the hallway and gave us all a look. Sorry that I kept you worrying.
本当だよ。ねえ、ハット先輩。こわこわ。
While there was no way Hap knew what had happened, his quack made it apparent he knew Kotori's absence meant something was wrong.
ゆかさんたちにも教えてこようっと。
Kanako left the dining hall, taking Hat with her.
それじゃあ、私そろそろ帰るね。
Okay. I'll walk with you for a bit. What are you going to do, Amane? I'll prepare a room if you want to stay here.
いや、仕事があるから戻るよ。何かあったら知らせてほしい。
Got it. Knowing that Kotori was okay, we finally were able to move away from the phone. I went outside with Ageha. The cicadas sure have gotten quiet.
もう夏も終わりだもんね。
Didn't sound quiet to me, cunt. After a few days, it'll be September and summer vacation will be over. So much had happened to us this month that it was over before any of us knew it. Ageha stopped unexpectedly. What's wrong?
葵。
Ageha folded her hands around mine. Ageha. Her hands were trembling. Not only her hands, but her shoulders, her knees, her lips. It was as if the trembles had taken over her entire body.
安心したら急に怖くなってきちゃって。ごめん。ちょっとの間だけ。
Okay. I answered briefly and began to hold her hands back in return.
倒れてる小鳥を見たとき、すごく怖かった。小鳥にもしものことがあったらどうしようって。怖くて。
As she whispered this, Ageha was shaking as if she had chills. It was as if her blood was frozen. The same feeling I had when I saw what happened to Kotori. It was a truly horrifying, chilling moment. I tightly held Ageha's hands. I wasn't sure if it was to comfort her or myself.
少し落ち着いた。
Ageha let go of my hands.
ありがとう、葵。
I mentioned it. I feel a bit relieved myself.
小鳥には後でちゃんと謝っとくね。葵の手を借りちゃったって。
Ageha smiled and laughed. She was back to her normal self. We continued to walk.
日が沈んでく。
Ageha whispered as she looked up the slightly hilly road we were walking on. The setting sun gave the sky and clouds an orange glow.
この分じゃ明日も来そうにないね。
Yeah. On the night before the morning glory's appearance, the eastern sky is purple. Last year we saw a bluish purple sky. The next morning Amane was cursing at the sky. Tonight's moon was orange as always. The morning glory won't be coming tomorrow. I hope it doesn't come while Kotori's not here.
本当だよ。そんなことになったらあの子一生根に持つよ。
Oh yeah, what happened to the glider?
あ、見てあれ。
We could see the shadows of about 5 people on the runway. They were dismantling our glider.
先生たちだ。
Among the faces I saw, teachers from our school. Hey! What are you doing?
おい、みなせ。邪魔するんじゃないぞ。
Mr. Tobioka!
言っただろう。グライダーは没収すると。もともと、お前たちが学校から盗み出したものだがな。
They took off the main wing and dumped it in the back of the truck.
やめて！そんな積み方したら翼が！
Ageha ran up to the teachers.
このトレーラーを使ってください！
The trailer made specifically for transporting the glider was nearby. Ageha realized stopping them was not possible. Instead, she focused on helping them use the trailer. She didn't want the glider to get damaged.
葵も手伝って！
Okay.
いい心がけだ。
We showed the teachers how to dismantle it and got it loaded onto the trailer.
積み込みが完了したら学校へ運んでください。
Mr. Tobioka gave orders to the other teachers. What are you going to do with the glider?
お前たちには関係ない。言っておくが、次もし盗っ人のような真似をしたら、ただでは済まさんぞ。それでは、車を出してください。
The trailer and the car pulling it began to move. After confirming it was okay, Mr. Tobioka went over to his own car. At that moment, he turned his head to look at us. When our eyes met, he looked at me as if nothing had happened. He proceeded to get in his car and drive off the runway. All we could do was watch it leave. The next day, a bit after noon, Hibari brought Kotori back.
姉さん、ストップ。
Asa lunged towards Kotori, but Yoru held her back.
病み上がりだってば、姉さん。
Pat flew over to Kotori and sat on her lap.
ただいま、ハット。
Seeing her like this, I let out a sigh of relief. Everyone had waited here for her to come back.
いやー、なんか悪いわね。勢ぞろいでお出迎えしてくれちゃって。
ほんと、何様だよ、あんた。
So, is everything alright?
なんともないわよ。ちょっと頭を打っただけだから。
What's news? I'm going to my new job in 3 days. Oh, whoa? Oh, whoa? What's this? Easy fight on the 4th day. Easy.
軽い脳震盪だってさ。本当は昨日のうちに帰りたかったんだけど、ひばり姉が心配性でさ。でもほら、もうこの通りピンピンしてるから。
Kotori was waving her arms all around and being unusually talkative. Her wheelchair was a bit banged up. That must have been where the wing hit. Just from seeing her wheelchair, I could tell how hard the impact was. I'm sorry, Kotori.
なんで葵が謝るのよ。
If I hadn't left your side, this would have never.
それは違うでしょ。私が勝手に離れたんだから。あれは私の不注意。他の誰も悪くありません。それになんともなかったんだから問題ないでしょ。
Hibari stood behind her cheerful sister with a solemn expression on her face.
さてと、そんじゃあ訓練を再開しましょう。え？
Practice? But you...
だって昨日中途半端になっちゃったでしょ。まだ本番を想定したフライトできてないし。病院の窓から空を見ながら気が気じゃなかったわよ。今モーニンググローリーが来ちゃったらどうしようって。さあ行きましょう。時間がもったいない。バカなこと言わないで。
Scream suddenly ripped out of the pale Hibari.
昨日あんなことがあったばかりなのよ。あんなことって別に大した怪我じゃなかったんだし、たまたま運が良かっただけよ。また同じことがあったら次はどうなるかわからないわ。お願いひばりね。モーニンググローリーがもう来ちゃうの。多分今夜か、そうじゃないなら明日か明後日か。もう時間がないの。
Can someone cut in between these cunts and tell them we don't have the glider anymore?
ダメよ、許さないわ。
You can easily end this fucking argument by saying we don't have the glider anymore.
ひばりね。
Kotori, at least right now you should rest. I mean...
葵まで休んでる暇なんてないの知ってるくせに。私なら大丈夫よ。お医者さんのお墨付きももらってきたんだから。
Fucking tell her! I didn't know whether or not to tell her about the glider being confiscated. If I told her, she would be devastated. She would absolutely feel that it was all her fault. Without me saying anything, Hibari began to speak.
もうダメなの、小鳥ちゃん。たとえ私がいいって言っても続けられないわ。
You fucking told her, Dad.
どういうこと？
I mean, your dad. Or he found out. The front door bell rang. We weren't expecting anyone right now. It was probably a teacher or someone like that. I'll be right there. After opening the door, a well-dressed man in a suit walked in.
小鳥
Fuck. Seeing his daughter, he ran over and kneeled down next to her wheelchair.
頭を打ったんだって？大丈夫なのかい？
平気よ。なんともないわ。
けれど、昨日は入院したんだろ？
The hospital told him.
ただの検査入院。ちょっと坂道で転んだだけだから。小鳥ちゃん、お父さんは全部ご存知よ。え？昨日全部お話ししたの。事故の原因も、小鳥ちゃんが隠れてやっていたことも。
Oh no. Saying nothing, Kotori's father looked at her with tears in his eyes. Kotori turned to look at Hibari.
約束が違う。夏休みが終わるまで待ってくれるって言ってたのに。言わないわけにはいかないでしょ。でもそんなことしたらお父さんたちが。
Kotori glanced over at her father. He was looking at her with intense sadness. She turned her head away in shame.
私たちがどんなに心配するかちゃんと分かっていたんだね。それなのに。
違うの、お父さん。だってそうしないと許してくれないから。だから。
当たり前じゃないか。お前は自分がどうしてそんな体になってしまったのか忘れたのか。
Kotori shook her head.
じゃあどうしてグライダーなんて危険な乗り物に乗ったりしたんだ。
Her father's voice was quiet yet reproachful. Kotori hung her head low and said nothing in response.
お願いお父さん。
Oh wow, that's
夏
pretty
休みが終わるまででいいの。
Such a bad end here.
私にグライダ
Fuck,
ー
I
を
hope
続けさ
not.
せて。
We've put in so many hours into this game. I don't want it to end like this.
ダメだ。
お父
そんな危険な遊び続けさせるわけにはいかない。
さん。私ここにいるみんなと一緒に頑張ってきたの。遊びじゃないの。真剣なの。
Kotori's father looked at his daughter with sad eyes.
グライダーで空を飛んだからなんだと言うんだ。そんなもの危険なだけじゃないか。
He's such a dick. You gotta hand it to him. Look at what just happened to Kotori. And then he got told about everything that was happening behind his back. Come on, man.
遊びたいならもっと他のことをすればいい。お父さんが探してあげるから。
違うの。そうじゃないの。
Kotori was searching for the right words to defend herself, but she could not find them. You gotta hand it to him. Kotori was searching for the right words to defend herself, but she could not find them. Why she wanted to fly, why it had to be a glider, she needed to be able to say why she had those feelings. Whatever words she would pick, however, would just would not convey feelings to anyone else. Looking at his daughter struggling for words, he lets out a heavy sigh.
もうここには置いておけない。さあ、お父さんと一緒に家へ帰ろう。
そんな、待ってよ。話を聞いてよ。
A heavy sigh. Oh. Kotori threw her head up to protest. but her father began to wheel her out blah 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 blah. Wheel her out while completely ignoring her. Please, wait, Mr. Habane. I couldn't help but throw myself between Kotori and her father.
Minase-san.
He looked at me with puzzled eyes. When he called a few days before, Kotori's father had completely trusted me. I had betrayed that trust. Like Kotori, I had not said things that should have been said. We all worked towards getting Kotori to be able to fly. You said it on the phone, didn't you? About how Kotori was changing. But Kotori changing was all due to me. That's not right. It was all due to the glider and all of her friends here. Kotori nodded desperately. This time there was an accident, but our goal is right in front of our eyes. If you can say Kotori can't fly, then she can't. But please, please at least let her finish this. I spoke as earnestly as I could. My head was bowed to him.
私からもお願いします。お願いします。小鳥先輩のお父さん。お願いします。
Her father looked at the members of the soaring club, each with their head bowed.
この子がハンデを追っていることは、あなたたちもよくご存知のはずだ。あなたたちが普通にできることも、この子にはできないんですよ。
He spoke in a quiet yet grave tone.
この子を、あなたたち普通の若者の夢に巻き込まないでやってください。
Normal person's dream? What the fuck, cunt?
お父さん、そんな言い方やめて。
本当のことだ。
Kotori turned pale as she heard what her father was saying.
私、すごく頑張ったのよ。いっぱい練習して上手になったの。ちゃんと自分で操縦して飛べるようにもなったんだから。
それはここにいる皆さんの助けがあってのことだろ。
それにグライダーはとっても安全な乗り物なんだから。だから私が乗ったって。
お前が家を出るとき、私たちに言ったことを覚えているかい？お前はこう言ったんだ。お父さんたちに心配をかけてばかりなのが嫌だ。だから一人で慶風学園に行きたいと。
Is every adult in this particular VN douche and dicks? I see where he's coming from. But that specific wording that he used should not have happened. That is a fucking dick move. It's just like real life. This cunt went too far saying that.
その気持ちは今も変わってない。
Chad is the bonehead after all. Oh no.
Oh no, Hajime. As she said that, her father ran his hand over the damaged part of her wheelchair.
たまたま当たったのが車椅子だったからよかった。もし体のどこか頭にでも当たっていたらどうなっていたか。さあ帰ろう小鳥。お母さんも心配してる。早く安心させてやってくれ。
He starts pushing her wheelchair. If I didn't do anything, Kotori would be gone forever. Wait!
待って、お父さん。
Kotori stopped the wheels.
小鳥。
お願い、ここにいさせて。グライダーやめるから、もう乗らないから。だからお願い。私、ここにいたいの。
Kotori's father looked at his crying daughter with sadness in his own eyes.
お父さんたちの気持ちも分かってくれ。
私、帰りたくない。
小鳥。
ねえお父さん、小鳥ちゃんに少し時間をあげて。今夜は私が小鳥ちゃんを引き取るから、少し落ち着いてからお話ししましょうね。小鳥ちゃんも。
Fuck you でしょ。
Hibari the armless. Kotori's father silently nodded.
また迎えに行く。それまでこの子を頼む。小鳥、後でお母さんに電話して元気な声を聞かせてあげておくれ。
Hibari made a slight bow to us and began to push Kotori's wheelchair. My favorite Dark Souls boss, Hibari the armless. Kotori! Kotori's going to leave. As I started to run after them, Kotori's father turned to face me.
これは私たち家族の問題なんです。
He said this with an anguished look on his face.
I get it.
And proceeded to put his head down and leave.
Huh.
After Kotori left, a sadness fell upon all in the dorm. We all gathered in the dining hall for no particular purpose. Not wanting to be alone, I stayed nearby in the kitchen and did some of my work.
小鳥先輩戻ってきますよね。
Sounded Sekiro-esque.
当然でしょ。本人がそれを望んでるんだから。それにしても、娘の話もろくに聞かずに。ひどい親。
I don't really think there's much say we have in any of this. Everyone turned to look at me after my whisper carried over the counter. When Kotori was unconscious after the accident, they all were so worried. No, scared. As I spoke, everyone's expression went dark as they remembered that moment. To hear that news, all the way in Tokyo, her father must have been completely terrified.
うん。だろうね。
だからってあんな言い方ひどいです。小鳥先輩が私たちと同じ夢を見られないなんて。
Please don't get her all wrapped up in your normal person dreams. Even though it wasn't about me, hearing her father say those words ripped my heart out. I'd always been by her side. To see all of her efforts, her dreams, not be able to be realized, was crushing. I can't imagine how Kotori felt when she heard that. The front doorbell rang.
葵くん、ひばりさん来てるよ。
Everyone looked up as Kanako called for me. I dried off my hands and hurried to the entrance.
先ほどは父が失礼をしました。
Hi, nice to see you.
Ah, fuck. I've missed the whole stream. You have, Jake. You have. No, I should be the one apologizing. It's not my place to say anything. How's Kotori?
今、私の家にいます。泣き疲れて眠ってしまいました。落ち着いたら、今夜にでも父と話し合ってもらうつもりです。
I see. I was relieved to know that she wouldn't be going back to Tokyo immediately.
父の態度に気を悪くされたでしょう。
Well, it's kind of hard to catch you up, but basically, during one of the takeoffs, in order to get us ready for the morning glory of this year, Kotori, unfortunately, due to a stray crosswind from the lake, the glider smacked the shit out of her while she was sitting next to the glider. She went up because she was going to be put inside of it, but she was the only one next to it. And she got knocked the fuck out. And now this is the aftermath. Her dad found out when Hibari was holding back, not telling. Hibari found out about the whole flying thing. Kotori didn't tell anybody. Hibari was scared shitless, but gave us until the end of summer to do this shit. But then that shit happened with Kotori, and now Hibari told the father, and the father is fucking... I don't know if pissed is the right word. Is she alright? Yeah, she's fine. Unfortunately, now she has some other problems that are fucking... I know why he said it, but it fucking pisses me off. Fucking piece of shit. He's not a piece of shit, but he is a piece of shit. He shouldn't have said that. Kotori's father should not have said that. That is fucked. No, that's not really it.
父も今は事故やグライダーのことを気に聞かせ、気が動転している。
You don't gotta hand it to him. I'm about to hand these hands to you, cunt. So, Flying Club ain't going too good. Well, I'll fucking... Because of the accident, Mr. Tobioka, the fucking shit cunt, confiscated the plane. One, because of the accident, and two, because technically we stole the plane. And he said, steal the plane again. See what happens, basically. Hibari, the armless, must be into Shibari not.
ショックだったと思います。
Yeah, nothing's going our way thus far.
そうでしたから。
All the things that were hidden were revealed in the worst way possible. Shin revealing his fetishes. So basically you're saying it's time to steal a plane. Well, first things first, we gotta... What happened was Kotori's dad came in, basically tried to take Kotori home, and during the conversation, Kotori was saying how much he wanted to stay here and fly, and then everyone else in the club asked just to let Kotori finish the job. And Kotori's dad said, in the moment, that we shouldn't be trying to give Kotori the dream of being able to fly, a normal person's dream, basically. And that just knocked the wind out of everyone's sails. What a dog father. I know why he said it. He's still a cunt, but he just doesn't know what we've been doing in the background. Considering that, he was quite calm, even gentlemanly. I'm sorry that I didn't say anything.
小鳥ちゃんの事故のことをご存じなければしょうがないと思います。それに
Doing in the background.
悪いのは
His daughter.
心配をかけるのを分かっていて黙っていたあの子ですから。
What's going to happen with her? Hibari's facial expression told me that she didn't know.
父と小鳥ちゃんの話し合い次第だと思います。
You got rookie hips. If he's opposed to it, she'll never lay a finger on a glider again. Wouldn't she be able to stay if that were the case?
そう約束していただけるなら、私からも父に頼んでみます。
Thanks. Hibari bowed and took her leave.
どうだった？ひばりさん、なんて？あの人、どうなるの？
As I entered the dining hall, an avalanche of questions came my way. I had to push my way into the dining hall. We don't know anything yet. Kotori is going to talk with her father tonight. Hibari seems to understand our position. She's on Kotori's side. That is, on the condition Kotori doesn't go near the glider again. Asa sat down looking relieved. Ageha and Yoru didn't seem as relaxed.
今は待つしかないってことね。
Right. We need to do what we can do, so we can fly when Kotori does come back. After finishing my kitchen work, I headed back to my room for a breather. All the worrying and stress from the past 2 days has made me exhausted. I laid in my bed and closed my eyes. Kotori. Please, let me stay here. I'll forget about the glider. I won't fly anymore. Lehman's giving imaginations. I'm gonna go to the toilet real quick. I'm gonna need to take those imaginations with me real quick. Please. I just want to be. Remembering Kotori's tear-stained face as she pleaded with her father twisted my heart in two. Honestly, as long as Kotori came back, not being able to fly over the morning glory isn't even a problem. I'm even fine with giving up on the glider. If we promise that, perhaps Kotori's father would allow her to be. Wanting to hear Kotori's voice, I pulled out my cell phone. I selected Kotori's name in my contact list. I stopped. Kotori and her father could have already started talking. If I called now, I would just be a nuisance. Just as I closed my phone and was about to put it back into my pocket, it rang. I instantly opened it again and checked the screen. Ageha. Ageha's calling? Didn't she go home a little bit ago? Hello? There was a sense of urgency in her voice. Calm down, where should I go? What? What about the runway? I ran with Asa and Yoru to the runway. Ageha was there with Anchan. Uh-oh. Anchan had lifted the cover off the winch and was staring at it. Ageha rushed over as soon as she saw me. Are you crying? Her eyes were red and filled with tears. Glider go by? We already lost the glider. The teacher took away the glider. Anchan pulled his head away from the winch. I was at a loss for words when I saw it myself. What? What? All the machinery had been destroyed. He seemed completely confused and frustrated. What is this? Who in the world could have done this? As soon as the words left my mouth, I had a realization. There's only one person who could have done this.
昨日グライダーを持って行かれる時飛岡先生の態度が変だったから気になって見に来たの。
We're not stealing an F-22 gun.
そしたらこんなことに。
He did it.
わからない。でも
You motherfucker. I clenched my fist so hard my nails began digging into my palm.
許せないわ。どうしよう、葵。これじゃもう飛べないよ。
I could hear her beginning to cry as she whispered. I put an arm around her shoulder to steady her. At least strap a 5.56 MG to the new glider then? No. She was trembling so much that she had to use my body for support.
なんでなの？昨日まではあとちょっとで
Zero progress since the second intro? No, we made a lot of progress. Kotori, we have a cockpit for Kotori, and she was actually a good flyer. Unfortunately, all of that is currently down the drain, due to the aforementioned problems.
なんもかも
I went to
い
the
きな
club?
り全部なくなっちゃったよ。
Like, as in us being a official club? We're already official club. Amane is a supervisor and a qualified person. And what was the other one? Us as the fourth person. Not only did we lose the glider, our wings, but the winch was broken too. We lost all our means of getting up into the sky. After taking Ageha back home, I brought Asa and Yoru to the dorm. I meant at the start, everything was destroyed and your stuff was gone, and it happened again. I actually don't know how the fuck. I don't know what the fuck. Yeah. Having seen all of them in tears brought an even heavier sadness over me. Why did this happen to us? I think this is worse than that. At least we had something. At least we didn't. I was about to say, at least we didn't have somebody leaving or trying to leave, but we did. Amane left. Confused by the strange yet obvious malice and the sense of loss from having the glider taken away, I was consumed by an overpowering sense of lethargy.
大丈夫か?
Yeah, I'm fine. Thanks for coming. Anchan had come as soon as Ageha called him. When I came, Ageha had already looked like she was about to cry. If he hadn't come, she would have burst into tears by now.
何? お前らが困ってるならいつでも駆けつけるさ。
He spoke with an anxious look on his face.
大変だったみたいだな。
Kinda. I didn't want to say anything more than that. If I started to talk, I probably would not be able to stop. I wanted him to listen to what happened. I felt like acting like a little child. He must have known how I felt as he began to pat me on the head.
それじゃあもう行くよ。そろそろ戻らないとおやすさんにどやされる。
Okay. Thanks, Anchan. As I raised my head to thank him, Anchan stood up and started to leave. He took one step and then stopped. What's wrong?
飛岡先生があそこまでやるのは、もしかすると俺たちのせいかもしれない。
What do you mean?
いや、すまん。忘れてくれ。
Anchan was being unusually vague. Thinking that strange, I went and looked at the mess that was behind him. Closing the door behind me, I could only sigh at what I had seen. The winch was completely destroyed. Anchan said he'd try to fix it as quick as possible, but at best it'd take more than a week. There was also the possibility that it couldn't be fixed at all. I guess we can't fly anymore. I threw myself onto my bed. I was so exhausted I could barely stand. I opened up my cell phone as if it may have the answer to my problems. One new message. Huh? I hadn't even noticed that I got a message at some point. Sendo Kotori. Well, jumped out of bed and opened the message. Don't worry, I'll come back. Seems like she had written it in a hurry. Even though it was enough to completely re-energize me, I quickly wrote back a reply. Okay, I'll be waiting. A short message is best. Only say what I have to say. I closed my phone and got up again. Ageha. As soon as I entered the secret base, I noticed Ageha was also here. What are you doing here? Hadn't she just gone home? Then, just around the time when someone was about to wait, what? Wait, what the fuck is this line? Just around the time when someone was about to start. What?
ここでくじけてちゃあいつらの思うツボだもんね。
What the fuck was that sentence? Seems so. I suggested to Ageha what I had come up with on my way here. Remember that rubber cord that Yoru found a while ago? I wonder if we can use that. Ageha smiled smugly.
私もそれ考えて
I
た
don't
と
know.
こ。
I don't know what the fuck that sentence was, but it doesn't matter. Do you really think this will get the glider to fly?
さあ どうなんだろう。
It was something that looked like a bunch of rubber bands put together to make a rope. It was quite long, and right in the middle of it had a metal ring attached. It looked as if it was designed to attach to the glider's hook. Yoda had found it in this warehouse. Through a little research, Ageha found out it was used for launching gliders. Using the recoil from the rubber should make it possible to fly. I just can't see this working.
だよね。
Someone entered the dock.
先輩、
二人ともどうしたの？
それはこっちのセリフです。
Seems Asa and Yoru were thinking the same thing we were. We came here thinking that there might be something we can do.
ひひひ。へこたれないね。私らも。
We don't really have much time or options.
ソアリング部の人たちって単純っていうか。
心は一つってことですね。
I decided it was a good time to pull out my cell phone and show it to everybody. I got a message from Kotori earlier.
嘘。本当ですか？
なんて書いてあったの？
Don't worry, I'll come back. Everyone stared at the short message. It was almost as if they expected some other meaning to be hidden among those 5 words.
こりゃあの子が戻ってきた時、離陸準備ができてないとどやされるわね。
If we just sit around sucking our thumbs, she'll be livid, no doubt about it. As I said this, everyone began snickering as if they remembered the time Kotori flipped out on me. Okay, first let's look up on this a bit. Ageha gathered a bit of information on the internet. We all began to stare at what she had found. Rubber cord towing. Taking off via a winch is winch towing. Using a rubber cord is rubber cord towing.
別名パチンコ英語？
The long rubber cord is attached to the glider. The ends are pulled and then off it flies, like a slingshot. In this slingshot though, you don't want the bullets to just go all over the place.
なんかすごい原始的ね。
Would that really get the glider to fly?
さあ。あ、ここに動画があるよ。
Ageha clicked to open the video. It was of a rubber cord towing a glider by a riverbed. To us, it was quite the spectacle. First, the ring on the rubber cord is attached
You
to
did
the
not have
hook
to do that.
we
You
used
knew you
for
did
the
not
winch.
have to do that.
I thought you didn't have a
How could you
glider.
have done that?
We don't have a glider.
Can you
They
live with
fucking
yourself?
took it. Then glider stays in place while the cord is pulled on with a lot of manpower. Sort of like a huge tug of war. When the cord is pulled just enough, the pilot releases the brake then.
うわ、
Yoda began growling at the video.
飛びましたね。ちょっぴり。
Glider flew up about maybe 1 or 2 meters high. It didn't even go 10 meters. Ageha read the instructions.
これはもともとと軽いグライダーを飛ばすのに用いる方法らしいわね。
The only way you'd be able to use a rubber cord launch is if it was really fucking windy.
だからうちの複座式となると、ちょっと厳しいかも。
The weight of the 2 people wouldn't help either.
浮き上がるかどうかも怪しいわね。
There wouldn't be enough acceleration. Even if it did, getting it high enough to get to the clouds would be another problem. At that acceleration, the glider would stall before getting onto a vertical draft.
やっぱりウインチと人力じゃパワーに差がありすぎるか。
複座式のグライダーを十分な高さまで上げようと思ったら、よほど強力で十分な長さのゴムがないと不可能だわ。
We'd need enough people to pull it. It might theoretically be possible, but realistically, it's close to impossible. And there's no way we'd get a long enough cord in time. Yeah, I don't think this will work.
わかんない。まだ他に方法あるかも。
Tie the rubber cord to a car. Ageha began searching on the internet again. Okay, you handle this. I'm gonna go look for the glider.
見てくるって？
Before we take the glider back, we have to know where it is, right?
やだよ。
I told Tatsuki my plan after he took me to the school. He wasn't taking the idea well. Please, you gotta do something.
なんとかってお前、今度バレたらただじゃ済まないんだぞ。
I won't say that you told me. Please.
なこと言っても、こないだのも俺だってバレてるし。
I was only asking that he help me find where the glider was being stored. That's all. Since he's part of the student council, he can get places most students can't.
だいたいお前らだって今度逆らったらどうなるかわかんねえんだろ。
Nope.
やめとけって。もうお前ら無茶しすぎだ。たかが空飛ぶ飛ばないって話だろ。どうしてそこまでやるんだよ。
Well, you see. I stopped mid-sentence.
お前まさか何も考えずにやってんのか？
No, I just hadn't sat down and put all my thoughts together, that's all. I could try to do it, but there was just no way to really put it into words. I don't know the best way to say it, but... Well, it feels like if I don't do it, I'd be betraying myself. I really worked so hard on this. How could I possibly betray my own hard work? Remembering the time Kotori and I stared straight up at the sky, that is exactly what I didn't want to betray. He tilted his head to the side with a confused expression on his face. Suddenly he sighed.
お前ってやっぱかっこいいな。
Huh?
昔からさ、お前とかアゲハはやっぱ俺とは違うよ。
Really? Now it's my turn to be confused.
俺からすりゃ、お前らが憧れでずっと見上げて生きてきたってことだよ。
Really? Masatsugu gave me a frustrated look as I nodded, only half understanding what he was saying.
わかったよ、手伝ってやる。
Really?
幼馴染ってやつはつれえな。ずっと一緒にいるとバカが映っちまう。ただし絶対にあかりさんにはバレないように頼むぞ。もしバレたら俺の恋の行方が。
何のご相談かし
ら。What? Why are you here?
ここ学校よ。
That's true. But it's summer vacation.
クラブハウスの修繕費の見積もりを今日中に出さないといけないのよ。
She spoke in a jaded tone. Akari really is a hard worker.
というわけだ。悪かったな、葵。力になれなくて。
What? What happened to the way you were just acting a few minutes ago?
分かってくれよ。俺にとってあかりさんはお前らとの腐れ縁より何百倍も大事なんだ。
Akari looked at the two of us, whispering with an emotionless look on her face.
私も水瀬くんにお話があったんだけど、何やらお取り込み中のようね。
いえいえ、こいつとの話はもう終了したんで。な、葵。
No, we're not. But anyway, what is it you want to talk about? Akari wanting to talk to me wasn't exactly a common thing.
ハバネさんのこと聞いたわ。とても残念だけど、我々生徒会はあなたたちをかばうことはできません。力になれなくてごめんなさい。
I understand. That's how it was from the start anyway. I should be the one apologizing. Sorry about all the trouble we caused you. Akari had approved the soaring club, which had made her take on responsibility for it.
それは構わないわ。私が信念に基づきやったことだから。ただこうなってしまったことは残念だけど、私も見たかったわ。あなたたちのグライダーが飛ぶところを。
Akari was looking out of the window as she spoke to me.
望月先輩が何年もかけて追いかけていたものが何なのか、それが結実するところをこの目で見てみたかった。
Akari.
お話というのはそれだけよ。
Akari's business persona had returned. Once she was finished, she turned around and walked to the hallway. After a few steps, she stopped. She stood still with her back still faced to us.
Akari-san?
She suddenly turned around and walked towards us.
昨日飛岡先生たちが何やら大きなものを持って帰ってくるのを見かけたわ。
Huh?
中身は知らないし特に興味もないのだけれど、どうやらそれはグラウンドにある体育遊具室に保管したみたい。あそこならしっかりと鍵がかけられますからね。
Thanks. But why are you...
深い意味はないわ。世間話よ。悪いかしら。
こいつですか？リンゴのせいのリンゴロウさんです。今日ここで山形の物産展をやってるんです。
I forgot she's got a trigger. Saying that in an irritated tone, she turned around again.
それじゃ。
This time she actually left. Thank you. I stared at the ground completely dumbfounded. Why did she tell me that?
さあ、飛岡のやり方に相当ムカムカ来てたからな。ああ見えて怒ると怖いんだ。
The gym storeroom. Alright, let's go, partner.
勝手に人を相棒にすんな!
I headed off to the sports field, almost pulling Masatsugu behind me. As expected, the storeroom was locked. I did a quick inspection of the warehouse and took my leave. Well, at least we learned where it's being kept. Now we can get it back when we have to. Of course, that is a huge risk to take. I rushed back to the secret base, deep in thought. As I was walking up a slight hill, I glanced at the sky over the lake. I began to run. Shit, the morning glory is gonna be here tomorrow.
綺麗ですね。まるで朝焼けみたい。
ねえ、アゲハ先輩。あれって。
ええ、多分。そうだと思う。
I ran down a hill towards the runway. I placed my hands on my knees and tried to catch my breath. My cell phone had been ringing for some time now. I answered it without checking to see who it was. Hello?
Ah, Aoi!
I see it. Standing in the middle of the runway, I had a clear view of the sky. The eastern sky was a bluish purple. To the west, the sky was the same orange that it always was at sunset. This is what we had been waiting for all this time. The sky we had been yearning for, praying for. Staring at the beautiful gradient of the bluish purple to the deep vermilion, my body began to tremble. I was suddenly overjoyed, excited and impatient. Each second, a new feeling welled up inside of me. Glory morning, huh?
あれって
That's every day.
間違いないよね。
Yeah, it's the sign. The morning glory is coming. Sunday? Bloody Sunday. Alright, we're deep into it now. This stream doesn't end till we
葵がい
finish.
ない間に他の方法も調べてみたんだけど、どれも今から準備するには厳しいわ。
Aga has searched for other ways to launch besides a winch or a rubber cord, but she couldn't find something we could do in time. Even though the signs have come.
もうちょっと調べてみる。
Okay, I'm counting on you. As I was saying that, I pulled out my phone to check for messages. No new messages was displayed on the screen. Ever since then, I hadn't heard from Kotori. Had she already discussed it with her father? Since I hadn't heard anything, it probably meant nothing had been decided, but I decided to write a message to Kotori. I saw a sign just now. The morning glory is coming tomorrow morning. She'll definitely come back. Knowing that, I pressed send.
お夕飯買ってきました。
Asa and Yoru came back, each holding a big shopping bag.
おお、おかえり。
おにぎりがあんまりなかったからサンドイッチを買ってきたわ。あと姉さんがおやつをたんまりと。
ご苦労さん。
We're going to stay here tonight. I had the two of them go stock up for our siege.
そっちはどうですか？
どれも今からじゃ厳しそう。
ということは
今のところ残された方法はゴム柵だけってことね。
Yoru looked devastated.
小鳥先輩はどうなったんでしょう。
Ageha looked at me. I shook my head to reply. I haven't heard anything yet.
モーニンググローリーがもう来ちゃうのに。
ひばりさんに頼んでみたらどうかな。モーニンググローリーが来てる間だけこっちに連れてきてほしいって。
I'm going to wait a bit longer. If I don't hear back, I'll do that. If that sign was correct, the real thing was coming tomorrow morning. Even then, it would only be around for 2, maybe 3 hours.
けどそれもグライダーが飛べたらの話よ。機体もない離陸もできないじゃ意味ないわ。
だよね。
皆さんご飯にしませんか？
Someone's hungry. Asa seemed to try to perk us up, just as we were getting down. Yeah.
そういや、もうお腹ペコペコだわ。
Without realizing it, our normal mealtime had long since passed. Everyone started to take whatever they wanted out of the shopping bag. While waiting for her instant noodles, Ageha searched for a picture of the rubber towing cable found earlier in the day. A huge crowd of people pulled on the cord and the glider rose only a few scant meters. That was a simple light glider. Our two-seater would never be able to get in the air by this method. Everyone stared at the screen, half having given up.
これはなんだ？
これはゴム柵栄光の
All of a sudden, there was Amane peeking over Ageha's shoulder to see the computer screen. Amane? When did you get here? Placing her helmet on the desk, she answered while looking at the screen.
さっきだ。入ってきても誰も気づかないからちょっとだけ傷ついたぞ。
We had been staring at the screen so hard we didn't even notice she'd arrived.
ゴム柵栄光。こんなやり方もあったのか。
She seemed genuinely interested. Guess there are things even she doesn't know. She began looking at all the resources Ageha had brought up.
なるほど。面白いなこれ。でもこれじゃあ私たちのグライダーは飛ばないな。
My heart sank as soon as the words came out of her mouth. If Amane Mochizuki says it's impossible, it's impossible.
どうした？暗い顔をして。
Well, the truth is, I told Amane about the broken winch.
そうだったのか。
それで他の発行方法を探していたんです。
Amane began looking at the resources again. This time she was serious. Guess it's nearly impossible?
そうだな。
Amane grunted at the screen. I guess it is impossible.
そういえば、小鳥はどうしたんだ？
She spoke as if she just remembered about her. A shocked look came across my face. That's right. With everything that happened, I forgot to tell Amane about Kotori.
今日退院してくる予定だったよな。
Ageha was looking worried. Oh yeah, she didn't seem to have any major injuries. She seems good.
そうか、よかった。
But after that, I explained to her what happened after Kotori left the hospital.
そんなことがあったのか。それで、まだ連絡はないのかい？
Right, nothing yet. Amane began looking worried again.
さっき、予兆が見えただろ？それでこっちへ来てみたんだ。きっと小鳥が飛ぶんだろうと思って。でもそうか。小鳥は飛べないのか。
もし小鳥が無理でも飛ぶところを見せてあげたくていろいろ探してみたんですが。
We were pretty much ready to give up.
残された方法はこのゴム柵だけということか。
あ、滑走路にジャンプ台をつけるのはどうでしょう。
Asa suddenly spoke up. Everyone then turned their attention to her.
ゴムで引っ張りながらジャンプ台をグライダーがこう。
She began to explain with shaking hands. Basically, there would be a jump ramp on the runway and the glider would be shot up the ramp.
うまくいけば少なくともこの動画よりは高く飛べそうね。
Himiya used a car to pull it.
でしょ？
Mane shook her head.
加速が足りない。仮に5、6メートルくらいまで上がれたとしてもすぐに失速してしまう。
ジャンプ台を登るために勢いも犠牲にしてるしね。
To consider the Protheans may have been involved in our past.
Put her in front of a train, like Back to the Future.
Hello, anybody hear me? Is this the future? We're back.
I'll put you in front of a train, cunt.
ダメですか。
ジャンプ台を作るのは今すぐ取り掛かればギリギリいけなくもないかな。かなり無茶だけど。
Choo-choo. Basically, the glider would have to go up at least 10 meters after it hit the ramp. If there isn't a strong enough lift right at the end of the jump ramp, there really is no point at all. Everyone was deep in thought.
上昇気流を発生させる方法があればいいわけか。
That, or have it go off a cliff. Maybe that would do something. Just as I had given up, I heard a clap of excitement come from Amane.
ああ、それでいいじゃないか。
Everyone looked at her in confusion.
そうかそうか。何も滑走路から飛び立つ必要はないんだな。
いやでも危ないんじゃ。
Even if we were to start to fly like that, we couldn't have lift at that point. What would even happen? The drop would cause acceleration, but if there was no way to rise after that, it'd be completely pointless. If the glider was still high enough after it accelerated, that would be fine. That'd have to be from a really high cliff. Basically impossible. However, suddenly Amane spoke up.
それで行こう。そうしよう。
She began nodding her head as if already been decided.
紙と書くもの。
はい、どうぞ。
Taking paper and pen from Asa, Amane began to write furiously.
機体重量がおよそ 280kg。2人の体重が合計 100kg として。
The paper began to fill up with mathematical equations and diagrams.
紙。
はい。
Asa laid down another sheet for Amane, who hadn't even lifted her head.
それじゃ足りないわ。
Kyoto grabbed a bundle of paper, popped it down in front of Amane. Without even looking up, Amane took more paper and kept on writing.
トランスモードだ。久しぶりに見た。
Amane had an intense look of concentration on her face. This was exactly like the first time I met her and she was staring at the drawing board. When she's like this, she'll even forget that she's hungry, and she's quite the eater.
ふむふむ。なるほどね。その手があったか。
Yoda was nodding along in agreement as she read through the sheets of paper Amane was producing. Then,
時間がもったいない。私も手伝うわ。
saying that, she sat down next to Amane and began scribbling out equations. I couldn't believe my eyes. Huh? You going to help?
一体何が始まっているの？
なんだかちょっと怖いです。
Unable to follow along with what was going on, we just watched in amazement. Scribble, scribble, scribble. The scratching sound of both pens went on and on almost without a single pause. Both Amane and Yoru kept on writing without saying a word. The way they were working, it almost seemed as if they were communicating in an entirely different language. We, that is Ageha, Asa and myself, stayed back and had our own conversation. From what I heard from Akari, the glider should be in the gym storeroom. There's one sturdy lock on the door. It's not something you just hit and break open.
あそこならセキュリティはないわね。となると、問題はその鍵か。
飛岡先生、見張ってるんじゃないでしょうか。
ありえるわね。あのおっさんなら。
Without a winch, he'd think we can't fly. There's no way he's still worrying about us. With Amane working this hard, perhaps something might happen after all. Now all that's left is to take back the glider.
鍵を何とかしたとして、どうやって運ぶんですか？
そこなのよね。あんちゃんに頼めれば楽なんだけど。
Then Anchan becomes a criminal. This might be too much though. What we're doing could get us arrested if things don't go perfectly. Since we're students, the school would probably handle disciplining us. That wouldn't be the case for Anchan. Everyone was already prepared to be punished by the school. If there was a way to fly, we'd do it. That's how we all felt. We could just move it like it was moved before. There is a bicycle with a wagon attached at the grocer's shop down on Kazumi Shopping Street. It would be difficult, but if we could load the disassembled glider onto the cart, someone could pedal while others pushed. We needed a way to do it without the teachers noticing us. Breaking the lock will be noisy. That'll definitely get us noticed.
なるべく音がしない方法で壊すしかないわね。鉄の子じゃ時間がかかりすぎるか。
針金でこうコチョコチョっと。
No. It only works like that in cartoons. Taken, our winch was broken, everything had seemed to be over. Even so, there was still one thing that was missing. I still haven't heard from Kotori. Looking at the clock, I noticed it was just about to turn to midnight. There was still time until it began, but still, it was getting late. I looked at my cell phone and continued to grow nervous.
小鳥遅いね。
まだ連絡がないんですね。
Yeah. Did she read my message? I can't imagine she'd remain quiet if she knew the signs had appeared.
たく、初めて会った時からだけど、人に世話焼かせる子だよ。
That's because she's the youngest child. As I was responding with a laugh, my phone rang. It wasn't a message, it was a call. Hello?
もしもし、葵くん？かなこだけど、
Hanako?
今、ひばりさんが来てるんだけど、葵くんに渡したいものがあるって言ってるから、悪いけど、戻ってこられる？
Yeah, I'll be right there. I closed my phone and stood up. I'll be right back. Ooh. I ran up the hill panting. Why did Hibari come? Is Kotori with her? What does she want to give me? I was out of breath, but I ran on, fueled by my worries. I suddenly heard my cell phone ringing in my pocket. I had a message. Huh? I paused for a second and checked my phone. It was from Kotori. The message had no title. I hesitated for a moment and opened the message. I'm sorry I didn't call, but if I talked to you now, I'd probably go crazy. Go crazy? I almost dropped my cell phone, my hands were shaking so much. Steadying my phone with both hands, I continued to read. I talked with my father. I decided to go back to Tokyo. I'm going to take a break for the rest of the summer vacation. I really want to stay in Kazigaura, but there's no way I can keep worrying my parents like this.
Oh no!
After reading that, I closed my eyes for a moment. They're breaking up? Oh no! At the same time, I felt both shocked and like I knew this was going to happen. Spending this year with you guys was really fun. It's one of my dearest memories. I wish I had made a photo album. I'm sorry that I caused so much trouble for you all. I want you to fly through the morning glory without worrying about me. That's the only thing I want right now. So, thank you for loving me, Aoi. Even though I'm going back to Tokyo, I won't forget you. The message ended there. Pwah! I held my phone as tightly as I could in my shaking hands. Its plastic casing began to creak. As soon as I snapped back to reality, I called Kotori.
ただいま電話に出られません。ご用の方は P という発信音の後に
What is going on? Why aren't you answering, Kotori? I yelled without realizing it. Feeling overwhelmingly at a loss, I nearly flung my phone at the ground. I managed to control myself and instead called a different number. Come on, answer! After calling a ridiculous amount of times, maybe 20 or so, someone finally answered the phone.
もしもし、ハバネです。
Kotori!
葵。
Kotori! Hearing Kotori's voice after what felt like ages, I felt relieved. I had called Hibari's home phone number. Since Kotori answered the phone, it means she's still there. I've read your mail. What happened?
お母さんが倒れたの。
Huh?
私のせいで。お母さんが。
My mind went blank for a moment. I'd only asked her what happened, albeit in a strong tone, but she seemed to understand what I was talking about. How is she doing?
まだ寝込んでるって。私がね、電話で帰るって言ったらね、すごく喜んでくれて、お母さん泣いてた。私、ずっと自分を責めてた。あの時、気球に乗りたいってわがまま言ったせいで、
父さんとお母さんを悲しませちゃったから、私がこんな体になっちゃったせいで家族をめちゃくちゃにしちゃったから。
That's not right. I almost said that, however, right now, those words would not console her.
だからもうそんなこと二度とないようにしようって思ってたのに、またやっちゃった。私だって帰りたくないよ。けど今帰らないと今度こそ家族がバラバラになっちゃう。そんなのもっと嫌なの。
But you... Could you do that? Quit school, go back home, and then live like that? I was only answered with silence. After a moment, she sighed.
1年前の私とは違うから。あの時みたいに何もかも嫌になって逃げ帰ろうとしてるわけじゃない。だって今の私にはたくさんいい思い出があるもん。葵と出会ってアゲハや朝や夜やあまねちゃんや飛び嘘のみんなや、学校にもたくさん友達ができて楽しいこともいっぱいあった。彼氏ができて普通の女の子みたいな恋愛もした。それに空だって飛んだわ。それ全部葵たちと出会ってなかったら一生得られなかったかもしれないものばかり。もう十分よ。
But there's still one thing you want to do, right? One really big thing. Did you read the message? We saw the signs. It's coming. In only a few hours, the morning glory is coming.
それは私には過ぎた夢だから。
No, it isn't.
あるの
？What are you talking about? You can fly now. You can do it on your own.
一人じゃまともにお風呂にも入れないのに。空を飛べるのだってみんながいてくれるからよ。私一人じゃ飛べないわ。
Fuck your dad. Not really, but fuck your dad. Kotori. I couldn't believe it. She was throwing away everything we worked for. All of our good times together, she was acting like as if they never happened. Tears welled in my eyes as frustration coursed through my heart.
葵と過ごせた1年間、本当に楽しかった。私にとってきっと一生の宝物だよ。だからもう十分なの。
It's not enough, Kotori. It's not even close to being enough. My sobbing began to come out through my voice. When did I start crying?
葵は飛んでモーニンググローリーを見上げることは私にもできるから。
She laughed a little. I could tell she was trying her best to be strong. But perhaps that's the last thing she thought she could wish for. I noticed she had hung up.
おかえりなさい。遅かったね。どうしたの？顔真っ青だけど。
I'm fine. Where's Hibari?
小鳥ちゃんの部屋にいる。
Entering Kotori's room, I saw Hibari packing. taking one look at me, Hibari seemed to instantly know what was going on. She quietly closed the cardboard box packed with Kotori's textbooks.
これだけなんですね。
Hibari spoke in a whisper as she looked at the few small cardboard boxes that had contained all of Kotori's things. They were mostly filled with clothes and everyday items. The rest had textbooks in them. Aside from the stuffed animals that had been on the bed, Kotori didn't have much personal stuff. She said having lots of stuff was mostly a hassle. Hibari seemed extremely sad. I completely understood. Having only a few things made Kotori's own existence seem somewhat small. Hibari was silent. Tears began to form in her eyes.
どうすることが一番なのかわからない。私はやっぱりグライダーに乗ることは反対よ。あんな事故に遭って足が動かなくなってしまったのに、まだ空を飛びたいだなんて。私は小鳥ちゃんがグライダーから降りてくるのを見たとき、心臓が止まるかと思ったわ。でも小鳥ちゃんは飛んだんですよね。
Yeah. She wasn't scared at all. Even I was surprised by that. She was nervous about being up in the sky. Kotori didn't show it at all.
私、今でも水瀬さんたちに感謝しているし、風ヶ浦に来てよかったんだって思っています。小鳥ちゃんがまた元気になってくれたんだもの。それに、もし小鳥ちゃんが皆さんと同じ夢を見られるのなら応援してあげたい。お父さんも本当はそう思っているはずなんです。
Saying that, she closed her eyes. It almost seemed as if she was praying that what she said was the truth.
でも、もし今ここに残れば、今度こそ家族はバラバラになってしまうかもしれない。
Heard your mother isn't doing well.
ただの貧血だろうと言っていました。母はもともとあまり体が丈夫じゃなくて、私が実家へ連絡した時、小鳥ちゃんの事故を先に知ったのは母だったんです。その時、父は仕事で電話に出られなくて、病院で父が一晩寄り添って少し良くなったと聞いています。
Oh. Considering Kotori's condition, her mother already had to worry more about her than most mothers would. But to hear about the accident, that it was a glider accident, must have been a huge shock. Isn't there any way that Kotori could stay? Something other than having her quit school? I was getting agitated and my tone was becoming less kind. However, Hibari only shook her head at me.
父も母も小鳥ちゃんと一緒に暮らすことを強く望んでいます。将来どうなるかはわかりませんが、今すぐには。
But she has things she wants to do. Not just this year, but her entire future. What is going to happen to her? Saying this to Hibari wouldn't change a thing. I still couldn't do it without saying it. Fuck her and that weird family disability. An awful silence surrounded us. Suddenly the little door within the door opened up and in came a duck.
Quack.
Pat entered the room and waddled over to Hibari's feet.
ハットちゃん。
Hibari kneeled down and patted Pat's back.
Quack.
Kotori hasn't come back, so he's been searching the dorm for her. Pat always does that on days Kotori is late coming home.
そう。小鳥ちゃんからのことづてで、ハットちゃんをよろしくと言っていました。
You don't have to worry about him. Sure, he'd be lonely, but if you left him alone, he'd find food just fine.
強いのね。
ハットちゃんはガガー。
Cat seemed to enjoy Hibari's petting him. What's going to happen to Kotori now?
今夜はうちで預かって明日の朝父が迎えに来ることになっています。退学などの手続きはすべて父が行いますので、もうここへは。
Can I see her one more time before she goes? Please, Hibari. Please let me see her. Hibari stopped petting Hat. Standing up, she pulled something out of her bag.
これを水瀬さんにって。
Huh? She handed me Isuka's navigation diary.
もう自分が持っておくべきものじゃないからって。水瀬さん？
Huh? Oh. Yeah.
それとこれも。
With a strange look on her face, Hibari handed me the thing she was talking about. What is this?
わかりません。水瀬さんに渡してほしいって。
It was a paper airplane. It was a completely normal paper airplane. I quickly unfolded it, but there was nothing written on the paper.
荷物は後日引き取りに来ますので、それまで置いておいていただけませんか？
Okay. My head hung low. Hibari looked at me with a bit of worry in her eye.
あの子が東京へ戻ったら連絡があると思います。それまでそっとしておいてあげてください。
Saying that in an apologetic tone, Hibari left. For a moment, I couldn't move from where I stood. Sudden exhaustion came over me. I did not have the energy to combat it. I threw myself onto my bed. My eyes glanced over at the flight diary I had received earlier. She said she didn't have any reason to hold on to this any longer. This notebook was pretty much Kotori's starting point. After finding it in this room, she then discovered the glider and flew herself. Returning it meant Kotori was saying she had made up her mind. Rather, she was throwing it all away. All of her feelings for the sky. I searched through every page of the notebook to see if she had left a message somewhere. I couldn't find anything anywhere. The notebook was exactly as it was before. I looked at the last page, the things I want to do list. Even now, there were some ridiculous things written. One was skip school. It seemed like she had done that one yesterday by accident. Only the top item, fly through the passage of clouds, was left unchecked. Even though that could happen tonight.
やりきれないね。なんか。
Looking up to see who spoke, I saw Kaneko, the doorway. Just as she said, I was completely frustrated. She had probably heard me and Hibari talking. Kaneko came into the room and sat down next to me. She picked up a hat and put him on her lap.
昔さ、いとこがインコを飼ってたのね。
That's so.
それがすんごい可愛くてさ。私、その子に会うのが楽しみで、いとこの家にしょっちゅう遊びに行ってたわけ。インコって結構賢くてさ、飼い主に懐くのよ。指や肩に乗ったりね。知ってた？
Huh. I wasn't sure why Kaneko was talking about parakeets. I just quietly listened.
ある時、いとこが新しいインコを買ってきたんだよね。一匹だけじゃ寂しいだろって。私も早速見に行ったわけよ。いやー、あの時はテンション上がったな。まだ子供だって言うからさ。
Huh.
でさ、見ちゃったわけ。羽を切るところを。
Cutting the feathers?
そう。
Kanako grabbed some of Hat's feathers and flicked them around.
インコを飼うときって羽を切るのよ。先っちょをほんの少しだけね。全部の飼い主がそうしてるわけじゃないみたいだけど。
Good night, Jay. See you in the next stream. Why in the world would you?
私もそう思ったわ。どうして？ひどいって。そしたら急にインコがかわいそうに思えてきて、いとこのうちに遊びに行かなくなっちゃった。
That is pretty terrible.
って思っちゃうよね、やっぱ。で、それからだいぶして、もうちょっと大きくなってから、そうしなきゃいけない理由があることを知ったのよ。
Really? What's that?
そうしないと部屋で話したとき、勢いよく飛びすぎて天井や壁にぶつかっちゃうらしいのよ。物が崩れたりもして、インコの怪我のもとになる。それに窓から飛び出してっちゃうこともよくあるし。ほら、たまに見かけるでしょ。インコ探してますの張り紙。
I hadn't seen any recently, but just like I had seen them for missing dogs, I had seen a few for parakeets as well.
羽を切ってても少しくらい飛べるし、人に飼われて暮らすならその方が暮らしやすいんだよね。要は飛べなくするんじゃなくて、世界の狭さに合わせたサイズに羽を調節するわけ。
See, I had no idea that was part of keeping a parakeet. Cutting the feathers sounded awful, but I guess it's a bit like keeping a collar on a dog.
で、今でも時々考えてしまうのよ。さて、どっちが幸せなのやらってね。懐いてる飼い主に可愛がられて、たらふく餌を食って、天敵に襲われない安全な場所でぬくぬく眠れて、幸せなんじゃないかって思うんだけどね。けど、聞けないじゃん。インコの本音なんてさ。
Right. As she commented to Hat how he couldn't fly to begin with, she placed him on the floor and stood up.
聞けたらいいんだけどね。インコの気持ち。
She left the room looking frustrated. Parakeet's feelings. I can at least look up at the sky. Is that really what Kotori felt? Even if it was that all that she felt? I don't know. At any rate, it seems that Kotori had already decided her future.
Ah. お疲れ様です、先輩。
ああ、別に疲れてないぞ。夜。
何ですか？
ここは任せてもいいかな。私は外を見てくる。
ええ、そうしてください。
疲れてないのか。
葵先輩、遅いですね。
うん。でも心配ないよ。必ず戻るって言ってたじゃん。
はい。
糖分が足りない。姉さん、チョコ。
はいはい、ただいま。
ありがとう。
あの人、すごいわね。あまねさん？私、自分より頭いい人、初めて見たわ。本当に天才なのかもしれない。
どうなの？いけそう？
ええ、多分。あの人が外でちょうどいい場所を見つけてきてくれたら。
That was random. I think I'll keep it to myself for now.
ただまだ裏付けは完璧じゃないわ。休憩終
I
わ
think
り。
it's because I was
もう一頑張
probably
り。
as tired as fucking Aoi. I think I picked up what Kotori's putting down. Kotori? Hanako. I think I'm picking up what she's putting down.
あ、葵先輩。ん？葵。
Without quite realizing it, I had returned to the secret base where everyone was waiting. Ageha ran up to me as soon as I came in.
こっちは行けそうだよ、葵。そっちはどうだった？
If I get timed out, Monica is the worst. Easy deleted message. Easy delete. Easy delete. Never happened.
Hey, we got him. We got him, boys.
Aoi?
Didn't even have time to reply to that. We'll fucking get wrecked. Saying nothing, I handed over Isuka's navigation diary.
何これ？
Monica rolled. She said she didn't have any reason to hold on to this any longer.
それってどういう？
She decided to quit school in the middle of summer vacation.
え？
Easy. Easy.
You fucker.
I got you, Eli. I got you. Oh, I died.
You dumbass.
Oh no. Fuck.
I hope everyone in this fucking chat dies in this game of Fortnite.
That ladder fell, no. That was good. Oh no. After hearing about Kotori's accident, her mother collapsed. She said she doesn't want to worry her parents anymore. She said she's done. As I spoke, I could feel tears welling up in my eyes. I took a deep breath to pull myself together. Where's Amane? I was planning to give Isuka's diary to her. It wasn't something I should be holding on to.
今外に出てる。
Okay. I'll go look for her. Strong wind was blowing outside. Due to its shape, strong winds often blow on Windmill Hill. That wasn't the reason this time. When the morning glory appears, the airstream becomes turbulent, and a strong wind will blow. Looking at the sky, I still couldn't see the cloud formation, although it was clear it was coming. I sat down on the grass. I had no real intention of going to look for Amane. I just couldn't stay in there. I had to get out. The wind noisily ran up the grassy plain, the grassy knoll. This is where it all began. I came back home after becoming unable to ride my bicycle. Then the first time I came to this hill,
Oh no.
I met Kotori. JFK-san, yo. Fuck off, cunt. Her wheelchair had a flat tire and I helped her. That's how it started. A year has passed since then. We lived together as each other's sky-gazing partner. We argued, yet we always still looked up at the same sky. Please don't get her all wrapped up in your person dreams. He says that, not even knowing what his daughter feels when she looks up at the sky.
私飛びたい。モーニンググローリーを雲の回廊を渡りたい。そうしたら取り戻せる気がするの。未来が。そう、未来。私がなくした 一番大きなもの。もしモーニンググローリーを飛べれば取り戻せる気がするの。
Could Kotori find happiness by going back to her parents' home? Giving up on her dream? Throwing away her future? There's no way she'd be happy. I wish I could bring her back right now. But that would completely disrupt Kotori's family. This is my family's problem. If I don't go home, my family would entirely fall apart. I couldn't let that happen. Kotori had to decide which one of those things was more important. Without any trouble, she did choose her family. Just wanted to come back. Although I guess that just means I'm being selfish. I looked down at the paper airplane that I was given along with Isuka's navigation diary.
Sorry. Hi, nice to see you.
You see, I can't start watching now because I've missed like 4 hours, so I have no choice but to leave. I'm sorry, Offer. Bye, Bolognese! It's rather sad. 'Tis what it is. It was a completely normal paper airplane. There was nothing special about how it was made. There was nothing written anywhere. She had given up on flying, but not the desire to fly. Is that the message? I picked up the paper airplane and threw it. It quietly glided through the night sky. Fortunately missed a head on wind and proceeded to fly towards the hill's bottom and disappeared into the darkness. Flies well. Kotori definitely made it. As I was complimenting the paper airplane, I saw someone coming up from the foot of the hill. It was Amane.
これを投げたのは君かい?
She was holding the paper airplane in her hand. She came over near me and stared out at the lake at the bottom of the hill.
いい風が出てきたな。
See you when I'm done with the mods. Good luck. Bye, Bolognese. Have fun. Yeah.
ちょうどいい場所を見つけた。飛べるぞ、葵くん。
I wonder.
なんだか張り合いがないぞ。どうしたんだ?
I don't know. I don't know what the right thing to do is. Without realizing it, I had begun complaining. Amane gave me a perplexed look. I still hadn't told her about Kotori. Of course she'd be confused. Sorry. I'm talking crazy. Forget about it.
正しいとか間違ってるとか、私はないと思う。
Huh?
それを決められるのは自分だけだ。だってそうだろ？誰かにとって正しくても、他の誰かにとって間違ってるってことはたくさんあるんだ。だから僕は僕にとって何が正しいか他人に決められるのなんてごめんだね。迷った時は自分の心に耳を澄ませるといい。あんたの正しい答えはそこにある。
Well, I stared blankly at the poetry coming out of Amane's mouth.
イスカが私に言った言葉だ。驚いたよ。それまで私はどんな問題にも正しい答えは一つだと思っていたから。天才だろ、イスカは。
Yeah, seems like it.
だから君も自分の心に耳を傾けるといい。私はバカだから今もあまり上手にできないんだけどな。
Sounding embarrassed as she spoke, Amane handed the paper airplane to me.
さて、 フライトプランを練り直すか。
She stood up and headed off to the secret base. As I watched her walk away, a light went on in my head. Suddenly I remembered everything from that moment. The first time I met Kotori. A white paper airplane had gently flown over my head. And you fuck off, cunt. It was almost as if one of the windmill blades detached and flew through the air. I picked it up, climbed up the hill, and then... Wait, I don't remember it being this pixely. I met her. Girl in a wheelchair with a sense of innocence about her. She was staring wistfully up at the sky. As the wind came and blew her long hair, she ran her fingers through it. A black-haired girl in a white blouse sat with a scenery of windmills and a blue... Someone fucked that one up. And a blue...
Do I look like I know what a JPEG is? I just want a picture of a goddamn hot dog.
And a blue sky surrounding her. It was like looking at a painting. So it got to you. As she said that, tears began to well in her eyes. She had thrown the paper airplane. What did she say then? That way, if there is someone who can get my SOS and come here for me. SOS? My body trembled. I looked at the perfectly plain paper airplane. Could this really be an SOS? Was Kotori calling out for help? Probably wasn't. Since I want to see her so bad, I'm probably connecting the dots in my head. However, if she is, I'm too late. I stood up and ran in the opposite direction of the secret base. I pulled out my cell phone as I ran.
Aoi?
Can I ask you to get the glider ready? I'm going to get Kotori. Ageha? As soon as I hung up, I called Anchan. Come on, Anchan, pick up. No, he's not picking up. I decided to hang up and make a different call. Now you got a back row. Sorry for calling so late. This is Aoi. Is Kotori there? I asked almost completely out of breath. Hibari was deathly silent. I thought he was coming tomorrow. When was this? I see. Thanks. Before hanging up, I remembered there was something else I had to talk about. Can you come here now? Yes. I want you to see what Kotori was aiming for. Please. Whether or not Kotori flies, I want her sister to see. I want her to see what Kotori, what all of us, were after. I guess that didn't work. Anchan didn't seem to be answering. I thought I'd ask to use his car. Taxis don't run at this hour in this countryside. Guess there's only one thing left to do. Just to be safe, I left a message for Anchan. When I was ready, I put a hand on my partner that I'd been maintaining every day. Alright, buddy. Let's do this.
Aoiが小鳥を迎えに行くって。本当ですか？小鳥のことは葵に任せておけばいいと思う。必ず連れてきてくれるはずだから。
ただいま。
ちょうどいいところに。どうでしたか？
ああ、バッチリだ。
となると、
あとはグライダーですね。
そっちは私が行ってくるわ。朝ちゃんは発行準備の方をお願い。人手がいるから適当に集めてきて。
ああ、あとライトも必要だ。懐中電灯か何かを一緒に集めてくれ。
ラジャーです。
ここからが正念場よ。忙しくなるぞ。
I sprinted down the southward bound road next to the lake. There's no way they could have gone 100 kilometers. No reason to preserve my leg strength. There's about 30 kilometers to where I had to go. I couldn't go my full speed, but I was still going very fast. If I couldn't catch Kotori there, I wouldn't be able to go after them anymore. That place was Sazanami Obashi Bridge, located directly south of here. The giant bridge was connected to an island in the middle of the lake, making it look like some sort of undulating wave. Even ignoring the beautiful landscape, due to its convenience, any Tokyo-bound car would definitely take that route. I calculated how much time I had left. It wouldn't take an hour to get to the bridge from Hibari's house. Since it was late at night, they could be speeding, but I doubt Kotori's father would be that dangerous. Instead, he was very likely obeying the speed limit and driving safely. It was about 30 kilometers to the bridge from the dorm. I was much closer than they were. If I hurry, I can catch up with them. I pedaled as hard as I could.
おっせえよ。何やってたんだよ。
これ用意してたら遅くなっちゃって。
ガスバーナー。お前それで何する気だ？
決まってんでしょ。鍵を焼き切るんだよ。
焼き切るんだよじゃねえよ。危ねえ女だな。
何言ってるのよ。叩き壊すより野蛮じゃないし、音も小さくて済むでしょうが。
いいのかホタル、こんなことに首突っ込んで。
青兄たちのためだから。
まあそういう俺も巻き込まれてるしな。
さあ行くよ。時間がもったいない。葵たちが戻ってくる前に準備整えなきゃいけないんだから。
というわけなんです。皆さんご協力をお願いします。おお、ついに飛ぶのね。どうしますか、ゆかさん。
もちろん手伝わせてもらうわ。そのために早めに帰ってきたんですもの。
私もいいよ、朝ちゃん。ありがとうございます、皆さん。いやー、みんなにメールしといてよかったわ。それと懐中電灯か何か、手で持てる明かりがあると嬉しいんですけど、どんなのでもいいの？はい、なるべく明るいもので。それならあれがあるじゃないですか、ゆかさん。
あれ？あれでよければ余ってるけど。
夏の野外ライブが雨で中止になっちゃいましたもんね。
そうなのよ。あの時は本当に悔しかったわ。私がどれだけ楽しみにしていたか。
朝ちゃん、人でこれだけで足りるの？なんだったらもっと呼べるけど。本当ですか？できればあと10人くらいは。おいさ、連絡も回してみるね。けど夜遅いし、 大丈夫なんですか？
多分ね。ソアリング部がついに飛ぶって言ったらみんな来ると思うよ。
そうなんですか？
みんな結構期待してたからね。すごいことをやろうとしてるみたいだって。
やっぱロマンがあるもんね、空飛ぶのって。みんな頑張ってたから。皆さん、もしもし、あかりちゃん？ごめん、寝てた？起きてた？そう、それ。察しがいいね。うひひ、さてはお主。風がどんどん強くなってる。
これは計算した以上だな。
あんまり風速がありすぎるとかえって離陸が難しくなるんじゃ。
そういやそうだな。
みんなうまくやってくれてるかしら。
大丈夫さ、きっとうまくいくよ。みんないい子たちだからな。
根拠になってませんが。けど私もそんな気がします。
小鳥、寝てていいんだよ。
Dad's car drove quietly through the night roads. The destination was Tokyo, my home.
すまないな、こんな時間に。少しでも早く母さんに会わせたかったんだ。今から帰ればちょうど朝には戻れるだろう。
分かってるよ。私も早くお母さんに会いたい。
母さん、小鳥が帰ったらきっとすぐに元気になってごちそうを作ってくれるぞ。小鳥は何が食べたい？
オムライスかな。
コロッケじゃないのか。小鳥好きだっただろう。
コロッケはね、自分で作れるようになったから。今度は私がお母さんに作って食べさせてあげたい。
おお、それは楽しみだな。もちろんお父さんの分もあるんだろう。
どうしよっかななんて。
He was laughing. It seemed to be coming from the heart. He wasn't forced at all. He was genuinely happy. That made me a little happier. The little chit-chat was over as quickly as it started. All I heard was the awful sound of the tires against the asphalt. This dad suddenly wants to be a dad. I opened my cell phone to try to distract myself from the silence. I saw a sign just now. The morning glory is coming tomorrow morning. I stared blankly at the message. It was the last one I got from the person I love.
危ないな。深夜だからって無茶な運転をして。大丈夫か？
平気。
ああいう輩がいるから交通事故がなくならないんだ。まったく。
窓開けていい？
エアコンが強かったかい？
そうじゃないの。風に当たりたいだけ。
After opening the window, I looked up at the sky. It was completely black. In that black sky, though, I knew the passage of clouds was slowly but surely being made. A sign. The morning glory sign. The sky I had been longing for all this time. If I was in this town for just one more day, no, just tomorrow morning, I would be able to see it. However, this car was taking me further and further away from Kasugaura every second.
今、どのあたり？
もう少ししたらさざ波大橋が見えてくる。ほら、前に通った大きな橋。覚えてないか？
ああ、あの 綺麗な橋。
A large bridge that spanned over a lake. That was the exit out of Kazigaura. Soon I'd be leaving the town that I grew to love so much. Could you do that? Quit school, go back home, and live like that? A chill went down my spine as I remembered those words. That was the cruelest thing that he ever said to me. Didn't matter when he would have said it to me, today or even a year ago. Either way, it was the cruelest thing.
ねえ、お父さん。
なんだい？
なんでもない。
I'm completely different from a year ago. I have tons of memories now. In my heart, there was an album of memories of all the days I spent with everyone. There might be no future for me there, but I can relive those memories, those moments, just by opening that album. So I'll be fine. I have to do this. Because if I don't, Mom and Dad will.
私、頑張ったんだよ。お父さん、頑張って上手になって、本当にグライダーを操縦したんだよ。
ああ。
何百メートルも高いところに上がって、それで、すごく楽しかったんだよ。
Now she have a backbone too.
楽しいことならまた見つかる。もっと安全な遊びが。違うんだよ。
そうじゃないの。グライダーで飛ぶ楽しさは他じゃ変えられないんだよ。
Had the same conversation over and over. My father continued to drive quietly with a sad look on his face.
ほら、見えてきたぞ。あの橋が。
お願い、お父さん。
小鳥。
He looked at me again with sad eyes.
辛いだろうけれど、それは今だけだ。向こうで暮らせば、きっとすぐ忘れられる。
I wonder, could I really throw away my dreams and live like nothing had happened?
友達だって、向こうでまたできるさ。
Car slowly carried me over the bridge. Once I crossed it, there'd be no going back. I was leaving the town that I once hated, the town that I now loved. Suddenly, I saw something in the side mirror.
Jesus!
Is that a bicycle?
お父さん、止めて。
Jesus, this guy. I can agree to a degree, but god damn it. I know.
え？なんだって？
いいから止めて、お願い。
バカを言うな。こんなところで一体どうして？
お父さん。
Brakes check. Brakes check Aoi. Smashes him into the water. Just a little. Oh. I was almost at the top of the hill. Once I got there, a long downhill ride was waiting for me. The bicycle was in good condition, but my legs weren't. The tailwind that was helping me move was like some sort of miracle. Only a bit more. Come on! It took more time than I had thought. But if I just make it up to the top... Finally, I reached the peak of the hill. I tried to catch my breath as I pedaled across the flat hilltop. After about 10 meters or so, I'll be going downhill. I could suddenly see it right before my eyes. the wide lake and the bridge going right across it. There it is! I picked up my pace. Using the energy I did not know my body still had, I pedaled down the hill. I stooped forward and the bicycle accelerated. Downhill. Tearing down through the wind was an incredible thrill. I knew if I fell, I'd probably die. But I wasn't scared. On my way down the hill, I passed a slow-moving car. This was the car that had passed me going uphill just a few minutes ago. I kept pedaling. The bicycle kept accelerating. The bridge begins at the bottom of the hill and... there they are. I wish I could yell. Nah, you won't die, you just get a lot of injuries. Kotori! Perfect timing. The familiar station wagon passed through an intersection only a mere 30 meters ahead of me. Final sprint. The hill ended. I pedaled across the flat land after the station wagon. Kotori! I pushed with every ounce of my body and put my bicycle in front of the station wagon. I could hear the brakes squeal as the car came to a halt. As soon as I saw it stop, I hit the brakes on my bike. Then, my bicycle fell to the ground and I went with it. I laid upon the asphalt trying to catch my breath.
Kimi, 大丈夫か?
Kotori's father got out of the car. I pulled my body up, struggling to stand on my shaking knees.
Kimi wa?
Kotori. Seeing her face, a feeling of relief came over me that nearly sent my knees buckling down again. Her father came over to help me up, but I grabbed the bridge handle and lifted myself up before he could. Kotori looked at me, completely unable to believe what was right before her eyes. Pulled a crumbled piece of paper that until moments ago was in the shape of an airplane, showed it to Kotori. I saw your SOS. Kotori's eyes began to swell with tears. Mr. Habane, please don't take Kotori back home.
それを言うために追いかけてきたのか?
Please.
言ったはずです。これは私たち家族の問題だと。
I heard about your wife, about her collapsing.
それを知っていて、まだそんなことを。
Because I couldn't let this happen to Kotori. You told me on the phone, remember, how Kotori lying to you was your own fault. Kotori doesn't hate you. Even now, she still deeply cares about you. Despite all that, she lied to you. Don't you understand now why she did that? I was basically pleading at this point.
だからこうして、その間違いを正し、また元の家族に戻ろうとしているんじゃないか。
Do you want her to lie to you again? This paper airplane was an SOS from Kotori. This was the only way she could ask for help. You have to try to understand what she wants. She never said that by phone or messages. Everything Kotori was saying indicated that she was going to go back home. Except for this paper airplane. She couldn't hide her true feelings. That would have been betraying herself. Holding this paper airplane was an SOS from Kotori's heart. Kotori said that if she was able to fly through the morning glory, that she will have taken back her future.
未来?
Right, whether or not she'll think she'll be able to realize her dreams or not in the future. You said it yourself, didn't you? How she can't have dreams that normal people have.
それは本当のことだ。あなたにだって分かっているでしょう。小鳥が普通の人のように何かをするのがどれほど大変か。
I silently nodded. Of course I knew that. I had been beside her all this time.
小鳥が身に余るほどの目標を叶えようとしたとき、どれほどの困難が待っているか。きっと傷つき、苦しみ、大きな挫折を味わうに決まっている。
The heart-wrenching way in which he spoke made it seem like he might have seen Kotori like that time and time again. No, he had to have seen it. He had seen his daughter struggle to recuperate after the accident. So, what does that even mean?
何?
Kotori isn't afraid of those things at all. Even after the accident, after losing the ability to use her legs, after all that, she still wants to fly. Doesn't that mean anything?
しかし、それは。
Sure, she's handicapped. She cries easily. She's scared of strange things. But if you look at her, you think she's dangerous. But she has never turned her back on her goal. She's been courageously pushing forward this whole time. Aren't you just stopping her to prevent your own fears, your own worries? That's not the same as loving your daughter. Kotori interrupted what I was saying. I snapped back to reality and shut my mouth. However, her father already knew what I was trying to say. Regardless, what I said, as honest as it may have been, was surely intensely painful for him to hear. If you are going to take Kotori back to Tokyo, there's nothing I can do to stop you. It is a family problem. Kotori is still only a student. She can't live completely separated from her parents. But before that, can't you let her fly just once? Let us show you what we have all been working towards. Hasn't been for nothing. Please. Kotori began to get out of the passenger seat by herself. Unable to use her legs, she was hanging onto the door as she began to fall out of the car.
Kotori!
He ran over and caught his daughter.
Kimi, 車椅子を。
Oh, okay. I unloaded a wheelchair from the back of the station wagon. Kotori's father gently sat her into it. Watching him do it, I could tell he was a caring parent. She was being held in her father's arms. She put her hand to his chest and said,
お父さん、私、本当に飛んだんだよ。空を、雲に手が届きそうなくらい高く。
ああ。
すごく気持ちよくて、楽しくて。そこじゃ私は、体が不自由な女の子じゃなくなるの。
でもそれは、たくさんの人たちが小鳥のために手助けをしてくれたからだろ。
Yeah, but it's not like Kotori is special. I decided to break the silence. No one can fly a glider by themselves. You need someone to man the winch, someone to hold the wingtips, someone to do the maintenance, someone to make it. So many people are needed to make it fly.
ねえお父さん、飛ばせて。私、飛びたいの。最後に一度だけでいい。そしたら、おとなしく家へ帰るから。
小鳥。
Looking at his beloved daughter, Mr. Habane shook his head.
お父さん、私、今飛ばないと一生自分に嘘をついて暮らしていくことになる。もう二度と自分の翼では飛べなくなっちゃう。この先ずっとただ見上げて暮らすなんて嫌なの。
Her father quietly closed his eyes. Why does music sound like Sonic R? I mean... Then quietly.
組み立て急ぐよー。パイロットが到着し次第すぐ飛ぶからねー。風強いから気をつけて。翼になるべく正面から風が当たらないようにね。はい。お手伝いの人も気をつけてくださいね。
人がいっぱいでなんかお祭りみたいだね。あなたが集めたんでしょ。だってみんな見たいだろうと思って。あかりちゃんだってそうでしょ。そりゃこんな面白いこと見逃す手はないわ。だよね。
夜食のおにぎりできました。手の空いた人から食べてってください。
梅干し、おかか、塩昆布あります。
俺おっかかホタルは何にする？
じゃあ梅干し皆さんもどうぞ。
夜明けまであとどのくらい
54分。ギリギリね。パイロットが届けばね。組み立て完了しました。
係留しっかりした？
はい。
よし、じゃあ皆さん集まってください。これから発行手順を説明しますのでいいですか？ゴム柵を引っ張る役の人は朝ちゃんチームと夜ちゃんチームに分かれてもらいます。私が発行準備開始って言ったらゴム柵を持ってください。その後は一歩ずつ朝ちゃん夜ちゃんと歩幅を合わせて引いていってもらいます。でグライダーが離陸した後なんですが、
あれはアゲハ先輩、葵先輩たち到着しました。
I unsteadily lowered myself from the back of Anchan's truck. My knees were still shaking. That sprint had used up all of my energy. I could hardly use my legs. I have been skipping out on practice way too much. Hey, Ageha, could you help Kotori get down?
朝ちゃん手伝って。
はい。Anchan had heard the message I left him and was able to bring Kotori and me here in his truck. After all, Kotori's father wasn't exactly ready to allow this. Thanks for coming, Anchan.
いや、俺こそすぐ電話に出られなくてすまなかったな。
おかえりなさい、小鳥先輩。
ただいま。たくも心配させやがって。
ごめんね、みんな。
After getting into her wheelchair, Kotori came over to me.
足大丈夫
？Yeah, they're just a little tired, but it feels like I can barely move, so I'm gonna have to ask you to pilot. I said it half serious and half trying to be motivating. It did manage to make Kotori smile.
小鳥、ちゃんと元気そうだな。
Amaneち
ゃん。Kotori's mood suddenly picked up when she saw Amane running towards us waving.
待ってたんだぞ、二人が帰ってくるのを。
ごめんね、待たせちゃって。本当だわ。どれだけ私たちがやきもきしたか。
Behind the wry comments of Amane and Yoru were expressions of relief. Hey, it's looking like a festival or something. A crowd of people had gathered around our secret base, about 50 people or so. The crowd was growing more and more excited, yet looked somewhat like our group tour that had gotten lost.
かなこさんが声をかけてくれたんです。皆さん、私たちのフライトを見てみたいって。この人たち全部期待されてますよ、私たち。
Kotori looked at everyone dumbfounded.
はいはい、考えにふけってる時間はないよ。天音先輩、フライトプランの変更点を2人に説明してやってください。
おお、そうだった。
Ageha left us with Amane and went off to instruct the crowd. He began to explain all sorts of things to them.
ねえ、滑走路へ行かなくていいの？
Huh? Oh yeah, I forgot. I hadn't told Kotori about the broken winch. The truth is...
飛びをかめ、許すまじ。でも、それならどうやって飛ぶの？
ここから飛ぶんだ。
え？ Amane spread her arms out wide.
この丘から。
どうやって？
Amane began explaining the takeoff procedure to a confused-looking Kotori.
マジなのそれ？
ああ、マジだ。
Kotori gave me a worried look. Don't worry. If Amane says we can do it, we can.
そうね。
あまねちゃんがそう言うなら大丈夫よね。
二人ともコックピットに乗って。
Okay.
了解。
I'm so tired. Preparing our parachutes, we got into the cockpit. We checked the operation system.
右エルロン OK、 左エルロン問題なし。
My pre-flight nerves were slowly increasing. Suddenly,
小鳥ちゃん
shit. Hibari had come running up to the cockpit.
ひばりね、どうしてここに？
I asked her to come. I wanted her to see what you were doing.
お姉ちゃんここで見てるから。だから気をつけてね。
Hibari looked a little pale. She really seemed like she wanted to stop Kotori. Saying nothing, she let her little sister go. Kotori laughed and gave a thumbs up.
任せて。私のかっこいいところ見せてあげる。
Hibari gave a subtle smile to her little sister and walked away from the cockpit. Ageha then came over to talk to us.
発行の手順は天音先輩から聞いたよね。ゴム柵が伸びきったら私が合図を出すからブレーキを離して。そしたら走り出すから。了解。かなり難しい離陸になるけど大丈夫？
Ageha asked in an uneasy tone.
いけると思う。イメージはもうつかめたわ。
わかった。信じてるよ、小鳥。
Saying that, Ageha closed the canopy. She flashed me a look. It seemed as if she was asking me to take care of Kotori should anything happen. I silently nodded in response. As the dome came down over the cockpit, all the outside noises seemed to drift far away and we were in a world of our own. Kotori put a hand to her chest and took a deep breath. She seemed nervous.
迎えに来てくれてありがとう。
It was a faint whisper, but I could still hear her. I replied to her in a doubtful tone. Honestly, I don't know if this is going to be okay. Go okay.
私も。
We still didn't have her father's understanding. We were able to explain ourselves and bring her here.
でも。
Kotori looked up at the sky. Only a little bit more until dawn. The sky slowly brightened and a silhouette of a giant cloud dimly came into view.
今しかないから。
Right. This was the first time the morning glory had appeared in Kazigaura 27 years. If we miss this chance, who knows when we'll have another. As Ageha started issuing instructions, the crowd of people began to move. They broke up into two groups and readied the rubber cord. Ageha then tied the cord to the hooks underneath the glider. Detective, let me out. Sign my wife's cookbook, sir. The connecting piece was located in the middle of the long rubber cord. From there, they stretched the cord to the left and the right. One side led by Asa, the other Yoru. Numbers of people lined up, holding onto it. The sides were of course not stretching out directly left and right of the glider. There were slight diagonals. This way the people pulling on the cord would not get hit by the glider. The problem is, in order for the glider to fly straight, both sides need to be the exact same angle and use the exact same power. Asa and Yoru's positioning were such that their strides would sync. As they were twins, they had almost the exact same physique, even down to breathing. Ageha tapped on the canopy. I nodded and Ageha responded with a thumbs up. I could hear the cries of good luck from the crowd.
それでは引っ張りますよー。
The rubber cord was pulled back one step. Another. The cord was slowly stretching. All the while the glider remained firmly planted to the ground. Wheel stoppers were in place and the tires were hooked into them. When Kotori releases the brake, the tires will release from them and begin to move. Everyone's tension seemed to be increasing just like the rubber cords. Hibari was watching from over by the canopy with a worried look on her face.
お父さんにも見てほしかったな。
I think we were able to explain Kotori's feelings to her father. He hadn't given his blessings, however. It's terrifying. The memories of his daughter falling from the hot air balloon must still haunt him. The wind rolling up the hill became stronger and stronger. It began to make the wings tremble. The glider was shaking as if it was ready to fly at any moment. Concentrate. Hold on to the control stick tightly. Don't think about anything other than flying right now.
了解。
Then, at that moment, a single station wagon climbed to the top of the hill. The car stopped in front of the secret base and a man in a suit climbed out of the driver's side.
小鳥
お父さん。
Ageha stopped her counting once she saw Kotori's father. Had he come to stop the flight? Oddly, he wasn't coming over to the cockpit. He had stopped walking and was watching from a distance. Hibari walked over and joined him. Ageha threw a confused look over to us.
作準備よし。行け、小鳥。
Kotori released the brake. The cord began to pull back and the glider began to move. It gained speed and ran down the hill. Kotori! Kotori pulled on the control stick. The wings began to lift up and the glider took flight.
おお。
よし行け。飛んでください。
It was only a few meters, but it was just high enough. Kotori instantly returned the control stick to neutral and pushed it forward slightly. The glider began to fly parallel to the hill, declining almost as if it was slipping.
待機速度は十分。離陸成功だ。
The glider flew parallel to the hill and began to pick up speed like it was coasting. It cut right through the headwind. This was right in the middle of Windmill Hill. A path was made from all the wind blowing into the crescent-shaped hill. The strength of that headwind was enough to lift up the glider.
やった飛んだ。嘘みたい。あんな方法で。
Don't get excited just yet. We had pointed the glider downwards in order to pick up speed. That cost us a lot of altitude. Now we needed to get back up. Otherwise we'll never get to the top of the clouds.
分かってるって。皆さん、急いで移動してください。すぐに戻ってきますからね。ライトをまだもらってない人、取りに来てください。お父さん、ひばりさん。
ん？
どうしたの、あさちゃん。これ。よかったらどうぞ。サイリウム？
どうしてこんなものを。
The glider had made it down the hill safely, but now was heading towards the lake. In the pre-dawn darkness, the lake looked like a cavernous darkness. There we go. We flew right over that hole. We were just high enough, but our altitude wasn't right just yet. Kotori, make a U-turn.
了解
Kotori pulled the control stick sideways. The glider began to turn. Watch out for height loss, speed as well.
分かってる
Being careful not to lose precious speed, Kotori made a sharp turn. However, there was still a loss.
速度足りるかな
Thanks to the glide effect, we won't descend that much, I think. But we're above the lake. In the off chance we do crash, it won't be pretty. Our speed hasn't decreased that much, however now we had a different tailwind. As our speed decreases, so does our ability to rise.
目標は
Can't see it yet. Windmill Hill, which was where we launched from, was now nothing but a silhouette. We could barely make out the ridgeline through the light of the sky that was peeking through. Telling the distance was nearly impossible. Even worse, up, down, left, right, front, back, everywhere was pitch black. We had no sense of direction. Don't get confused by how it looks. Pay attention to the instruments. When the range of sight is limited by thick fog or clouds, flying by the instruments is the only option. If you rely on poor vision, illusions will cause a loss of feel for your true positioning. However, since Kotori doesn't have much flight experience, she still isn't used to looking at the instruments. I supported Kotori as we waited for our target to appear. At that moment,
あれ見て青い
a small light twinkled within the darkness. As we moved on, we saw a line of lights going up the hill.
ゆかさんたちだ
Everyone who had gathered was holding a light, making a pathway for us. This was another part of Amane's flight plan. Creating this trail of light was another reason for all the people with lights were assembling. Once the target was determined, Kotori would be able to fly there without the risk of making a mistake. The glider was making its way back to Windmill Hill where it launched off from. Nearing the hill, raised the pitch.
了解
Kotori pulled on the controls. As she did, the glider felt as if it was being raised from below.
リフトに乗ったみたい
The glider began to ride the lift. It began to rise higher and higher, fueled by the strong wind. This lift was different from a vertical draft. This wind, a slope drift, was a strong upward sloping wind coming from between the hill and the mountains. This was the wind that went up the face of the hill, the wind that powered the windmills, the wind that we felt as we walked on the hill. The glider continued to accelerate and rise higher. We went past the many small lights that were down below us. We couldn't make them out individually, but those were all lights, held one by people for us.
光が揺れてる手を振ってくれてるんだ
Watch out, you're going to run into the windmill. If we followed the trail of lights, we wouldn't hit the windmill. However, who knows what would happen if there was a mistake. Riding on the slope lift, the glider slipped past the group of windmills. Then, in the blink of an eye, we flew over the hill. We began to rise higher and higher, headed towards the dimly breaking dawn.
うー近くで見るとすごい迫力だったね
あんなにスピードが出ているものなのね
ちっくしょう なんかむちゃくちゃかっこよかったんだけど、あいつら。
青兄はいつもかっこいいよ。あーちゃん、これもういいの？
ありがとうホタル。皆さんもご協力ありがとうございました。グライダーは無事離陸に成功しました。ゆかさん、サイリウムありがとうございました。おかげで超助かりました。
役に立ってよかったわ。
でもなんでこんなにいっぱいサイリウム持ってたんですか？
ゆかさん、某アイドルグループの追っかけやってるから。
コンサートの必需品だからね。1回のコンサートで20本以上使う時もあるし、いつもストックしてあるのよ。
はあ、なるほど。
あれを小鳥が操縦しているのか。
そうみたい。
お父さんとひばりさんもお手伝いしてくださってありがとうございました。
いや、私たちは。
あっちに夜食のおにぎりあるんで、どうぞ食べてってください。
I'm actually they gliding.
お嬢さん。小鳥のためにこんなに大勢の人が協力してくださったのですか？
え
あの子を飛ばせてやるために。
え。いやー、それはどうかな。別に小鳥のためってわけじゃないかも。多分みんな自分がやりたいからやってるんです。うちの学校そういう物好き多いし。私だってそうですよ。小鳥が飛ぶところを見たかっただけです。
はあ。
お父さん言ってましたよね。空を飛んだからなんだと言うんだって。今飛び立っていた2人を見て何も感じませんでしたか？
いや、それは。
感じたと思うわ。
にひひ。じゃあ期待しててください。これからもっとすごいことが起こりますから。
After flying off high from Windmill Hill, we were able to see our next goal, Mount Tsukubae, Tsukubae, looming over the school in the distance. At this altitude, we should be able to make it. Be careful of crosswinds since the current is rough. Tsukubae. Hotori?
了解。
The name was a mouthful. There are certain pronunciations that I just cannot get. What's wrong? Are you tired?
違うよ。
That is
さっ
definitely
き
one
の
of them.
光の中にお父さんもいたのかなって。
Most of the names I can roll off my tongue, but there are some of them that just makes me stop dead in the tracks. Yeah, I wonder too. But I think he's there. I mean, he was there for the takeoff. This is why he came, right?
そうだといいな。
Hey, the nose is descending. Be careful. Want me to show you what you can do?
この1年で私も成長したんだってところを見せたい。
I think they fucked up that line. Mount Tsukubae was coming closer and closer. This is the moment of truth of our flight plan. Our next goal is to ride a giant current known as a mountain wave. If we can do that, getting to the top of the clouds should be no problem. The problem was, how do we ride the mountain wave? A mountain wave is a wave of air that is created by wind going over a mountain. They're located fairly high and have a rotor-like turbulence below them. By entering the upper part of the turbulence, it should be possible to get to the mountain wave. Turbulence is incredibly unstable, however. It's a difficult maneuver. Looks like we're going into this unrehearsed. Realizing what I had said, Kotori braced herself. Originally, we had planned to practice this. If only that accident didn't happen.
見て、葵。
The eastern sky was becoming brighter and brighter. It would soon be dawn. Atari.
Shut
the fuck up, cunt. We're already flying.
消え。何何。うわ、ここで来るのかよ。
貴様ら、こんなところで何をしている
I hope someone headbutts him.
ですね、先生。これは、
ソアリング部には活動停止を言い渡したはずだぞ。
まあそうなんですが、うわどうしよう。何どうしたの？飛岡先生。
くごい。お前、生徒会長のくせにどうして止めない？
彼らが行っているのはただの部活動です。止める理由がありません。
何よバカな。こいつらには活動停止を命じてある。
初耳ですが。それにお言葉ですが、飛岡先生の一存で部活動を制限するような権限はお持ちでなかったと思いますが。
何？
ですので我々生徒会としましてはどうすることもできません。
ならこいつらが破損させた体育倉庫の鍵はどうなる？
それも初耳ですが、何か証拠が？
証拠ならそこにグライダーが。
グライダー？そんなのどこにあるんですか？
ここにはそんなのないよね。
貴様ら、調べればすぐにわかることだ。覚悟しろよ。
自分だってウインチを壊したくせに。
あれだって調べれば犯人がわかるかもしれないわね。私たち処分を受ける覚悟はできてます。だから今日だけは見逃してください。
できるわけないだろう、そんなこと。
そうでもないと思いますよ。何せここには何の証拠もないのですから。
じゃあ一体ここで何をやってるんだ？
みんなで空の観察です。今から面白い雲が見られるそうなんで。
先生もご一緒に見ていかれますか？
あんまり騒ぐんじゃないぞ。いいな。
なんとか追い返したわね。あかりさん、ありがとうございました。
あかりさん、かっこよかったっ
す。ついカッとなってしまったわ。
たまにはいいんじゃない？ストレス溜め込むのは体に毒だよ。
それより二人は今どこに？
プラン通りならそろそろ山岳波に乗っている頃ですけど。
乗ったみたい。
Yeah, it does. Suddenly, just as the trembling stopped, the glider began to rise with almost no recoil at all. It felt as if gravity had disappeared.
これがウェーブリフト。
As we rode the rotor wind up higher and higher, we reached the part of the sky that seemed like it had a mountain wave. There was a sudden change from the rough turbulence to a stillness. It was peaceful, but the altimeter kept on rising. We rose higher into the sky. It's almost as if we're no longer flying by wind. I don't really feel any shaking at all.
怖いくらい静かだわ。
A mountain lift is a strong wind that goes over mountains and is caused by the up and down rippling of winds. It stretches a few times the size of the mountain itself. The world record for the highest flying glider, which made it to the stratosphere, used a mountain lift. Mount Tsukubae isn't particularly a large mountain, but if we can get an altitude of 2,000 meters, it'll be enough. However, there is no guarantee that there will be a mountain wave. The condition is entirely dependent on the wind that is blowing. Today though, I was confident that it would appear. It was related to the way Amane derived that warning glory that would appear in Kasugaura. Mountain waves are known to appear along with strange cloud formations. Her hypothesis is that the morning glory is created by the mountain waves from Mount Tsukubae, which basically means when morning glory appears, there's no chance that there wouldn't be mountain wave. The pre-dawn sky, while still dark, was beginning to show some strange colors as the light came through. Before we knew it, we reached our target altitude. Below us, we could see the silhouette of the cloud passage. We spent a moment staring in amazement at its massive size. Wow. This wasn't the mistake that we saw a year ago. This was the real thing. That moment, rays of light began to come from the east. It's dawn. The morning sun broke through the darkness and began to light up the sky. The light began to color the view. The giant cloud began to sparkle. Hotori whispered with a sense of amazement. Yeah. I didn't know what else to say. I could feel tears beginning to form in my eyes. It wasn't a feeling of joy or sorrow or even fun. A more fundamental feeling began to fill my heart, and my tears began to overflow. I was overwhelmed and for a moment, at a complete loss of words.
行くよ、葵。
Okay. Hotori pulled down on the control stick, leading the wave lift and aiming us at the passage of clouds.
しいって言葉がぴったりくるわね。あれが望月先輩がずっと追い続けていた幻の空。
そうみたい。追いかけちゃう気持ちわかるかも。
おお、何あれ、マジすげえ。
お兄たち、もうあそこまで飛んだのかな。
あれがイスカが行きたがってた空なんだな。
ああ、葵くんたちがイスカの夢をあそこまで運んでくれた。私にはできなかったことをしてくれた。
いい後輩を持ったな、俺たち。
ああ、
綺麗ね。
ああ、しかし何なんだあの雲は。まるで奇跡でも見ているようだ。
モーニンググローリーです。
モーニンググローリー。
風が浦の空に 数十年に一度現れる不思議な雲。私も本物を見たのは初めてです。
小鳥はあの雲を近くで見たいからグライダーで飛んでいったんですか？
近くで見る？いえいえ、そうじゃないですよ。
Shut the fuck up, Kat.
飛ぶんです。あの上を。あの雲の回廊を渡るために必死で登っていったんです。
あの上を？
はい。
信じられん。
多分今頃到着してるはずですよ。
今あそこに小鳥が。
The glider had gone through that passage of clouds. It sparkled in an array of colors from gradients of light that the dawn was bringing. It was completely surreal. For a moment, as if we'd forgotten how to speak, we did nothing but let out sighs of admiration. Wow.
私たちついにやったんだね。
Yeah, we did. I thought I would have been happier. However, being here, that was not what I felt. Overwhelmed by its majesty, I felt nothing but gratitude towards this miracle. The glider held its altitude and passed through the clouds. This path of clouds is created by rolling air currents. Thanks to these rolling currents, even an unpowered glider can maintain flight in it for long periods of time. What did he flip the radio on?
アゲハ、聞こえる？
小鳥？聞こえてるよ。ちょっと電波が悪いみたいだけど。そっちどう？今どのあたり？
乗ったよ。モーニンググローリーに。今その上を渡ってるところ。
よし、みんな小鳥たち今あの上にいるって。
Through the radio, we can hear everyone's cheers.
どんな気分？
Just look at them view, 100%.
なんて言ったらいいかわからない。奇跡の中にいる気分。
葵？ねえ、葵はどうなの？
Feels like I've died and gone to heaven.
こらこら、縁起でもないこと言うな。
Really though, that's what it feels like. I can't believe this is really happening.
下から見てもすごいんだもん。上からだともっとすごいんでしょうね。ゆっくり楽しんできてよ。
ありがとうアゲハ。みんなもありがとう。
土産話期待してるからね。通信終わり。
As soon as the radio was turned off, the cockpit went silent. At that moment, whoa. The sun began peeking above the horizon, its rays lighting up the sky. As it rose, the top of the clouds began to have a golden glow.
すごい。
Wow.
こんなにすごい場所だなんて思ってなかった。想像を絶するってこういうことを言うのね。
No one could imagine this. This view's outstanding.
ねえ、葵。
Hmm?
ここまで連れてきてくれてありがとう。この場所へ来られたことはきっと一生の誇りだわ。
Don't be ridiculous. You made it here yourself.
でも葵がいなきゃ無理だった。みんなも。
Did you find it? What you had lost?
うん。 分。
Then, that's good.
私の人生も捨てたもんじゃないね。
Our glider continued to fly on and on through that dreamlike scenery. On and on until the morning sun dissolved the illusion. You were gone? Did you hear something? No, I don't think I did.
Hi, nice to see you.
Hello, Lychee. How are you doing? How you doing? How you doing? It seems like the end. Oh, hold on, hold on. Last time we thought it was the end. Just hold on. Lychee's killed. I did. No, no, no. Lychee alive. Chapter 3, let's go. Jinx it. I am the vote. Okay, buddy. What a great segue to our next visual novel, Fate Stay Night, Lychee. Please no more PM. I'm not gonna lie, I kinda wanna play real games now. We've done too many visual novels, it's time to go back. Real games, got him! Team Fortress 2. Actually, the next redeem game I need to play is Quake 2. But I've been trying to figure out if I want to play Quake 2 or Quake 2 RTX. Exactly. Fuck off, cunt. I don't even own Quake 1. But I'd sooner play Quake 4 than Quake 1. I got you, fam. Fuck off, cunt. It's on the Game Pass anyways, isn't it? Movie 3. I just got an achievement. Movie 3, hold on. Yeah, it is actually good. Asa, do you think you can wait over there? Okay, I'm ready. 1, 2. I hung the white sheets over the clothesline. A few tugs and they were all set.
相変わらず精が出ますな。
Huh? Is that you, Ageha?
こんにちは、アゲハ先輩。こんにちは。
チース。
What did you come here for?
いやー、家にいると店の手伝いやらされるから逃げてきちゃった。
Are you okay? Your grandma's going to get angry again.
課題を一緒にやるって言って出てきたから平気。しかしなんですなあ、みんなが学校行ってる時に家にいると時の流れがゆったりだよね。
I've been able to catch up on my work, so I guess that's good. Another chapter? More like an epilogue probably. One day in September. Summer vacation is over and the second semester has begun. I cried, but we didn't go to school. After we broke into the gym storeroom to take back the glider, the entire soaring club was suspended.
悪い子になったみたいで、なんだかドキドキします。
なんで私まで部員じゃないのに。
Excluding Yoru, everyone not in the club who helped out did not get suspended. Honestly, I felt it was a little anticlimactic. Doki doki. I was really prepared for a stricter punishment. Despite the results, it felt like our summer vacation was extended, and we spent the suspension time relaxing.
小鳥から連絡は？
She called yesterday. He seems to be doing fine.
さあ、なんだかんだで実家の居心地はいいのかね。
That's right. It seems like she's getting on by herself these days.
ねえ、一緒に課題やろうよ。
私たちもやります。
私はもう終わらせたけど、ここにいても暑いだけだから付き合うわ。
Sure, no problem. I just hung out the sheets, so hold on a minute.
あいや
The white sheets shone against the pure blue sky. That day, we flew with the morning glory. Looking at the clear sky, I would have never thought it would have really happened. Are you winning, son? A passage of clouds across the sky. We flew through that miracle-like place in the sky. Soon the passage of clouds melted away to the rays of the rising sun. After watching it to the very end, we returned to the runway.
Oh,
おかえりなさい、二人とも。
ただいま、朝、夜、みんな。
That is not. A crowd of people had been waiting on the runway for our return.
すごかった。私感動しちゃったよ。
私もよ。すごいもの見ちゃったわ。
ゆかさん感動して泣いちゃってましたもんね。とても綺麗だった。
Everyone gathered around the cockpit. I got out first and pushed over Kotori's wheelchair, which someone had prepared for us. While I was getting the wheelchair ready, Ageha unbuckled Kotori and got her out.
お疲れさん。
お疲れ様。
After realizing how ordinary they were acting, they both laughed.
やったね。
Pushed her wheelchair over.
イエーイ。
You can't do that, her dad's right there. They high-fived.
お兄、かっこよかったよ。
Hey Hotaru, you came too, huh?
やっぱすげえな、お前らは。マジで痺れたぜ。
Thanks.
今度俺たちも乗せてくれよな。
乗ってみたい。
Anytime.
見せてもらったわ、水瀬くん。
Akari.
先生方に逆らってあなたたちを承認した私の目に狂いはなかったわね。
I'm glad we could prove ourselves. Everyone came by wanting to say something. I saw Anchan at the edge of the crowd. Anchan! Waving my hand at him, he sheepishly entered our crowd. Anchan, did you see it?
ああ、もちろんだ。かっこよかったぞ、葵。
After being complimented, I could feel myself begin to blush.
ありがとな。
Thanks?
こっちのことだよ。
Anchan endgame was good. Saying that, he started to pat me on the head. Hey, I'm not a kid.
悪い悪い。つい癖でな。
He did it again. Hey, stop it. Lots of people I had never seen before kept coming up and saying how amazing and wonderful it was. Kotori and I felt overjoyed to be able to share this moment with so many people. After a while, when the crowd's energy had subsided,
小鳥。
お父さん。
her father and Hibari walked over to her.
すまなかった。空を飛びたいというお前の真剣な気持ちを遊びだと言ってすまなかった。
Kotori's father gave her a deep, apologetic bow.
お父さん。
ひばりと一緒に見ていたよ。お前が飛ぶ姿とあの美しい空を。
There was a sparkle of excitement in his eyes. He seemed to be just as excited as everyone else in the crowd.
私はお前にまた嘘をつかせてしまうところだったんだな。
そんなことない。お父さんは私のことを思って言ってくれてたんだもん。
Her father shook his head.
私は怖かったんだ。お前がまた傷つく姿を見るのが。けどそれはお前を大切に思うこととは違っていた。頑張っている娘を応援しようともせず、カゴの中へ閉じ込めようとしていた。すまなかった。
Kotori stared at her father's bowed head.
私こそごめんなさい。大事なことを黙っていて。お父さんたちがどんなに心配するか分かってたのに。
いいんだ。そうさせてしまったのは私たちだ。お前はもう自分の翼で飛べる。なのにそれを認めようとしなかったのだから。
As her father spoke, tears began to well in Kotori's eyes. Instead of crying, she began to smile.
ね、早く帰ろう。
え？
だってお母さんが待ってるんでしょ。早く安心させてあげた
い。いいのか？
夏休みの間だけなら。
ああ、そうしてくれると嬉しい。車を取ってくるよ。
He sprinted off towards the car. He was so happy that he nearly tumbled over a rock as he ran.
お姉ちゃんもいっぱい心配かけてごめんなさい。
そんなことはいいのよ。小鳥ちゃんが無事なら。
どうだった？見てくれてたんでしょ？
ええ、かっこよかったわ。さすがは私の小鳥ちゃんだわ。ちょっと怖かったけど。
慣れればどうってことないわ。あ、そうだ。今度後ろに乗せてあげる。
Kotori's big grin seemed to draw a smile out of Hibari.
ちょっとお父さんとお話ししてくるわね。
As Hibari said that, Kotori began to look around for someone. What's wrong?
あ、いた。
Kotori sped her wheelchair over to the person she was looking for.
あまね
ちゃん。いやー、小鳥。
見ててくれた？
ああ、見てたぞ。あんまり高いからよく見えなかったけどな。飛んだよ、
私たち。モーニンググローリーを。
あ、
すごく綺麗だった。あまねちゃんにも見せてあげたかったな。
私はいいよ。雲の上から下を見るなんて想像しただけでゾッとするぞ。
なんでよ。あまねちゃんの夢だったんでしょ。
私じゃない。いつかの夢だ。それにもう叶った。君たちが叶えてくれた。 イスカと飛ぶはずだったあのグライダーをあの場所まで運んでくれたんだから。
Kotori gave me a timid look. Her eyes seemed to be asking what was going on. I answered with a nod and a smile. Kotori grinned herself.
じゃあこれでいいんだね。
あ、ありがとう、小鳥。葵くん。
As Amane cracked a smile, Kotori broke into full laughter.
ねえ、葵。
Yeah?
ちょっとの間だけ東京に帰るね。
That's a good idea. Let your parents spoil you for.
そうする。寂しいからって浮気しちゃダメよ。
Like I'd do that.
お父さん、どうしたの？
いつの間にか小鳥は自分の居場所を自分で作っていたんだな。
そうね。梶ヶ浦の人たちはみんな親切でいい人ばかりよ。
ああ、私たちはもっと強くならないといけないのかもしれない。小鳥を見守る親として小さなカゴの中に押し込めてしまうにはあの子の翼は大きすぎるんだ。
いつまでも悲しんでばかりはいられないわ。
Wait,
私たちも
are they gonna title drop the game at the end?
ああ。
Are they gonna title drop?
お父さん、
Surely,
お姉ちゃん、
surely.
早く帰ろ
う。帰りましょう。
ああ。
I don't know about you, Kotori, but if my heart had wings, this certainly was a if my heart had wings moment. Fuck off, cat. With that, Kotori got into the car and the family drove off. However, since our suspension was issued on the last day of summer vacation, she stayed at home throughout it. Days passed. Kotori, wake up! Breakfast is already ready. Hey, Kotori! The title's in media.
今何時？
I suppose this is how Batman begins. What an amazing spider, man. You'll be Batman forever. Oh god. 7:42. Breakfast is ready. No, breakfast is ready. Come on, get changed and come eat.
いただきます。
Fully awake, Kotori began to shove her breakfast down her throat.
はい、ハット。
Hat went over to Kotori and started eating something. I know you don't like vegetables, but don't feed them to Hat.
急いでるからよ。
This one's my favorite. Patrick, it's you. You're the American Psycho. You didn't say that. God damn it. How did you sleep in late? Didn't you set your alarm?
久しぶりに学校行けると思ったら興奮しちゃって昨日の夜よく眠れなかったの。
I get it. Wait. There's more.
Apparently, by the time she was able to get to sleep, she went ahead and slept right through the alarm. Today, our suspension was finally over. Our extra long summer vacation was now over, and our second semester was starting late.
おはようございます、小鳥先輩。おはようございます、ハバネ先輩。
おはよう、双子シスターズ。今日もよく似てるわね。
お寝坊ですか？珍しいですね。
体内時計が狂ってるみたいなのよ。定額になって単位落としてるのに遅刻とかしちゃシャレになんないわ。
You've got a bit of bedhead. I pointed this out to her as she was shoveling food into her mouth. With bowl and chopsticks still in hand, she leaned her head towards me. Ugh, you're hopeless. Grabbing a brush from the bathroom, I started to fix Kotori's hair. Huh. Got really nice hair.
そうでしょう。自慢のサラサラヘアですから。あた、引っかかってる。
Sorry.
もう注意してよね。葵だって嫌でしょ。私の髪が枝毛だらけになっちゃったら。
That would be terrible.
相変わらず容赦のないベタベタっぷりね。朝から殺意を催しそうだわ。
いいと思うな、私。ちょっと羨ましいけど。
ごちそうさま。
I'll clean up. You go get ready. Come on, there's no time.
どうぞ。
I got behind Kotori's wheelchair as we exited the building. Let's go. Hold on tight.
飛ばせー。
待ってくださいよ、先輩。
そして相変わらずの無茶っぷり。エネルギーが有り余ってるわね。
Going back to school for the first time in what felt like ages, we were greeted as if we were heroes.
ソアリング部だ。ハバネさんたち帰ってきた。なに写真見たよ。すごい綺麗だった。私らも呼んでほしかった。
The entire class began to gather around us. Suddenly a huge crowd had formed as students from other classes made their way in as well.
おはよう、お二人さん。
ハゲハ、これ何なの？
定額になってる間に私らのことが話題になってたみたい。こないだ見に来てた人の中にうちの学校の新聞部もいたらしくてさ、ついでに飛岡先生に逆らって定額ってのが新鮮で刺激的だったみたいよ。
Students rarely get suspended from our school. It's not really a school where the bad kids go. Most students have fun and trouble-free years. However, Mr. Tobioka's hatred is well known, and us getting suspended was talked about like a heroic story.
ようやく時代が私たちに追いついてきたか。
Don't get too cocky. Being suspended isn't something to be proud of.
わかってるわよ。気分よ、気分。
ところで部長、その騒ぎのおかげで入部希望者が続々と集まってるんですが。
Kotori's eyes sparkled.
どうする？部員入れる気あるの？
いいわ。ただし生半可な気持ちじゃダメよ。
Funny just thinking about them. Never thought I'd spend 20 minutes.
Man,
a few hours. Okay, all day.
Fuck
Fuck
off,
interviews.
ほほう。というと？
入部資格は空に恋してるかどうか。そうじゃない人は残念だけど仲間とは認められないわ。
そんなやつはあんただけだ。
That's right. Don't lump us in with that. It's embarrassing.
なんでよ。みんな恋してないの
？Let's put aside Kotori's silly talk for a second. The Soaring Club is in a strange position now. It goes without saying that Mr. Tobioka has been working to keep the Soaring Club abolished. It was originally supposed to have gone smoothly. However, the situation changed. Morning Glory became a local news story in Kasugaura. It was quite different from the one 27 years ago when... It was quite different from the one 27 years ago when the internet and digital cameras weren't widespread. Even a number of videos taken by the crowd ended up on TV news. So then, the strange cloud was flown through by some students in a homemade glider. What about that? While we were suspended, the local media contacted the school about doing coverage. This led to the principal as well as the directors learning a lot of the details about what we did. Especially the chairman of the board, that is Asa and Yoru's grandfather, seemed to be appreciative of the praise the school was getting. Appreciative. And as a result, the abolishment of the club was postponed. A lot of views came up, such as inviting in specialists from outside the club, as well as getting more help. The school itself would be expanding into aerospace engineering studies as well, and that very likely played a part as well. It wasn't just the teachers. The students who came to watch that day also started up a petition against abolishing the club. In the petition, Akari had written all about what we had done throughout the year and everything that had led up to that flight. On one hand, I couldn't believe she had written that report. On the other hand, it felt great to have her as an ally. Because of this, we found ourselves placed into a strange position. However, having performed a major objective like flying through the morning glory, we didn't really have a next goal. All these things were protecting us from the commotion.
いいんじゃないかな、新入部員興味持ってくれてるんなら。
そうよね。これからは今までみたいにシャニムに頑張るって感じじゃなくなるだろうし。
Wouldn't a laid-back soaring club just be as good? That is, of course, if the club can still exist. After school that day, as we were chatting, as we were going down the hall to leave, we saw a familiar face in front of the elevator. Yeah.
あまねちゃんだ。
やあ、君たち。
こんにちは。
Amane and Akari were chatting.
何してるの、あまねちゃん。
違うぞ、小鳥。あまねちゃんではなく、望月先生だ。
新型風車開発プロジェクトの特別講義が今日からだったのよ。
ああ、例の。
Are you taking the class, Akari?
ええ。
Only a limited number of students could get in. It was very competitive, but not surprising that Akari got in.
あまねちゃんも偉くなったもんね。
あんたはいつまでも偉そうだな。
I heard about the petition, Akari. Thanks for all of your help.
礼を言われるほどのことでもないわ。私は私の信念に基づいて行動しているだけだから。あれだけの実績を残した部がなくなるなんて、慶風学園にとって損失以外の何者でもありませんからね。
Kotari seemed proud of what Akari was saying. She had received a lot of compliments today and was starting to get cocky.
じゃあ、あまねちゃん顧問続けてよ。また一緒に飛びたい。
それはごめんだ。
Amane spoke bluntly and laughed. Kotari frowned.
なんでよ。
もう飛ぶのはこりごりだ。それに私も一応大人だから責任は取らないといけない。
Amane was the one who took responsibility for Kotari's accident. Basically, the soaring club was losing its representative. It was unfortunate, but probably for the best. This would take away all of her responsibility for the glider.
寂しい。
でも君たちが飛び続けるなら時々覗かせてもらうつもりだ。君たちと何かするのは楽しいからな。
Amane's honesty shocked us. Akari actually seemed a bit jealous of us.
じゃあな、君たち。
さようなら、先輩。またね、望月先生。
Huh? That's... See ya.
ただいま。
We headed directly back to the dorm after school.
ただいま、ハット。今 つあげるからね。
はあ。
Kotori headed off to the dining hall to get Hat's food. Seems like we're the first ones back. This is rather decent VN. Even though we were on suspension for a while, students in my dorm tend to take the long way home or have plugs. Usually no one is around at this time. Ah, yes. Have you heard of Hat? Brother? Returning to my room, I put down my bag and started changing out of my school uniform. Sure is hot for September. Guess I'll change my t-shirt. Hat me fuck off that. All of a sudden, Kotori was peeking through my slightly open door. Hey, when did you become a peeping Tom?
Hello everyone, I'm Scott, president of Domino's Pizza. Have you heard of Hatsune Miku?
No. If everyone allowed this, Japan would become a pervert's paradise.
部活がないと暇ね。
Saying this, Kotori begins poking through my bookshelf. That's because we pretty much spent every free minute in the club this year. Living in a pervert's paradise. Ah, Dragon Ball. I didn't realize how busy it kept us until it was suddenly gone. Busy, sure, but it was so very fulfilling. As we talked, I decided to just change my t-shirt. But Kotori was looking at my naked upper body.
いや、なんか前よりムキムキになってない？
Have I? I wasn't sure how to respond, but I couldn't help but be a little happy. Actually, while I've been suspended from school, I started cycling again.
そうなの？
That day I chased after you, I really overdid it. My knee started hurting again. Stay all you want. Kotori began to look extremely worried. I went to the hospital and got it checked out. They said it was nothing to worry over. They said as long as I didn't overdo it, I'd be alright. It'd be alright for me to ride. It'd be fine as long as I didn't race, they said. So, since I haven't been getting much exercise, I started going out on little excursions. There's really nothing else to do. School's still deciding what to do about the soaring club, and the wind's still being repaired. All we can do is wait. Letting out a sigh that said nothing about her feelings, Kotori stared at the bicycle in the corner of my room. I was home.
ママかな？
I still hadn't heard the details of her time home. Kotori only came back late last night. This was the first time we were together since then. How's your mother doing?
もうすっかり元気。倒れたって聞いた時はびっくりしたけど、うちのお母さん大げさなところあるから。私の顔見た1時間後にはキッチンに立ってご飯作ってたわよ。まったく人の気も知らないでさ。
Ah, one of those parents. This is the mother who Kotori had decided to quit school and go home for. Well, that's just because she worries about you, right? Did you talk to her about the glider?
全部話したわ。そしたらまた倒れそうになってた。
And then she got back up, right? Sheesh.
でもまあ、お父さんもひばり姉も加勢してくれて、なんとか納得してくれたような、そうでもないような。もうちょいかかるかな。
Considering how she sounds, I doubt she'll be so easily persuaded. The only thing to do is to keep being persistent. And they're going to let you stay here?
そこはバッチリ。何せお父さんがそうした方がいいって言ってくれたから。
Wow. Hard to believe he'd say that after how much he wanted to take her back home.
モーニンググローリーの奇跡のような光景を見て、 きっと心が洗われたのね。
She was completely serious. I guess that could have been the case. That view did bring out an excitement in some people from deep down within. But in this situation, witnessing your daughter reach a goal that would be the bigger thing, I think.
その代わり、私が定期的に帰省することと、お父さんたちが時々こっちに遊びに来ることになったから。
Really? Well, that's good. Especially since you're not that far of a drive away.
それと、お父さんがね、葵のことを褒めてた。
About me? He nodded.
彼はなかなか見どころのある若者だって。
He was saying what a promising young fellow you were.
お母さんも会ってみたいって言ってたから、今度連れてきてもいい？
Oh? Yeah, sure.
きっと気に入ると思うわ。葵、背が高くてかっこいいから。
I'm going to meet her mother. Even though I know it's just a simple meeting, it still makes me nervous.
この間、この自転車に乗ってる葵、初めて見たけど、超かっこよかった。しびれるくらい、私の王子様って感じ。また好きになっちゃったわ。
She turned red and started to look nervous.
あんまりかっこいいから、この間なんて夢に見ちゃったくらいよ。
Really? What kind of dream?
いや、それは内緒です。
What? You won't tell me.
ダメ、企業秘密。
What company? Kotori came closer and gazed at me.
こんなかっこいい男の子が私の彼氏だなんて、まだ信じられないわ。何かの手違いじゃないかしら。
Hanko Low Talk. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to my stream. How you doing? What do you mean mistake? Do you still think I don't care about you?
じゃあ、会えない間に私の夢見た？見てないんだ。やっぱり好きじゃないんだ。
I did, of course I did.
じゃあ、なんで即答できないわけ？別に私に恋焦がれてなか
God, she's
っ
one
たん
of
でし
those
ょ？
people. That's after her saying she couldn't say anything because of it being a company secret. Perhaps I got a little stubborn myself. However, Kotori looked at me with teary eyes.
本当に見た？
Oh, I did, really.
どんな夢？
Well, it was, I kneeled down and looked Kotori in the eyes. I kissed her. This kind of dream.
それだけ？
Saying you don't know what happened?
わかんないよ。
I brought her body close to mine.
葵。
Kotori hugged me back. You win, you win. When I met you in my dream, this is what you did. Just as strong as you are right now.
嬉しくて死にそう。
What about your dream?
私も同じ。夢の中でもこんな感じ。幸せで死にそうだったわ。
That was getting heavy.
Hi,
Sorry
nice to
pop
see
in
you.
unannounced.
Hello, Cookie. How you doing? This isn't a dream. I'm here.
私もいる。
I'm good. How are you? I'm good. I'm good. It's currently 3:41 in the morning. Cursed and blessed that this game is still going. I'm really happy.
私も幸せ。うわ、好きすぎてどうにかなっちゃいそう。
Blessed, if you will. Kotori, whatever happens, I'll still love you. You don't have to worry.
ずっと好きでいてくれる？
Of course I will.
私も。
Indeed, at least there is some good ending. Kotori. All of our emotions flew through our kiss. Unless she suddenly dies. Don't worry, I'll make sure you suddenly die in the next 5 seconds.
Aoi, 大好き.
Oh, thank God. Wait. Huh? Cat cheerfully pecked around in the grass, the garden grass.
ハット行くよそれ
She began to spray water from the hose at the duck.
気持ちよさそう
When Kotori had finished, Pat waddled over next to her. I sat down as well. That's a shower. At that moment, we both looked up to see the clouds slowly drifting across the blue sky. I want to fly. Whenever I look up to the sky, I get that feeling. Especially when I'm with Kotori.
ねえ葵あの時迎えに来てくれてありがとう
No problem.
サイに気づいてくれないんじゃないかって思ってた
She was talking about the SOS she had sent. The plain, nondescript paper airplane. I didn't get it at first, but then I remembered the first time we met.
本当はあんなサイン出すつもりなかったんだけど気がついたら紙飛行機を折ってお姉ちゃんに渡してた
Kotori asking me to help her was basically her choosing flying over her family. That is not something she could have done. Instead, she put her feelings into that paper airplane and had me go to her.
葵が気づいてくれたおかげでモーニンググローリーを飛ぶことができたもし葵がいなかったら私は今ここにいないだろうし多分空を見上げることももうできなくなってたと思う
Why? That's the one thing she said she could do.
きっと高い高い空を見上げるたびに飛べない自分を思い知らされてたと思うのそうしてそのうち見上げることもやめてしまってたと思うでももう私は飛んだし自分は飛べるんだって知ってる他の普通の人たちよりも少しだけ大変かもしれないけどね
I took back my future. At some point, Kotori had begun looking straight up at the apex of the sky. I felt like Kotori was always looking up higher than I was. Noticing her doing this, I set my eyes at the same spot hers was looking at. I had to be thankful for Kotori as well.
それでね実はね
Kotori was suddenly mumbling.
もう一つお話ししなきゃいけないことがあるの
The timid look on her face caused me to brace myself. Something happened while you were at home? Something had happened.
なんかね見つかったらしいの
Found what?
手術できる病院が
Huh? At first I didn't know what she was talking about. But then, when I realized a moment later, I could barely believe it. By surgery you mean? I looked down at Kotori's legs. She nodded. She then stretched out an arm towards me. I took her hand in my own. It was trembling slightly. You scared? Kotori nodded.
もしダメだったら確率 0% になっちゃうもん
Losing the possibility of recovery was the same as losing all hope. Definitely not creepy to stare at her legs. would be better to have that hope, even if it wasn't real. It's okay. I'll be there with you. Nothing will change, even if it's not a success. Probably not as creepy as licking them. But Kotori shook her head.
無理よ。
Why?
アメリカだから。
Huh?
手術を受けるにはアメリカに行かなきゃいけないの。
Oh, I see. For a moment, I thought about going with her.
怖いけど頑張ってくるね。
Her tone was anxious as she gazed at me with tear-filled eyes.
私やっぱり葵と手をつないでデートしたいから。
I was shocked to hear this news. Shocked to the point of trembling, but I concealed my feelings and held Kotori's shaking hand. However, the surgery would not be performed right away. Kotori's situation wasn't urgent. Since it was a famous doctor, there was a waiting list. In the meantime, Kotori got her passport and school leave sorted out. She went to America 2 months later. The surgery was a success. The feeling had returned to Kotori's legs. Knowing the chance of success, it was nothing short of a miracle. However, the real challenge was only just beginning. After returning home, she began her days of grueling rehabilitation. Once again, she was feeling the pains of not being able to do things she could once
Dr.
do.
Chocolates.
However, Kotori Habane is not the sort to give up that easily. After months of rehabilitation, she was able to stand herself up on crutches. During that time, we became seniors and the new freshmen started at Keifu. Then, just around the time when summer was about to start, today is my first flight in a long time. When I arrived at the runway, someone was already waiting there. Damn it, Jim. I'm a psychiatrist, not a doctor. Standing there on crutches, she looked more like an adult than a girl. After a sudden wind blew her long hair, she tucked it behind her ears. She looked completely natural. But her eyes were just like that of a child. An impatient look twinkled in her eyes as she gazed at the far-reaching horizon. I want to fly right now. I heard it in my head as real as day.
Aoi!
Hey, you're already here.
コンディションを見ておこうと思って。
Seems pretty good.
気持ちのいい風が吹いてきたわ。いいサーマルも出てそうだし、絶好のフライト日和ね。
Yeah. The end of summer is the one time of the year when vertical drafts are most likely to occur. Just nearly a year she's gotten some plot armor padding done. A clear day like today really is the best for flying. You're going to fly today, right?
1年どもに空を飛ぶことの何たるかを教えてやらないといけないからね。
Quit it with that sappy talk. It's annoying.
嘘、なんでよ。
Well, you know there just aren't many people like you who say that they love the sky.
最近の若いもんは。
3 years younger than us, and you sure can feel the generation gap.
私らも年取ったわね。
It was a joke, but it had been 2 years since we first met. So many things happened during that time. Too many things. It's impossible to believe all the things happened in only 2 years.
後輩らにもちゃんと教えてあげなくちゃ。私らが空に憧れたような熱い気持ちをさ。
Yeah, that's right. The dream handed down from Amane. We spent that entire year with one goal on our mind, and yet it was a completely irreplaceable year. One of the dreams had been realized. Legality ain't an issue, that's right. However, the sky still went on higher and higher without end. By the way, Amane said she'd come by today to watch.
本当に？よーし、いいとこ見せなくっちゃ。
It's only legal if you get caught. Urasa waved as the wind cut through the runway. The wind blowing over the lake was one unique to Kasugaura. Spoken like a true dog. Our wings give us the power to fly.
ランウェイイズクリア。ウィンチ、準備完了。
Preparations are all done here.
よーし、行くわよ、小鳥。いいわよ、あげて。
はははははははははは
We're flying.
I get it. Wait.
We spread out our white wings and flew towards anywhere underneath the vast blue sky. It's finally over. We're finally done. Damn, I'm so glad I decided to play that and finally finish it for it.
Hi, nice to see you.
I am so glad I put myself through that. Like at the end there, I was really hoping that the end was coming sooner rather than later, but fuck yeah. Motherfucker. I should have played that ages ago. Complete the game for the first time. 14% of players have this achievement. Cool, a little. 12% of players have this achievement. Damn. Alright, well, I'm not gonna lie, I'm kind of fucking tired. I was tired 4 hours ago. Good fucking lordy, I've sat here through the entire stream and game today/tonight. Yes, it's time to go to sleep. I don't know about you cons, but I'm happy that I got Kotori's ending. Good, I can sleep in peace now. I just need to open up my Twitch real quick.
Back up!
Unfortunately, if there was part 2, I'd only play the fan disc. I only got to get those. No more. We're done with If My Heart Had Wings. But the fan disc, I'll play that. But, hold on, let me write this as an ending. Add this to the list. If my heart had wings, Kotori ending. Ooh, good. Better play it. Fuck off, then. I'm gonna wait for this game to get out of early access and then I'll play it. Just like Hush Hush. Easy. No, but it's fucking bedtime. Fuck you guys. Good night, everyone. See you guys in the next stream. Which is not today, by the way. Fuck that. I'm going to sleep and I'm enjoying this day off. I'm gonna relish in this victory. Good, good. And then we'll probably play Resident Evil 3.
Hey, yo, look who fell asleep first. Prank him, John.
Good night,
You already know.
Lychee. Good night, Chin. Good night, Unako. I will sleep amazing.
Jesus!
It's perfect. Es perfecto.